people say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing.
It's so good to be here.
Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals, canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. people say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing.
It's so good to be here.
Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm and Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26th, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. Yeah, I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. people say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing.
It's so good to be here.
Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. See, bunch of people up there. I always feel I'm running off center. I don't know. So I will be running in just a few minutes. I'll get time back up on here.
2 minutes.
So running on the hour. So we got a bunch of people in today. Got German flag, got Canadian flag. Oh, there's an interesting flag. Got Atri Min. I'm just gonna look up your flag. Where did I put my flag? Maybe this isn't the right time to look it up. Sarah's going to. Oh, no. Ah, Malaysia.
1 minute.
Malaysia. Got Atri Min is from Malaysia, so welcome. And we have. So some people up very early or very late in America, which is great. Some German flags in there, some Canadian flags. So welcome to everyone.
30 seconds. Oh, 20 seconds.
So, so my first guess is at 2:30. Oh, okay, that's a bit late. Need that.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Here we go. We are done. So I'm going to try 8 kilometers an hour today. We've got Rome, celebrating Rome in Italy today. Shout out to Rome. Everyone in Italy, you're probably struggling. Francesco De Carlo is calling in. I can't see the times, Ian. They're in green. Can we put them in red?
Yeah,
And if not, just shove everything in white, because the white I can see. Oh. So, fourth marathon in day 4. Hello everyone in the world who's linking in from Rome and Italy, particularly today on the 4th of February. I ran a marathon in Rome. It's the 4th of January this year. I'm running a virtual marathon in Rome, or running a marathon in virtual Rome, whichever way around. So, ciao to everyone. Hello, we should say hello as well, I believe. You can say ciao on arrival or on leaving. 1 p.m. guest. So we're going to talk to Francesco Di Carlo, who's a friend of mine, he's a very good comedian, very funny guy. We met up with him within the evening of the 3rd, before I ran on the 4th. So we can have a chat about how things are getting on in Italy. As you probably know, the new variants of COVID causing a lot of problems, and the NHS is really on the edge here in the UK, probably in most countries, because the good doctors have worked out how to keep more people alive, which is excellent. That means that more people are still in hospital because they still have to get well, and this is causing problems. The hospitals are filling up, overfilling. This is Make Humanity Great Again. That's what we are. We got this slogan, can't remember where it came from, but if you listened to Donald Trump trying to encourage certain people in Georgia to break the law, it seems, trying to steal the American election, which is not good, and that is not making humanity great. It's not even making America great. It's just an attempted coup, it seems. But we're trying to make even stronger links at a time when some people in our country, in the world, are saying separate out, retreat into isolation. They say no, make even stronger connections than you've ever done before, because we are humanity. It's all of us, and we know we've done the 1930s, we need to head forward to the 2030s and not back to the 1930s. We've tried that, they've tried it, they've forced it upon us. Back then doesn't work. Simplistic politics and simplistic politicians. It's very beguiling because they say, hey, it's easy, just do this. Never works. So I encourage you to link up with people, donate. Go to Izzard.com, you can donate, and the money that comes in will go to charities that make humanity great. And we're highlighting some of them. There'll be more in different charities once we see how much money we've got at the end. So yes, so walking with the wounded, Care International, Covenant House, and Fair Share, and Unite to Combat Against Neglected Tropical Diseases. These are 5 that we're focusing on, but there will be more, depending on how much money everyone can donate. If you haven't got enough money at the moment, do not donate. Keep the money. You need it for yourselves and your family. But if you have got some spare, donate as much as you can. And that will already help. Hopefully make you feel good as well. You can do that at eddieizzard.com, or if you're in the UK, you can do it. There's a phone text 70810, and you write the word 10 or the word 20, give you the £10 or £20. And very soon, if you go to the donate button on eddieizzard.com, you can donate from anywhere. And it's donating in pounds at the moment, which, if it's not your currency, you might find that a little odd. Just so you know, £10, it's about €11, about $13.50. That's the exchange rates at the moment. But we're going to have a button on there very soon so that you can donate in American dollars or euros or pounds. So I know it's only 3 currencies. Apologies, but we are trying to adjust things as we go along. I'll come down to the 7 point. Slowing down just a bit. Oh, Sarah, can I get the control, the keyboard? Do you want to see do this?
Yeah.
I want you to move the cursor around till you get to the.
Okay, yeah.
This is going to be quite tricky, right? You
Sorry, where am I going?
get up to add a target,
Add a target, yeah.
then
Tap
hit the
it.
yellow,
Hit the yellow. Yep.
go all the way. We want to build your own, build your own bear.
Like a bear. Yeah.
Now bring the cursor down to the miles,
Yeah, I remember.
and you've
this
got to
one.
slide up on the right when, and
I
then
got you.
so it hits. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Okay.
Come out of that,
Come
and then
out.
go to OK,
Okay. Yep.
and you're in, and we're off.
Clever. Okay.
So it counts down.
Is that alright, yeah?
Yep, thank you. Now, as often happens with me, I don't know about you, I don't know if it's an age thing, but as soon as you start running, you want to go to the loo. And I'm going to go for a pee. I've only been running 7 minutes, so it's a bit bonkers. But oh, so Clive Finnemore is with us again. Thank you, Clive. I believe you're going to have to go off, aren't you? Rush off. But Clive has done. I've done 3 marathons in 3 days, and so has he. So thanks, David Little again. Welcome, Amanda Moore. I think you've been up before. Frank Geyer. Guten Morgen. Guten Nachmittag. Frank Geyer in Germany. And Jason Mitchell in the UK. So we're a small bunch at the moment, but I found, and this is, as you know, well, it's officially a work day, it's Monday, back to work, but I suppose a lot of people will be back to work in their houses, and maybe a lot of Zoom meetings, conference meetings I should say, depending on what app you're using. Thumbs up coming in, thank you. Clive's going to jump on again after work. Very good. Thank you, Clive. Amanda Moore's Oh, Clive Finnemore doing 5k, then back to work. Gotcha. So I'll just have to keep going. That will be fine. And we're down at the Riverside Studios in London, which is in Hammersmith by Hammersmith Bridge. And if you do come down and live in the area, you can see me through the windows. You can watch it on your phone as you're going along the weekend, because we have Wi-Fi, you know, 4G and all that kind of stuff, even 5G. And Thank you for that message there. One new message. Jason Mitchell on a work break. People jumping on in their work breaks, doing 5k. Thank you. Yes, do join at the finish. That's fun. I wonder, can I do that? I don't think I can. But anyway, down here at Riverside Studios, if you're just between Riverside Studios and the River Thames, there's a walkway. People running by, cycling by, and walking with animals, taking animals for a walk. Cats and giraffe. Mainly dogs, I suppose. But there's a little pay thing down here as well, which is quite fun. People come up and you just use your smartphone or your credit card and then whoop, whoop, whoop. What's I think we're doing this $5 at a time, but we're checking on that, aren't we? That's in progress.
Yes, we're checking on that. Yeah.
If we can adjust that, I think that would be a nice round figure, even though it's half of a round figure. Oh yeah. So I did my third gig last night. The gigs will, they're a little bit curious at the moment. At 7 p.m. London time, every day this month I will do a gig. Bit bonkers, bit out there, but all the monies that you're donating, buying tickets, or if you're hitting the donate button, going through crowdfund, that's it's all going to charity. So you're watching a show. So even if I'm not brilliant, I'm trying to be intriguing or informative, maybe. Well, no, I am trying to be informative. Because I have a few shows that I perform. I obviously do stand-up, you may know this. I also do my dramatic show, because I am a dramatic actor. And often listed as comedian, but in fact I'm actor and comedian. But journalists are still reluctant of putting that other word out. But I'm very proud of my recent work, particularly the last 5 years. Great expectations. That I'm often doing that. I was doing that down through the summer for charity in my twin hometowns of Bexhill and Eastbourne. I've always talked about Bexhill before. I'm adding Eastbourne in because Grandad was born in Eastbourne and Grandma was born in Bexhill. My dad was born in Eastbourne. I went to school in Eastbourne, so have got a lot of connection there. But also Bexhill was where Dad moved to when he was 7. To because I think his grandmother, my great grandmother, was getting ill, getting older, and so my granny Lou Izzard went back and even probably encouraged. She was the marshal in the family, the marshal in charge. And so she told Charlie is a bus driver and vendor. He loved his vehicles, buses, vans, and motorbikes. Anyway, he said we're going to be based back in their house in Sidley, north of Bexhill. So that's why I've got these two twin towns. But I was born in Yemen, so again, send my best wishes to the people of Yemen, where I was born, and my brother was born. My parents were married there in Aden, a city on the south coast. They're having still situated in a proxy war between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and so that's not good. And they've got COVID going on as well, so things are very tough in Yemen. So I'm going to make sure some money goes to an organisation that's working out there. And what Care International already is, actually, I should say that. So we're already doing that. Hey. Yeah. Now, if you're watching this and you're thinking, can you do something like this? Well, you'll find jumping straight to this is tricky, but I think one of my strengths for going out for humanity, anyone from the 7.8 billion who can be watching, I'm sure we're not all watching at once, is that I don't look that extraordinary. I might be transgender, but I don't look that. I don't look like the athlete of the year. So if I can do this, you could probably do a 5K running or on a bicycle or go for a swim. But remember, these human units that we have are designed to be moved. And if you don't use it, you lose it. And the brain as well. This is why people in their older years keep dementia at bay, doing Sudoku, crosswords. I'm going to keep learning languages and doing gigs in different languages. That's how I'm going to do it. Keep your mind active and your body. And you know, car, if you don't drive a car, you know it seizes up, it doesn't work very well. A house, if you don't live in it, some people have other houses in the countryside they're not lived in, and they get damp, wet rot, dry rot, and they start to fall apart. So these things are designed to be moved. Now this is obviously an intense way of doing it, but a 5K every other day, twice a week, 5Ks, 10Ks. They're out there, Park Run, look up Park Run online. And a great invention by the person who invented Park Runs, whose name is not in my head, I'm terribly sorry, but it's a beautiful idea and it's out there. And you can do any Park Run. They give you a little thing so you can keep track of what you've done. And I don't encourage people, some people are driven by personal bests and, you know, gotta go faster. I don't, and if you're more of a pro runner, pro cyclist, pro athlete, you've got to do that, totally understand. But the rest of us, try and make it fun in a way. Get running with other people. You've got to enjoy the vista, the views that you're coming in, because the park run thing, I think they're all around the world now. So you can look to see where there's a park run near you, and off you go. Yes. So, but I was a bit of a runabout kid when I was smaller, but I stopped at 12. Like my last professional gig at 12. So are you talking to people?
Yes, just talking to Ian.
I wonder if you could chat about my ideas about showing. I'd like to show the members of the public some of the small videos, particularly of South Africans. Sarah's not sure whether this is going to confuse everyone, but if you just run up the chain of command, see what the people think, yeah?
Oh yeah, I'll put it
just
out
think,
for everyone's thoughts.
Because we are visually doing what we can here in a room, but you know, when you do those VTs for the different charities, I think that's interesting for people to watch. It just feasts the eyes.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. The VTs, yeah.
And even if they do watch, we know they're only 3 minutes, those videos.
Yeah.
If you watch one of those, it'll then flip back to this. And I could say that was what I did before, and that was beautiful. We can talk about South Africa. They're having a tough time. They've got a new variant of COVID. We've got the new variant of COVID. So these are happening. There's things we can talk about. I just think I'd like you to say that I would like that to happen.
Yeah, I'll put it out to everyone. Yes, I should see if some of our Team 27 would be able to zoom
yes,
in.
Indeed.
That would be lovely.
That'd be beautiful. Because we're conferencing in, video conference. I think we should use video conferencing, shall we? The word, so that
I guess, yes.
no app.
Yeah.
Unless,
Brand names.
unless they want to be sponsors of it and
Very
help.
true.
Because we have sponsors, we have Zwift. I'm running on Zwift. You can get, even if you haven't got a treadmill, if you have a treadmill, you can run with me. Just need to get on with the companion app, which is, it's a little confusing, guys, at Zwift. I'm sure you're going to try and make it easier, but anyway. It's a second app, it's a blue one as opposed to an orange app. And then you get on there, and if you put my name in and follow me, then you can see what I'm doing every day, and you can come and join me, or you can just send thumbs ups to me, which is a thing that can be done. But they come out with a little band at the top, so I missed them, unfortunately. But so yeah, Zwift are helping. They're sponsoring it. Mizuno, the good people from Mizuno sports company, they've got me this gear to help get me there and wear, and also the sponsors are helping in the fact that they're sponsoring an iPro Hydrate. That's what I'm drinking, and from our sponsors and the free things they're giving us and sometimes the money they're donating to us, we can pay for the infrastructure to get this up. We've tried to keep this as minimal as possible. We're loaning these Parkway treadmills, but they go back afterwards. And the point is about the money coming in from sponsors is it pays for infrastructure, and then your money when you donate goes to the charities. That's how it works, and that's how we do it.
It was interesting what Tim was saying about running on a treadmill. It's running on that Woodway treadmill. Does it feel different to running outside?
Yeah, the treadmills are more forgiving and more bouncy. You can't trip over things, really. You can fall off of it, you can't. And I have fallen over on the street. You know, you get a flagstone that's sticking up, catches your foot, especially towards the end of your marathon. In one city, I got my laces bizarrely caught in one of those things which winds. You put it down and you could drive over, then you put it back over. It's a sort of barrier bollard thing, and so it had a hook at the bottom. The hook got in my laces, and I just went wham straight over, and that wasn't good.
God, yeah, I remember that. That was I think, was that a practice before last February?
No, there was a practice one where I slipped by the canal.
Yes, that was a different time.
And yeah, and that quite moronic thing caused an injury that niggled me for some time.
Yeah. And then there was the step at the very end of the South Africa marathons in Pretoria, which I think some people said, did you plan that?
Yeah, people have said at the end of my double marathon on the 27th day in South Africa, I did fall over going up the steps to the great statue of Nelson Mandela, and it is fantastic. It's about 20 meters high. It's just it must be about 10 meters high, about 30 feet high. And it's now I just fell over. Sometimes you fall over, especially as I was trying to get there before 3:15 South African time. When I got there at 3:13, and that was after having run for 11 hours and 5 minutes. So if I'd got there in 11 hours and 7 minutes, we would have missed the link, the television link, and I think lost about £500,000, which is about 600,000.
Yeah, I remember you were sprinting at the end then, because I remember I was trying to film on Periscope, I think. I was trying to follow you, so I leapt out of the van, and I didn't realise how fast you were running, and I had to sprint to just keep up with you, and I thought, God, I've just got out of the van, I've done nothing. You've just done,
well, we sped up. The last
double
hour,
marathons. You were gunning it, yeah.
Last hour we had to go faster, like I'm doing 7.5. This is the speed. If you've been watching me the other days, I've done 3 marathons at this speed. And you can see at the end, well, I got up to maybe 8, just to make sure I finished in 6 hours. But,
and it was a hill. I remember you were running along the pavement and then you went into the park.
Well, the park was a definite hill, yeah.
And it was this big incline hill, and then there was the fence that
well,
went across as well.
Just going to finish this point. If you've watched on the first 3 days, you could see me at the end of my marathon, and I'm not ready to do another one, but on that last day in South Africa, which again must have been 30 plus degrees centigrade, which is about 110 Fahrenheit, and did 2 marathons back to back. And I know people have done more than this, but after having run 25 marathons, I just had to do it. And so I fell over. I only fell over for a bit, lost my footing at one foot.
I mean, it was very dramatic.
Yeah.
It was perfect for an end of a sort of cinematic thing, but no, not planned.
Unfortunately, good people are running. I'm going for a quick loo break, my body is saying I'm going to go on a half hour. I'm just saying that. I'm going to press that button at 1:30. So if you're on Swift, I think it's gonna slow down and stop on a half hour, and then we'll see what happens at 5:02. But unfortunately, my body's saying go to the loo at all ends, which is not so good. Yeah, so we're running in South Africa. I would like to show you guys that, so I need to get permission from the rest of our groups to see if it's going to be okay. And then on the hour, I'm going to be talking to, top of the hour, as they say in radio programs, I'm going to be talking to Francesco De Carlo, good friend, very funny, stand-up writer that's his own TV show in Italy and also in English-speaking countries now. Having played the Edinburgh Festival, it's a very good place to go to if you want to cut through. I do encourage anyone whose language isn't English. Now this is a bit weird here, but I'm going to say this because English and Spanish are probably the most grabbable languages from my analysis. Mandarin Chinese is spoken by a lot of people, of course, if you add up the numbers, but less easy to grab hold of. Whereas English and Spanish, from my analysis, are both quite easy to get to stage one. But English is, and not because of Britain, because we did all this empire thing, but we stopped that, and I think it's really due to rock and roll and to Hollywood film system and business. And in the end, it's kind of easy if you have one language, and anyone will know if you speak a different language that you can probably get all around the world these days speaking English. Not necessarily British English, could well be American English. Anyway, it's just a tool there that's out. But if you stand up and you can do it in that language, get to the Edinburgh Festival, get yourself good in that language, because then that's I'll ask Francesco how many countries he's played. I'm not sure how many he has, but yes, Belarus, good friend from France, and he's played 15, I think it is, at the moment. I've played 45, I've done them in English, but I've done also German, Spanish. No, actually, I've played 41 countries in English, 2 countries in German, 1 in French, one in Spanish.
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think that's
We take
right,
Austria
Matt.
and Germany.
Yeah.
And I have done English gigs.
And English as well,
In
though.
all
So
those bits, but-
45 in English plus.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do it that way, although it
Yeah,
sounds like
it's
a
too
big
complicated. Yeah.
Oh, right, I'm going for a low break, guys. Did that go up? Did anyone see a message go up? Oh, bugger. Can you just say Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Are you out of companion? Because I'll go in there. So I'm back in. Anyone watching on the live stream, back running. Sorry. Had to do an early loop break. yeah, be good to talk about this South African run. So, I was watching Invictus, a film Clint Eastwood directed, Morgan Freeman, starring in it, and it was great. I was watching that. My dad was talking about Invictus. He said, "Oh, that's a poem that meant a lot to Nelson Mandela." I thought, that's interesting. I was in New York at the time. I thought I'd go and see it, and the film didn't really quite take off. Not quite sure why. Matt Damon, playing the head of the New Zealand rugby squad, and great South African music playing throughout it. So I really like it. It's worth watching. Download it, have a look at it if you can, if you're not at work or this evening. But anyway, that was the inspiration. I phoned up Sarah here, road manager, and said, let's run in South Africa. 27 marathons, 27 days to honor Nelson Mandela, who survived without bitterness 27 years in prison, and was heralded throughout the world as being a great human being, except by certain right-wing political people and leaders who decided, I think it was Reagan and Thatcher, who said, no, we're not going to do any economic embargo, because the rest of the world was. So shame on them for that. And yeah, I never felt I did enough at the time, so I thought I'd go back and run the 27 marathons. We started from where he was born, and we went on to where he was made president of the Union Buildings in Pretoria. If you put into Google Maps Union Buildings Pretoria, you can see them. They're quite amazing buildings, and he was right up on the top, but that's all government area, so it's all locked off. But there's a statue, a huge statue, at 10 meters, 30 foot high, of him. And I got up to him, and I sort of came up to his calf, basically, yeah, and that was what I was trying to get to. In 2012, I tried to do this, and I got rhabdomyolysis. And your kidneys start packing up, and if any of you get an organ failure of one of your major organs, the others all go. So it's not a good thing. So I had to stop in 2012 after 4 marathons in 4 days. I just had to say, stop, you've got this thing in the system, you have to get it out, it'll take 2 months. So that's what happened there. And then I was planning to come back, trying and not sure how to get it to all the stars to align. And then Kevin Cahill, who's head of sport relief and comic relief at the time, is now emeritus. He's actually not head of sport relief now in the UK, but he's the emeritus head, and I'm not sure quite how his title works out. Anyway, he said, "Do you want to do it again?" Yes. I said, "Yeah, I've been trying to do it again." So we went back in 2016, and we had the same problems, or we thought we did. After 4 marathons, I was in Queenstown in Eastern Cape, and having my blood tested and trying to find out if my kidneys were packing up or not, and they weren't. It was my hydration was off. Hydration, there we go. So we had to, yes, and the doctor ordered 3 litres of fluid to go into me, which was nice, and he said, "You'll be peeing like a horse," and I didn't pee at all night. So I was obviously underhydrated. Oh. Yeah. I can't get the Swift companion thing working. Do I have to come out of the Wi-Fi, go back into it?
Yeah, do you want me to have a look at it? It might
Yeah.
have flipped Wi-Fi.
Well, I can do it. It says Swift. Just does that. Double click it and close it. No, double click it. No, double click it.
Sometimes this stays for a while on the screen.
You know, it's just staying and staying.
Anyway, yeah. It's been a fair while.
Well, I'll leave it with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll come back. And it was interesting you were talking about South Africa there, because, you know, it was 2012 and then, you know, we had to stop, and then you went back in 2016. But I think that tends to be a trait that you have, is that you will get things done eventually, even if it takes longer than you initially planned. I think that's quite a theme that runs through everything, I think, really.
Yes, well, I may have been given the determination genetic, but I do find that with things in life, you have to go towards them. Usually you get rebuffed, go back, rebuffed. It's kind of my military sensibility. You might think that's a weird thing to say, but I wanted to be in the military when I was young in the forces, Marines or Paras, and try and do selection to get into Special Forces. But anyone in Special Forces, it is a mind thing. They are being shot at, of course, and bombs go off around, so it's way more dangerous than anything I do. I'm just a civilian version of determination and thinking out the box, you know. Don't do the standard plan. You don't not do the standard plan for the sake of it, but quite often you need to come up with a different plan. But I've always felt the best way, well, Ulysses S. Grant, follow him in the American Civil War, Battle of Vicksburg. If you can't get in that way, try that way. Okay, that doesn't work, go that way. Okay, what about this way and that way at the same time? Okay, go around there, get the boats down the bottom, march. You know, it's quite a thing. I believe at West Point Military Academy in America, just a few years ago they did a study, or they're probably still using the Vicksburg campaign as an example of great generalship. So yes, now if you're very much against military, I just don't agree with that. I think you absolutely need defensive forces. That's why Hitler got so far, because he'd been practicing for war from 33, maybe from 23. So, yeah, because they were in the Freikorps before that, and all these very militaristic way of doing things, and the SA is always military, always getting ready for war if you can possibly get in. So you've got to be able to stop people. I'm against people who do first aggression. For people who aggress first, we have to have armed forces to be able to push back. So, anyway, I think in that way, and I think Grant, if you listen to audiobooks, read books about Grant, particularly if you continue into what he did in his presidency, which has been frowned upon a bit, or Hull's books in it, but he was a decent guy. He became a more decent human being as time went on. He was very thoughtful and very determined and relentless. So I do track U.S. Grant. And yeah, anything I'm trying to get going, I just try again and again and again until we can get it going. And I will try doing this for the Make Humanity Great Again idea, because my world vision is everyone should have the right to have a fair chance in life. So you may think it's very difficult to get a world vision into one line, but that is it. That's how I've articulated it. I made changes because I always refine things, but that's pretty good. Doesn't mean you get a free life. Shouldn't be you sit there and get paid for by governments and by taxes. No, but the right to have a fair chance in life. I think that articulates well what every citizen of the world, 7.8 billion, needs to have. And to do that, we need to make even stronger connections than we've ever done before. I'm saying the 21st century is the coming of age of humanity, and this, if we don't make it a fair world for everyone has a fair chance in life, by the end of this century, I think we could well wipe ourselves off the planet. People will be inventing things, negative things, far quicker and more horrible than before. Just as people are inventing wonderful things to help save us, vaccines, new inventions for communication, just certain pills, drugs that can help with mental health, loads of things. Getting rid of diseases. Smallpox is the one disease we've eradicated totally. We're trying to get a lot of others, including neglected tropical diseases, controlled and pushed back on. But if we don't, so I think this century is going to be either our last century for humanity or the first century where we make it work in a fair way, and that will have to be by linking together, not this retreat into isolationism, which I know some people want, but I'm a proud European, I'm a proud British citizen, proud member of the world, and I'm born in the country of Yemen, and I'm going to fight for that. I think anyone out there, if you can fight for yourselves, your family, and for your country and your continent and your world, that is the way forward. It's the only way it's going to work. So President Biden will be coming in soon. That's going to be great. Vice President Kamala Harris. So that will be a very positive step towards making humanity great. So things can change. Things go wrong, they go backwards. Humanity rolls backwards a bit. And then we can get together, we push hard, we turn it around and we take it forwards again. That seems to happen. If you look at human rights, from ancient Egypt to now, it's always gradually going up, or sometimes it's flat planing, maybe going backwards with the extremists, take it backwards, and then it goes, edges forwards again. And that's what we've got to do. Yes, indeed. I've seen a text from Chris.
Oh, should I have a look at that?
Yeah, on the WhatsApp thing. You reading it now?
Yes.
If you could get onto them and say, well, if we need permissions, let's get permission.
I will do, yeah. Interesting what you're saying there, Eddie, because I've always thought, we're sort of privileged enough to tour and see, visit lots of different countries. And I know you said it, but I think it's just that thing of everyone's pretty much the same. Everyone's getting on with their lives. They've got the same, hopes, dreams, all of that.
Families, kids.
Yeah.
Can you get a job, good job, better job, chance of improvement?
And I think, the vast majority of people in the world are good people. We've seen this. We've, been fortunate enough to work with people in lots of different countries. And I remember on the, good example on the UK run back in 2009, the number of people who helped, who were just passing by, or we needed something, or, I remember, I think it was in Wales. I think our van that we had, it had a little electric window switch and it broke. And it broke when it was down. And I think we all joked, that all of our stuff, our van was breaking, all the equipment was breaking, and we carried on. So we were trying to figure out what to do with that. And a local police officer came along just to check in and say hi and, see how we were doing. And I kind of joked and I said, well, great, except the window's broken on the van, And he said, oh, it's all right. I know a mechanic. He'll be able to help. I'll escort you there. So we had a police escort to a mechanic's. The guy there said you need a new switch. He said, I don't have one. He said, but I used to work for the RAC. He called one of his friends. An RAC van came, and because their van was the same type of van as ours, he took the switch out of his RAC van, so essentially made his window broken, and gave it to us to fix our van and send us on our way. And they said, yeah, don't worry about it, good luck. Just lovely things like that happened, And there was the guy who fixed the rickshaw, the guy who was a welder, who stopped, I think, in the middle of his Sunday lunch and came out and welded the rickshaw axle, I think, back together. But such lovely things, and it's kind of makes you realise that we're all pretty much the same, and most people are pretty decent people. So I get the sentiment of just wanting everyone to have that fair chance in the world.
Yeah. Oh, you're on. Oh, you're on from the weird camera.
Oh, I'm on from the weird camera. We might have to change that. I don't like the weird camera.
Can we get that changed around? You drop.
Yeah.
I'm have to talk to Francesco in a moment.
Yes, I think I'm going to try and get on via Zoom though soon.
Yes,
so
too, because then that'd be nice. You can come up on the screen, people can see you.
Yeah, you don't have to turn left all the time to look at me.
Yeah, that'd be good. But could you ask Chris to get on to whoever to get the permissions?
Yes, we'll do.
Rather sooner rather than later.
I'll type
I don't want us to take
And just
days.
a little update on Zoom, not Zoom, on Zwift. I'm just trying to cycle that through. I think it's just on a little go slow at the moment, so I'll give that back to you when it's good.
Okay. I think really I should say I'll do loo breaks as and when I need them, as opposed to make specific times, because
Yes.
the body doesn't obey things, does it?
No, that's true.
And also people are now jumping on for 5 or 10k and then disappearing.
No, very true.
Back to work.
And talking of that, actually, we'll do a little nutrition break in a couple of minutes as well.
Ian, if you can cut to camera 3, you can see people making donations here down at Riverside. Is it working? Do we know if it's working today, Ian? Because it's not making any boo-boobies sounds.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Sometimes people's credit cards just hold a little bit longer.
But it should be working today.
It should be, hopefully.
Hasn't made any sound, so it's oh well. We tried. It's normally goes doot or something. It's that time.
Yeah, I did a bit of testing last night. If you phone the Apple or Android Pay, it works a lot quicker, but with a credit card, you have to hold it for a couple of seconds longer for it to read it.
Right. We might need to say that in the sign, or maybe, because at the moment it's not being happy, I don't think. Okay, Chris is on the case. All right, you've got photos. Some of Amanda sells photos of me in South Africa. Could well be coming up. Well, when I talk about South Africa. Ian, have you been sent photographs?
Yep, just pulling them off now.
You don't need to pull up now, because I'm about to talk to Francesco, so, but when I next come back to it, we can have a chat about it. Oh. Oh. So yes, people's selfies and pictures from Rome are coming up there. If you want to get your photos on our stream, going around behind me, then just send them in, put them on online. Have our photos got stuck in? Because we've got one selfie up there not rotating. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, it would be like.
You're gonna give it a shove, are you?
Yeah, we're just on the software putting this out.
Okay. Yeah, let's go water, shall we? Best to take it from this side, actually. Once I fall over. Oh, damn. So I was supposed to take a break now, but I took an early break, so powering through. Anyway, if you have photos from Rome, put them online on your social media, add a hashtag Make Humanity Great Again, and add the word Rome if it's Rome. Or tomorrow we will be in Valletta in Malta, so put Valletta, then Nicosia in Cyprus, so put Nicosia, and then we can put them up into the stream. But today in Rome, so yeah. I ran a lot of that marathon down by the River Tiber. Thank you. Going up and down the Tiber. Are we getting anywhere on using the same Zoom invite all day?
Did I miss that, Eddie?
Are we getting anywhere on using the same Zoom invite all day?
Yes, we're working on that. Ian might have a good plan.
Update?
Yes, we are working still currently. And I'm just still trying to get back onto Zwift for you as well.
Are we sure we shouldn't just stop and start the Wi-Fi signal?
Yeah, I think after this trial, I'll give it another on and off.
I mean, it should go on within literally 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's pushing through to the login page, but slowly, and then it's just getting stuck there.
Well, that's wrong. I just think reboot the router. It's easy to do it on 4G. I could just manipulate. What's the word? To my phone.
Oh, tether it.
Tether it.
Yeah. I'm going to try the on and off again, and the classic on and off again.
Of the router or of my...
Of the Wi-Fi on the iPad, and if that doesn't work, I might then do the router.
Ian, I think the photos are stuck again. Wonderful gentleman sent in this selfie, but oh no, it's moving on. So you have to prod it.
Every so often it freezes when we're setting up for these South African photos.
Oh right, well there's no rush on that. It's just the South African one, is it?
And if you're happy, we'll bring Zoom to you.
Yep, bring the. Let's talk to Francesco. Hi there, Francesco.
Hello!
Hey. How you doing?
I'm good. And you?
I am fine, thanks. Now you're in Rome at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. And how are you getting on, you guys, with COVID in Rome and in Italy? Is it as bad as us? Any better than us?
Yeah, it's very bad here because today is a wonderful day outside.
Right.
So you can imagine how hard it is to be in a lockdown when outside there is a sunny day in Rome.
Yes.
You know? So
You're at 12 degrees. I see
Yeah,
your weather.
it's been raining for like all the New Year's Eve. Yesterday was raining, but from today it seems much nicer. But
Right.
Italian people are very keeping. They are very good. We stay home. We'll try to do our best.
Oh, that's cool. Now, hopefully you haven't got the variant. We've got this weird variant of COVID. Has that appeared?
Yeah.
Have you got that? Oh, right.
No.
Oh, no,
No.
you have got it. Oh, that's good.
Probably some small cases they started to talk about it, but it's not big in the news. So
Okay.
probably it's not big at all. this is whatever.
And so tell everyone about yourself. So you're a stand-up comedian and a writer and a comedy actor as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and you did your show. Now, what prompted you to start performing in English?
Well, I started to be a comedian in 2009, and in 2010 I started to come to London and to see what was going on in the city. And there were so many comedy clubs, and I started to do open mic in English, and my English was so bad at the time. Now it's worse, because since last time we met,
Yeah.
my English got rusty, because it's like I never speak in English in Italy. So now it seems like the English that I had when I started to do stand-up in English, and I don't know why. The more I'm here, the more my Italian accent gets stronger.
Yeah, no, that's great. We love it. It's very cute. The Italian accent is cute, the French accent, the Russian, anything, because it
Yeah.
shows someone who has the confidence to communicate. So don't worry about the accent. We love the accent.
Yeah, the only thing that I don't understand the accent is I think it sounds very silly. So it's very strange when I try to be serious with this accent.
Well, no, we'll just be very serious a lot of the time. Just say, use big words if you can, because Yassine Bellous, our friend from France. Yes, he likes to use ridiculous. He's just flabbergasted. He puts in, if you put in slang words like flabbergasted and knackered and those things, you can show that you're not being silly because you happen to know your command of language is great.
Yeah.
So the occasional ridiculously large word will make us go, oh, I know what you mean, because there's a wonderful lilt to an Italian accent, but don't worry about it. Just keep powering on and throwing in the occasional words like constitution and helicopter pilot.
I will try to use the word constitution in my routines, even if
no, just in chit-chats, because what you don't know is your basis. You see, your base level of English now is, you think you're rusty, but it's good.
Yeah, it's getting better. It's getting better. At the beginning, it was terrible,
Right.
and then when we met, I met you and Mick Perrin and a lot of other comedians helped me in translating my stuff in English, and you guys were very nice to me, because my English and probably my material too wasn't good enough compared to the English standard, of comedy. But then little by little I got better, because it's like that's why I like to suggest other comedians to come to London when it will be possible, and watch other scenes, because you get better as a comedian and as a human being.
Yeah, and you can tour in other places. Have you played other places apart from United Kingdom?
I performed in 16 nations.
16, there we go. 16 countries, 16.
What about you?
I'm at 45 now, 45 countries
45.
in 4 languages. And you're at 16 in 2 languages. So, excellent. How do you say excellent in Italian?
Eccellente.
Eccellente. Ah, now here's a trick which you may know, and I know, and I tell everyone. Excellent, eccellente. It's because Roman Latin is the basis for French, Italian, Spanish, English. If it's a 3 syllables or more word, it's the same in each language, but with different pronunciation. So eccellente, excellent in French, excellent, and in Spanish I'm sure it's some excelento. It must be something quite close. But the 3-syllable ones, the big words, are all the same. Transportation. How do you say transportation in
Trasporti.
Transport. Okay, it's a little bit different, but still.
No, it's the same because it's trasporti.
Yeah, and then you've cut the shun off the end. We had the
Yeah,
shun
exactly.
Yeah, but there's a lot of words. And communication.
Communication. Comunicazione.
Comunicazione. See, so they are the same, which is a handy thing for anyone who wants to drop a big word into if they're stuck in. But that deals with those 4 countries. But did it give you an extra confidence after you've been performing in English?
Yeah. But I think that it changed my Italian comedy as well, because now I'm trying to do stuff that work in both countries.
Yes.
You know, if I do something that work only in Italy or just in the UK, it's not a good piece of comedy. It's very good when you work in both countries.
Well, I have a word for that. I call it universal comedy, and that's what you're doing. And you say it works in both, but you mean it actually works in 16 countries? Would it work?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And can you list off the other countries you've played in, please? I want to hear.
Oh yes, with great pleasure. I've been in South Korea.
Oh wow.
In South Africa, in Johannesburg.
Yes.
In Canada, and then in Dubai.
Yeah.
And then in a lot of places in Europe, Switzerland, France. We performed together in Berlin and Moscow.
Yes, indeed.
Do you remember the crazy?
That was the celebration / commemoration for the end of the war. The 8th of May is the date in Europe, and in Russia it's 9th of May. I think I've got my month right there. And we all went, and there was we had. Was it 6 comedians?
Six comedians.
Yes.
Yes.
Russia, Igor from Russia, and there's yourself from Italy, myself from United Kingdom, an American comedian.
Alex Edelman.
Great Alex.
Alex Edelman, and then there was Yacine Bellous from France and Michael Mittermeier.
From Germany. Yes, excellent. And we did a gig in Berlin, and Alex, it was the first time he'd been back as a representative from his family who'd had to get out because they were Jewish, I think Jewish German people, and they escaped. At least a number of them did, or a few of them, and his family did. And he went back, and as soon as he landed, my brother showed him the Jewish memorial, which was, they just went off. I remember them landing, I had to go and do something, and they were going off to see that. That was quite nice. My brother just let him, my brother Mark, who's speaks Spanish, French, German and English very well, whereas I speak them in a basic way. And how, you mentioned when you got to London there were lots of comedy clubs, and I've always tried to talk about this, that there used to be, I'm not sure what the numbers is now, but between 60 and 80 clubs, sometimes only open for one night. But what would be the equivalent, how many clubs were there or are there in Rome?
No comedy clubs in Rome.
No?
Like we have some comedy nights,
right?
But we perform in live music clubs or theaters, but there's no comedy clubs. This is the main difference, because everybody asks me what is the biggest difference between doing comedy in Italy and in the UK. The fact that in London there are 80 comedy clubs, it means that you can develop your voice.
Yes.
Gig after gig, and then you create an audience. You can create your niche. You can do a lot of things. If you have just television, it's very hard, because you have to talk with producers and broadcasters, and then you change your comedy thinking about these things. In a club you have a direct contact with your audience, and you can develop your voice quickly.
Yeah, and you say there are nights that happen. Are there any regular nights? Is there anywhere around that has every Tuesday things happen, every Thursday, or is it not like that?
Yeah, when we were open in normal times, we had some like every Monday, every Tuesday. We had some gig like that.
Well, that's the equivalent of us. So yeah, there are bigger comedy clubs. America was very get ahead at setting up entire clubs that would run 5 or 6 days a week with a bar and everything, a whole business concern. But I think London was accidentally fortunate that lots of semi-professional people who loved comedy, they'd set it up in a room above a pub, and we have lots of empty rooms above pubs, and then people would go there, and the pub would take the bar money, and the comedians would take the door money, and that way everyone won without much hassle. You could sort of do it with a click of your fingers. You could get a club going, or at least a comedy night going. So
yeah. I remember that, and also I remember that people cheers a lot to every comedian. So my first gig in the UK in London was in an open mic, and I didn't understand any of the comedians, so I just kept laughing with other people were laughing, just to be nice. But I didn't understand one word. And then when they called me on stage and say, "Ladies and gentlemen, Francesco De Caro," they were woo, and I thought, I'm already famous. The UK maybe, but then I understood that this is the way people welcome comedians on the stage, you know, even if they are unknown.
Yeah,
and it's very, very nice. I
yes,
really like it.
particularly in the more supportive clubs. There are actually it'll generally happen that you will get a round of applause, but there are, as you know, there are some clubs which are tougher, where more hecklers will be there, people more drunk maybe, and they could be rougher, but they'll probably give you a round of applause to get on, and then you have to prove yourself.
Exactly.
And then you went. So you were initially doing clubs in London.
Yeah.
And then you went up to the Edinburgh Festival. Was it the same year? Was that the same year?
No, it was after a couple of years. I started to come to do open mics for a couple of years, and then in 2014 I had my first Edinburgh Fringe Festival show. Was the first time for me, but I wanted to see the Fringe Festival every year since 2010.
All right.
Because it's unbelievable, and Italian people had to go there, and there are a lot of Italians going to the festival in the last years, and I'm very happy because it's very important. There's no such a big festival as Edinburgh. You meet comedians and actors and directors and writers from all over the world. And I'm so sorry that this year was cancelled.
Yeah.
I can't wait to be back there.
Yes, I would say to anyone listening in the world who doesn't know about it, Edinburgh Festival, there are a number of great festivals around the world, but it's an open door. You can invite yourself to this festival. That's the great thing about it. And so going since 1949, I think. And I think there's something, Sarah, you might know numbers. How many shows? Something like 4,000 different shows going on?
Oh God, yeah, loads at the Fringe, just in itself.
Can you hear Sarah, Francesco?
Yeah.
Hey, Francesco. Hey.
Ciao, Sara. Ciao.
I'm just the voice of God at the moment. That's me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's loads. I think, and this was a few years ago. I remember there was about 600 comedy shows alone. And that was a fair few years ago, and it goes up every year. So it's huge. It's the biggest international festival in the world. So.
And it makes you grow as a comedian, because sometimes the average number of people, it's 7 people in the audience.
Yep.
So when I came back to Rome the first time, I said, it's incredible, it's big, it's so good, and you perform in front of 7 people, and all the other comedians said it doesn't look great. It doesn't seem so good as a festival. No, this is the thing. You perform in front of small audience, and if you remember, Eddie, the first time it happened, I was so scared.
Yeah.
And there were 5 people in my show.
Yeah.
And you told me, like, just look them in the eyes and talk to them.
Yeah.
And after that, I couldn't wait to have such a small audience, because for a comedian. It's a great workout, because if you can, it's harder to have 5 people than 1,000 for sure.
This is the logic that I worked out when I used to play the 5 is normally in a room, once you're over about 50 people, you will perform like this. Any performer, this is only for comedy. It doesn't work in rock and roll. Rock and roll, you always go out there, I think. Maybe the main singer could actually sing to people, but if you just got 5 people, it seems ridiculous to talk to these people when they're only there. So the thing I advise Francesco, and I used to do myself if I had 5 in, is you just look at them and you admit that there's no one in the not many people in the audience, and you say that you people are pioneers. You're ahead of the curve, because I'm going to get there, baby. And you can say, I was there was only 5 people. And then they go, yeah, that sounds great. And they think they feel your confidence, and you're making yourself confident. I remember playing, I did one in, it was set out, it was Kingston Polytechnic, which would be probably Kingston University, out on the west of London on the Thames River. And I was playing with a gentleman, another comedian called Keith Dover, and we went there. It was a paid gig, so we're going to get money, so that's okay. But they had set out for about 200 seats, and there were 5 people there, 8 people, something like that. It was exam time. It was exam time, so they're off revising for exams. And Keith was going, this is hellish. And I said, no, just turn it around its head and go, this is just gorgeous. I love playing to 5 people. It's so much better. The riffraff are kept out. Just you guys. And then Keith went out and he had a ball. He had a great gig, and I had a great gig. And during my gig, it was so bizarre because there was a guy we call a janitor, the person who sets out the chairs, the guy who clears out afterwards. He's in charge of the room. He was packing the chairs up while I was on stage. So I'm talking to the 5 because there's about 200 seats up there. I'm still on the stage, and he's picking up one chair, putting on 2 to 3, ka-gunk, 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 stacking these chairs while I was on stage. So I just had to go with it and say, this is bonkers.
Yeah.
But if you admit the situation, then it gets fun, yeah?
Yeah, because it's like, it's very funny when you have 4 people in the audience, and one of them has to go to the toilets,
yes.
And they are so embarrassed and say, "Oh, don't go, keep still," because it's very, but it makes you like it's very interesting because the show is 1 hour, in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
You have to do 1 hour show, and so like it's very normal to have this kind of situation at the Fringe, at the beginning especially. So it's something that the only thing that I could advise to who wants to go to the Fringe, write a show that you like, because you have to do it. You have to perform the show 26 days in a row, and sometimes you have 5 people, and if you don't like your show, it's very, very hard. It's very hard.
Yeah, well, you've got to do stuff. Well, this is the thing. Again, advice to any other stand-ups out there. You could write generic jokes, like my mother, people in the old days used to insult basically the female section of their family, which is bizarrely sexist. But if you talk about yourself and how you feel, Francesco, I see this, I saw that, I wondered what's going on there. You can examine your own brain on stage. You can self-analyze and go, this is crazy. Dinosaurs, why were they there? What was the point? It must have been an accident. No one could have planned those buggers. They're too big. Idiots. Yeah, and then it gets fun, and you can enter. I always try and make myself laugh. That's a technique I always do.
That's great.
I'm the only person who's seen all my gigs. I'm going to be if I'm impressed with what I'm doing, then it probably is good, because I've seen everything, single word I've said. So try and make myself laugh. Go, oh yeah, what's this? What's going on here? Darth Vader, the Emperor.
It's interesting also because from a very good performance with a full theater, full room, you don't get anything from that probably. It's a good experience. It's very good to have a full room and have a great show. But when you have small audiences or rough shows, it becomes material. You can make a material out of it, and you can use it to talk about it. That means that sometimes when you have terrible times, you can change it into comedy again.
Yes.
So we are lucky to do this job, because when something bad happens, you can use it as a comedy routine.
Absolutely, yes. And since you've been over here doing things and going back, did that help your career in Italy?
Yes, absolutely. Because when I started, basically, I decided to move to London. It was like the day before 23rd of June in 2016, because the day after the UK voted to leave Europe. so I was desperate, and I say, no, what I will do now, and so I moved anyway, and but ironically, the Italian television started to be interested in my story because I was in the wrong place in the right place at the wrong moment, you know, at the wrong time. So they asked me to make a TV show about it. I wrote a book about it. My Netflix special in Italian talks about London and about what happened to me during Brexit times. And so I think that again, sometimes you have something bad and it's good for your life and your career. So I feel that it helped me a lot. Apart from the fact that my Italian got worse when I started to perform in Italian. So sometimes I had my jokes and my routines in English, and it took me a while to rephrase it in Italian.
Right,
which is strange.
And so you did, your special has gone out. Is your special available if you look at Netflix in the UK?
Yeah. 190 countries.
190 countries. And does it have English subtitles on it?
Yeah.
Oh,
they
wow.
have every kind of subtitles.
Oh wow, excellent. So yes, I do recommend having a look at Francesco's shows because you're a funny guy. Because your style is similar to my style, similar to Yassine.
Yeah.
We do this surreal kind of comedy where we go off on tangents and do have weird characters in there, and not everyone does it that way.
But you know why I know how I discovered your comedy? Because the first time I was in London in 2009, I think, I went into HMV and I brought a lot of DVDs. I couldn't believe that there was a huge section dedicated to stand-up comedy. For me, it was unreal. So I started to check a lot of DVDs, and some friends suggested me your first 6 DVDs. It was like a box set.
Yeah.
But your shows were the only ones, not the only one, because when I came back, there were DVDs with no subtitles.
Yeah.
Not even in English.
Yeah.
And so I didn't watch those DVDs for ages, for years.
Yeah.
And but you always had subtitles in your DVDs.
17 languages, yeah.
Which is very clever, because that's why me and my brother started to watch your shows and have fun. And I say, oh my God, I want to meet this guy.
Yeah,
and it was fun. But that's very important to add subtitles on your shows. You know?
Yeah, I thought that. I mean, you know, I feel I have a pretty good business sense anyway. But I thought that's good that way. But it's also positive. You know, make humanity great again. I'm for making stronger connections rather than breaking connections. And as you'll know, the politics of what you've been talking about, some people want to separate out and others want to make even stronger connections. So if you put the language subtitles out there, I just thought people around the world, and you were one of them, could look at it and go, oh, I can see roughly what they're saying, because it's not perfect, is it? The subtitles on stand-up, it's not a perfect sync, is it? Does it make it absolutely funny, or does it make it quite funny? You can work out where I'm going.
No, it's very funny.
Oh yeah? The
Yeah.
subtitles, because I thought the subtitles were sometimes miss and not quite get the joke, but it was better than nothing, wasn't it? Good to have subtitles.
Yeah. Also, if something, because it's very hard to translate. It's very hard to find the right subtitles. But I think that sometimes you can look at the English subtitles and then you get the full joke. But if you need some English knowledge. But at the end it was because at that time my English was almost zero. So if it worked for me, it worked for everybody.
That's right, because I did English subtitles as well. Because I talked to the guys in Scandinavia, and they said we won't look at Swedish subtitles or Danish subtitles. We'll look at the English ones. So, because I could only get a maximum, I think, of 17 languages, I decided to salute the Scandinavians, take their languages off the subtitles, leave the English on for them, and add some other languages like Mandarin Chinese and Russian. And I just wanted to have this big reach. But I just think, I love the idea that we're performing in different languages, because I think humor is human and it's not national. I don't know, do they talk about an Italian sense of humor? Do they say that?
Well, there is an Italian sense of humor. Like when we started to make movies, like for example, in the 60s and 50s, 60s, we call it commedia all'italiana.
All right, yeah.
And it was like very true and sometimes bitter. You have a real story. Probably you know those movies, but they are very sad stories, but funny. And so it's very similar to stand-up, you know. Then after a while we had like a kind of comedy, very trivialized, very a little bit more superficial, starting from the 80s, I would say. So we lost a little bit that kind of humor that we had in the past. And now it's coming back again, because the younger generation, they prefer to do stand-up, to jump on stage and talk about their life and their point of views, which is very, very refreshing. And thanks also to internet, because they started, we are starting to watch international comedians again.
Yes, the internet has been very helpful for that. Well, this is, I think any invention you come up with has a great thing, like internet. Comedians can watch other comedians, you can watch different films, subtitles, learn how to save a baby's life, all on the internet. But also there's the negatives. People can learn how to make bombs, become terrorists. There's a whole lot of negative things. Every new invention has positives and negatives, it seems, unfortunately. So we just have to try and make humanity win rather than the other side. That's what I feel. That's what I'm fighting for. Hey.
How long is the one marathon? One marathon, how long is it?
42 kilometers.
Every day?
Yeah.
For 31 days?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
And I saw you on the 3rd of February last year. Remember, we met up before the Rome Marathon. So that evening. So next day, I basically ran up and down the Tiber a lot. The big river. The main river, the famous historical river in Rome. And I went down onto that level, and I just ran up and down and up and down and up and down. I did a lot of that. But it's 42K, 42.18 kilometers every day.
It's very impressive, actually. But what is your favorite city to run in?
Well, as you know, I'm going to politics, so all of them is my answer. But Rome, I don't know Rome terribly well, and I haven't played it, as you know. I haven't played it in Italian or in English.
You will very, very soon, I hope.
Can I play it in English, or would I need to learn?
Yeah. I think now we will be very happy if you can do, I don't know, a little bit in Italian, because we would love to.
I'll do an encore in Italian, so Sarah will put that on the list. So I like Rome. I filmed Ocean's 12 there. I was there for 2 weeks on the top of the De Russi Hotel next to Place del Popolo. So that was amazing. So I've had amazing experiences in Rome. And Paris I know well, so it's always fun to run in Paris around areas that I know. I know that bit, I know that bit, this bit, that bit, because I've played there so many times in French. And I did a gig at the end. You probably know this. You know I'm doing a gig every night at 7 p.m. And so I tested that out back in February in Paris and London, the last 2 marathons. And so it was good to do that. And any place I know I've been to before, you get a slightly stronger connection with. But I'm interested to go anywhere and everywhere, and to meet people from anywhere, because again, I think by making these connections, seeing people, hello, how are you? Finding the common ground, which is most of our lives are similar, families, living, breathing, jobs, supermarkets, COVID. I look for these connections, so I like going everywhere. And
did you manage to understand how humanity will be after this crazy experience? What are your thoughts about it? Because in Italy we keep saying everything will be fine, we will go out from this as better people, Do you think that is there a way that we can learn something about this experience?
I think there are certain people in the world who want to separate, break connections. It's a nationalism, COVID nationalism, political nationalism that says we're better than you, everyone else stay back. and they will fight to pull things and separate things out after COVID. The rest of us, and hopefully a lot of the middle ground who are not sure, could look at it and say, the only way we get somewhere as humanity is by working together, learning from each other. Can we learn from you? Can you learn from us? And I believe what will happen is some good things will come out of it and some negative things will come out of it. The economic situation, unemployment, everyone tends to go more right-wing at that point. Simplistic politicians come along and have easy cures, which never work, but they encourage people to vote for them, the simplistic politicians. They call it the populists, but they're in fact the simplistics. And so I worry that, I believe probably you're going to have bits on both sides, but I want humanity to win, so I'm going to fight for making the stronger connections, learning from this, and hopefully we can learn it. Your medical people, hopefully the people in Italy have been saluting them because they've been working very hard to keep people alive. In Britain we've had huge support for the NHS here, which people from the right wing of politics constantly want to tear down, privatise, and the NHS, National Health Service, is here to stay now. A great idea from the Labour government back in 1947. So that's here to stay. And so the good things and unfortunately bad things will be there, and the struggle will go on. But I hope it could be more good than bad, more goodwill than ill will coming out.
Yeah. You know that we are starting to have more faith. Obviously, we love doctors, and it's very good because the national health system here wasn't very well served by the state.
Right.
Because now we're happy to pay taxes because it helps, working on this sector of society. But also politicians, you know that our ministry, it sounds like a joke, but it's not a joke. The name of our Minister for Health is Roberto Speranza. Speranza is hope, and Roberto is Bob. So it's Bob Hope. Our minister, I'm not joking, that's true. And so it's like, and it's funny because even for us having the situation and having a ministry with a name of a well-known comedian, it's encouraging.
Yes, well, Bob Hope was generally, I think, a nice guy. He did some funny shows, so it's better that it wasn't, Hitler at the end or something like that, the Italian villain. But no, I thought you were going to say something much worse than Bob Hope. That's Robert Hope. Yeah. No, it's good to hear that people are more prepared to pay taxes. They understand they need to pay taxes to keep the health service going in your country, hopefully in all countries. America's been struggling for this for decades, and Donald Trump was trying to push back on that and close that down. But average, people who are struggling on lower incomes, they need health and support, and that's why it's such a beautiful idea. And I'm very proud of the party. I'm a member of the Labour Party for inventing, coming up with it and putting it into action the National Health Service. So, yeah, we shall see. I want to ask you one question about, did my brother work with you on comedy stuff? Yes, but this is my older brother, Mark. So how did that happen? Was that at Edinburgh? Or was that before Edinburgh?
In Edinburgh. We met in Edinburgh, and he was very, very helpful because he helped me changing my routines.
Right.
And sometimes it's not only the reference. Obviously, there is if you make them universal, they work. But sometimes you have to change also the way you pronounce the words, because it's like sometimes I say something in a way and people don't laugh, and I say, why? This is funny. And then he said to me, yes, but you said another thing.
That would be because your accent has just made the word sound unusual. Yeah,
because I never thought so much about like the way I phrase stuff. I'm always a comedy mind, thinking about how to deliver the funny parts of it. But sometimes you pronounce in a wrong way something in the premise of a joke, and people don't get the joke. So you have this silence.
Yes.
And you don't understand why, because the joke this joke worked for ages.
Yeah.
Now, why you're not laughing? Because you pronounced something in the beginning, and it was, you know, when you see, I said, for example, sheep.
Yeah.
Sheep and sheep. I still don't understand how to pronounce different the animal and the boat.
Okay, well here's the trick. Sheep has got 2 E's in it. So sheep, so just stay in there for a long time, and when you do the ship one, you're just going to close it right down. So ship, almost like SHP. If you were pronouncing SHP, how would you pronounce that? How would you say ship?
Ship.
Yeah, that's it.
Ship.
Just say SHP. Take the vowel out, and then you'll get there quicker. It's like with Yassine from France. Law was very difficult. L-A-W. Very difficult for French people to say law, because law. Well, and I said, think of the word as L-O-R, law, because that's that's how in English, British English, we pronounce it in England. Law, we just say law, even though it's actually written Lao.
Yeah.
Really?
And also word and word. Word as a planet, and word as a the word.
Okay, for that one, you've got to hit the L like crazy for the word world. World. You got to hit that L. World. It's all in the RLD. You got to, if you had the letter, forget the O.
Yeah.
And just write WRLD. How would you pronounce that? World.
Word.
No, but you got to hit the L. Hit the L strong. This
Word. Word.
Yeah, capital L in there. Put a small W, small R, capital L, small D. World.
Yeah.
World. It's maybe easier in American English. World.
Yeah. No, the fact is that now when I know that there are some trouble words for me, for me, I start to be very, very clear about the context.
Yeah.
So I take a long time to define exactly what I'm saying, and then I deliver the joke.
Another trick is don't use world, just say planet or globe.
Exactly. A lot of synonyms for my...
Yeah.
Another time I was talking about when I was at high school, I was at a party, and the wind was very strong. This was the joke. But somehow I say wind. So nobody got the joke, and I ended at the end of the routine, and nobody laughed at all.
What was the word you were trying to say?
Weed.
Oh, the weed. Yeah, you've got, if it's 2 E's, sheep or weed, you've got to stay in those E's. E's is weed. And do a mime with it.
Exactly.
If you go, the weed was very strong, and then they'll know, oh, it's not, because I couldn't hear that time. But
exactly. No, still, so sometimes I have to talk, I say marijuana. so it's much clearer.
Yeah.
So Mark helped me to be clear, because he wanted to be sure that I was sure about what I was saying. You know, because sometimes you're frustrated because you say, oh, this routine doesn't work anymore. No, because you say another sentence.
Yes.
That's what happened.
Yeah, well, it is. The setup is so important, isn't it? Certain keywords in the setup, and then you hit that one word of punchline, and boom, that releases the joke.
Yeah.
And if they haven't worked out what you're talking about, you're lost. And then we're just talking. Then we're just saying words, you know, which is not so good.
Yeah, you're lost. Sometimes you got lost. Yeah.
So, do you now do a comedy? Do you do any comedy shows in Italy on the television or?
Yeah. I'm doing a show for Comedy Central at this moment.
Great.
And it's my show. It's called The Roast of Italy. So basically, it's like I'm doing the roast to my country for Comedy Central.
Oh, right. So I just explain to people in the UK, or maybe around the world, but it's a big American thing. A roast is where people get up and say funny but attacky, sort of spiky things about it, and you roast them. Yeah, that's what you're doing. So roasting Italy.
Yeah, I mean, roasting Italy. Even here, the concept wasn't very clear at the beginning, so I have to explain what it is. But it's more about I'm trying to make a show. I choose 8 themes, and very Italian themes, so kids, politics, and I don't know, sex and love. And I'm trying to write material about it. And when you have to write material as a comedian, you have to make experiences. You have to leave your comfort zone and get in trouble, basically. So you can write material. So basically the show is me doing this experience like a documentary with cameras following me doing babysitting to a couple of kids. And then at the end I write material about the experience. It's very interesting because you can see what it's like to be a comedian, because you cannot do comedy staying home and just I don't know, watching other shows or surfing the internet.
Yes.
You have to live your life as much as it's possible in these times, to be honest.
Yes. And so once COVID goes, you can get back into that. I take it at the moment everything's kind of stopped in Rome and in Italy.
Yeah, I hope that we start. Like, I think stand-up will be huge in Italy.
Yes, I do too. Oh, lost you, frozen a bit. If you can hear me, Francesco, your picture has frozen. Oh, you're back. Hello.
Okay.
Yes.
No, I was saying that I think that stand-up would be huge.
It's gone again, sorry. Don't know why it's there.
Oh.
One more time. You're back.
Okay.
You're saying it's going to be huge?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Because there are so many young comedians. I'm trying to. Okay.
It's coming and going.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I can see you too. If the worst comes to worst, we can go. Okay. You could switch the video off for a bit, and I can just talk to you like a radio program, which would save Wi-Fi. But carry on for the moment. If it goes again, then we'll just you switch off your video, and then we'll carry on doing a radio program. If you can hear me.
Okay, let me see. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I was saying that I really hope that we start doing comedy shows very soon, because there are so many young comedians at the moment, and young audiences, and so they really want to hear something new, especially in those times that people need to laugh.
Yes.
I think this is universal. This is truly universal. Everywhere in the world, people need comedy.
Yes, indeed. Now, Francesco, I've just realised that in front of me, that I'm supposed to talk to someone at 1:30. Yeah. You have to interrupt me, Sarah, on that.
Yes, that's fine. We were happy to let you carry on chatting with Francesco.
Well, can I talk to?
We can wrap
Chris.
now.
Can I talk to Chris at 1, or is there someone at 2, or is someone set up for on the hour? Can I talk to this person, Ian? Can I talk to this Chris Thompson? It's his birthday.
We have.
Yes. A bit louder.
We have someone lined up every half an hour. But we can talk to Francesco later on if you like.
Yeah, no, I think we've had a good talk with Francesco. I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you, Francesco. Good luck to you in Rome, everyone in Italy. We say ciao, which you can say means goodbye and hello. Yes, ciao. Yeah.
Ciao.
It's
yes.
you and the Hawaiians like aloha. They both mean the same. So thank you, and I'll see you soon. And ciao.
Ciao, Sarah. Ciao, everybody.
Ciao, Francesco. Bye.
Ciao. Thank you. Ciao.
Take care. Okay. Now, what I'd like to do, can we ask Ian, can we ask Chris, if I could talk to him in 5 minutes, I'm going to have a break now. Okay. And then if we could move the 2 o'clock one on, I'll have a quick pit stop. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Everything.
Right.
Starting up again. Full stop. Eddie. Okay. So, I'm going to talk to Chris Thompson. It's his birthday today. So what are we, the 4th? Yeah.
Very
4th.
nice to see.
Hello, Chris.
Yes.
Hi. How are you?
Hello.
Hi, how are you? And who are you with? Who's with you?
This is my partner, Verity.
Verity.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi, Verity. Fantastic hair you've got. I'm trying to compete with you, but mine are extensions. I'm sure yours are all grown out.
Thank you.
But
We did wonder.
I have been a fan of long hair for a long time, and suddenly I thought I'm going for extensions.
Yeah.
And if I get
We
it
just
right,
thought-
if I get it right, it swishes my ponytail. But anyway,
You can't beat a good swish.
yes, I know. It's well, happy birthday to
Thank
you,
very
Chris.
much, Ed. That's lovely.
Are you 22?
Thank you, darling.
Yes.
I used my Aerosolve this morning for you, just so I could get rid of those lines. No,
Yes.
I'm 48.
You're 48.
Would you believe it? And I'm not joking. We actually got my birthday wrong. We thought it was my birthday was on Tuesday.
Right.
And so we woke up this morning. Everyone had convinced themselves it was on the 5th. And so this morning, it's like, wake up, it's my birthday. Oh shit, where are the presents? So that just proves the parallel universe we're living in at the
So
moment.
hang on,
Trying to get our birthday.
How did you do this? You mean the rest of your family and friends thought it was the 5th, but you
Yeah,
knew it was.
very-
Well, something to do with me, Eddie, and the fact that I was convinced it was tomorrow. So I had decided that it would be a good idea to get all his friends and family to do a little video clip so I could put something together.
Gotcha.
So it was Tuesday, so I convinced myself that it was actually tomorrow, but alas, it's today. So we've got 2 days of celebrating.
Yeah. So
Right.
I thought, sorry, let's have 48 days of birthdays. So we're going to have 2 days of celebration.
Okay, so you're 48 in Earth years, but how old are you in your head? I think this is very important. How old are you in there?
Very good question. I'd probably say about 24.
Very good. I'm 22. You see, I stay at 22 for some reason, but yeah, anywhere in the 20s is good. And
Yeah, definitely.
now,
Yes.
so it's great that you guys have donated. Thank you so much for donating. That's a
That's my
brilliant thing.
favourite.
And appreciate anyone who's listening at izzard.com. Anywhere in the world you can donate, and you can see things on the screen how to donate if you're on a UK phone. Now this year's been very rough, or last year I should say, 2020. So you'd like to talk about that? Tell us about that, because it's good for people to know and to share, and we can all learn from your experiences.
Yeah, it's due to Hackney quit. You know, it's been a challenging one for everyone. I think for my situation, unfortunately my father became very badly ill mentally this year, and my mum quite a traumatic experience she had personally as well. So I found myself having to take 3 months off from, they call it high-flying corporate life. I'm not really a corporate bloke at all, to be honest. Executive in sales in London. I hate the trip going up there. But one of my biggest regrets in life was my grandfather asked me to be at his bedside when he died of cancer about 20 years ago, and I always regretted not going to see him. And I couldn't forgive myself if I didn't look after my mum and dad. So I spent 3 months working with mental health providers and clinicians to get my mum and dad better again. I didn't even recognise my mum and dad. It was unbelievable, and that was a real wake-up call for me. I've been in the Priory before from overworking, doing software targets for years on years, done a great number, and then you've got to do it all over again. And your only quotient of whether or not you've had a good year is whether or not you've done a number for a Wall Street software company.
Right.
And you can't really measure happiness other than sort of what else you've done. Things like going on ski races, raising money for Starlight Foundation, which is what I like doing. So at the end of that, I came back and, I had a conversation with my company and decided to part ways. And in the middle of that, Verity was going through a very, very bad divorce, to the extent that she's had to move out of her house, and looked after her. And you know what? We're trying to get through it the other side. And now I've realised, having been someone who's always very sort of focused on having everything dotted and the I's crossed and all the rest of it, that just if you put your pants on the wrong way around, if you pick the odd socks up in the morning, doesn't matter really, and just go with the flow and hopefully try and do something on my own now. So the most important thing is my mum and dad are now getting a bit better.
Oh, that's great.
Obviously, lots of people have lost their families, so yeah, that was really it. But I think Derek's was, you know, more importantly, helping out someone like Derek who's going through a bit of a tough time, because I think it's very tough for women who are living with husbands that are not, you know, that are not getting on particularly well with you. I must be careful what I say because we're going through a divorce at the moment.
Right.
But
Not us.
But I think it's very important that we all know that, you know, if there are relationships, there's got to be respect between the two of you, and also with work. Life's too short to carry on doing something where it's just dominated by a Zoom call. Just to mention that, Eddie, it's very funny. When just before we were coming on, Carol gave us a ring to say that the last conversation going exceptionally well for Eddie. My last Zoom call was a breakdown in front of the boarded boots when I had to do a pitch to them, and I completely lost the plot.
Oh wow!
Because it just wasn't important to me at all in terms of. And Boots were lovely. They turned around and said, "You come back to us when everything's okay."
Oh, that's nice.
They were absolutely lovely. So of course, when Carol said the Zoom call you're going to go on was going so well with the other one. This is my first Zoom call since the Boots.
Well, we're going to make it nice. I'm going to add to it. Have you seen the film Elf? John Favreau film? Yeah.
Yes.
Have you seen it recently?
Yes, we have. Yes,
yeah, because it's James Caan does a pitch, and he pulls out of the pitch to go with his son in that. So, yeah, which is just a nice link up. Sometimes you just have to drop things and go with what's important. Well, I was talking to Francesco Di Carlo. He's an old friend and a comedian, and I have a screen in front of me, which is probably what you can see. There's a camera just above it, but beneath that is details of what's coming up, and we're still working out how we're doing this. So I just didn't read anything because I was, you know, staying in the conversation. So that's why that happens. Apologies for keeping you waiting there, but that's what.
That's cool.
And
one thing I would say about last year is that despite it being so difficult for so many people, it's also taught us to really appreciate the simple things. And, you know, I know it was very stressful for lots of people homeschooling their children and things like that, but that's something I really enjoyed, spending more time with my daughter and with both the girls, and really going back to basics. It was lovely. I mean, we were lucky because it was summer, and it's a bit more challenging now because it's, you know, grey and you know, colder. But you have to look at the positives, I guess, in these things as well.
I think you have to grab hold of the any positives you can. I mean, and you're talking, Chris. Well, mental health for all of us, mental health, and I know people are worried about lockdown. What does it do to mental health? But we have just got to get through it. My worry is, and we already know there's more strains of COVID coming through. I don't think this is going to be the last one. If you go back, Ebola, SARS, all the way back to Spanish flu, as they called it, in 1919, I think this is going to come again. There's so many of us, and we'd like to have a decent life, but I think we've got to learn coping mechanisms, and maybe this, you know, doing, you know, little link-up calls where you can see people's faces, having a chat, talking about this. I know my brother's extended family, they get together and they do card games and this games, and maybe this is the way that we'll have to learn how to do this to move forward, because I don't know what you think on that. Does that make sense to you?
I think it might even sort of bring forward to sort of virtual reality where actually you see yourselves in 3D a little bit more.
Yes.
I think one of the things that I'm a very sort of social person. I love going out and seeing my clients and prospects and having a chat. But in the corporate world, there's very much that sort of veneer that you put on, which is you feel like you should say something for the sake of it, or you brown nose with an extra comment, and someone, you know, virtually next door to you on the same call goes, why on earth did you say that for?
Yeah.
And it's the problem is you don't get that that intimacy, that sort of like, let's at 11 o'clock, let's go down and have a coffee together outside of the office, and then find out what's going on. You can't really do that because those Zoom calls are with everybody else in the company, and everyone's on their heightened corporate game. And I found that very difficult to adjust to, and I still find it almost impossible to go back to. But like this is what I love, because we're being so transparent and open. I just find it, if these Zoom calls happen, they need to be less frequent and a lot more genuine between people, because I think it's going to be very difficult for companies and that sort of work groups to sort of bond together.
Yeah.
So maybe the augmented reality, the third, I don't say I've got to look like Clark Kent, but maybe a three-dimensional view of people may be a way forward to take the Zooms to the next level.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think of that.
Yeah, no, I do think holograms are coming, and people will be able to do gigs virtually around the world. Even in COVID conditions, you could do a gig and turn up in a room, there could be a band there, or a stand-up doing a set. So, yes, I think that's going to come in and help us. But we have got to work about it. I'm interested in what you were saying about you need to... I could have been in the corporate world, put it this way. I did accounting and financial management with mathematics at university at Sheffield. I dropped out because I knew I didn't want to do that. I already knew. Well, I knew when I was 7 I wanted to act. So, but I could have got swept up into that, come on, let's get some more money in. Let's make more money and pile it up, I suppose. That's what you do. But I've done all okay doing this. But I have recently been doing things more to the side. I did charity shows in the summer, and it was wonderful to do that and get some venues going down in Bexhill and Eastbourne on the south coast, my sort of twin cities where I grew up. Gran was born in one, and granddad was born in the other, and doing things which feel good and make everyone feel good, as opposed to the pure business thing where you can get lost. And I think you've been struggling with, and I love it. You say you don't know quite what you're going to do now, but you think you've got to strike out, and that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just any step is just the first step is just any step. Do you know what I mean? I talking about running and stuff. I live in a little place called Shear down outside Guildford, which is where The Holiday was filmed. So you can have a snog under the brass plaque at the local pub where Jude Law serenaded, what was the name of that lady? What was the name of the actress? Anyway.
I'm going to Google it.
There's Kate Winslet.
Kate Winslet. He was the real stunner. Blonde hair. Cameron Diaz. Really good extensions. Us boys run around the village quite a lot, and I saw them last week mentioned what you were doing about the 31 marathons. I'm 48, the rest of the guys are about 32. I just could not believe that, no matter what the age is, how you could do 31 marathons, let alone just one marathon.
Well, I have to say,
I don't know how you summoned the mental spirit to actually do it. I know it almost feels like the mind is trying to make the body slave to it.
Well, in fact, how are you moving physically?
The feet are all right because I have orthotics in. Paul Harradine is my podiatrist. He's based in Portsmouth. Do check him out because he's one of the top in the country. And he's great, and he makes you the orthotics. So it's a little insoles. He measures your feet, and my right foot turns out a bit. So he puts an orthotic in, and it makes it turn in not too much, so that you don't, running completely the opposite way. Because I've been doing, it's been turning out, I think, since I was a kid. But he just makes it very happy, the foot very happy. So the hips are happy. Legs are very tired. Body's okay. But it is a mind gig. And in fact, everything is. And that's what you're talking about. The mental health thing is, if your mind is not happy, you will not do it. If I'm motivated, I'll do 25 hours a day. And if not motivated, I will not get out of bed.
What's the inspiration? I mean, what is the inspiration, Eddie? I mean, is it literally? I mean, is it like you can vision yourself, toys and stuff going to children in the hospital in Almonds or. Do you actually visualise what it is that whoever's the recipient of all the charity work that you're doing?
There's two pieces to this. There's an overall. I have a worldview. I never really heard about worldviews, but I'm somewhat encyclopedic on World War II, and I heard that Hitler had this worldview where Germany was going to take over the world, all this stuff which the modern Germany does not agree with at all. And I thought, that's what a worldview is? Well, that's a horrible worldview. Well, it's a very insular one. And I thought, sure, I've got to come up with a worldview because I'm someone who wanted to stand in the last election. I'm looking for a seat. I will stand in a by-election or the next election for the Labour Party and get in. And my worldview is everyone in the world, 7.8 billion people, deserve to have the right to have a fair chance in life. So that's my starting point. I've got a lot of energy. I came out as transgender 35 years ago, and that was, if you think about the mental health thing, the positiveness of coming out, the negativeness of staying in the closet, but the fight I had to go through to establish my place in society. I've done what I call being entrepreneurial with my confidence. So I take, instead of money as in business, I take the confidence built from coming out, and then I started street performing, couldn't do that, learned how to do that, started doing stand-up, couldn't do that, learned how to do that, and acting, and now activism. So I'm a sort of a politician without portfolio, and I want to be in there doing help. And most people will say, well, this is my constituency, this is my part of the country, this is this. I'm saying this is our world, and I want to try and fight for it. And I'm going to use this energy at a time of separation to say, make even stronger connections than before. So that's my overall. If I can do something that's, as you mentioned, you do 31 marathons. Other people have done more, but it's still, I look so ordinary, I think. Some people look amazing, look like athletes. I look like some git who's just waddling away, not very fast. Yes. But if I can get it done, it's good.
I think it's inspirational.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, to lesser known comedians like David Williams, of course, I think you're absolutely right. The spectrum of who you are as an individual physically and what you're doing, you match doing 31 marathons to someone like maybe an Ian Botham or a Lewis Hamilton, but someone that can do 31 marathons, and also someone like Williams that crossed the Channel and swam up the Thames. I mean, you're quite right. It's just so. You just can't compute it, and that's probably the most inspiring thing, because hopefully you don't have to be watching Gymshark on YouTube, watching everyone doing sit-ups and got these perfect six-packs, which when you get to 48, you give up completely. You just want to do it so that you're enjoying yourself. But I still can't believe that you can summon that physical and mental strength, especially the mental strength, to be able to do it. I mean, how do you do the stand-up at the end? You're not mentally drained. Does the adrenaline not come out the body at the end of it? And then how do you pick yourself up for the inspiration?
That is interesting. If I'm talking, this is why I like to have guests on, because I like talking to people anyway. But if I'm talking to you, I'm not thinking about the body. The brain has got enough to think about in listening to what you're saying, understanding, and so the pain in my body. I'm now running at 8 kilometers an hour. Again, that's not very fast, but I should be doing this at 7. But I find that if I'm talking to people, I can just kid my body that I'm not doing anything. I'm at home in the bath chatting to you now. But that's what I'm trying to tell. Well, say relaxing on a sofa, say that one.
Do you go faster with a good conversation, slow with a bad one?
Yeah, I could take this up. Let's try this. I'm going to take it up to 10 kilometers an hour. That will annoy the people. That will annoy the people. You can see it on my screen. This will annoy them.
You get those extensions in the treadmill, we're fucked. Excuse my French.
No, we will be fucked. Sarah, can you put out a message? I've just come off Swift. Tell them I'm just running at 10k ph for a short while.
Sure, will do.
Blimey.
Everyone on Swift who's joining me, they're going, what's she doing? What's going on? And anyway, I'll slow down. Actually, don't worry, Sarah. I'll slow down.
Eddie, so I'm guessing from your sort of worldly perspective on why and how you approach these things. You weren't particularly happy about us leaving Europe then.
I'm a proud British person, proud European, proud world citizen, and it's inevitable that we will come back to our continent because it's our continent. It's not going anywhere. And so I know the latest poll was 10% more people wanted to stay in Europe than leave, but Boris Johnson, he wants to take us out. And we had all this referendum, it was 52-48. The first referendum was 66-34. Everyone forgets the first one in 75. So anyway, it's happened. Then things continue, but I will fight for us because the only way the world works, I think, is if we all learn to live together and work together in some shape or form. And if we start going back into building walls and frontiers, humanity is going backwards. That is my feeling. And I'm going to fight against that and for us being making even stronger connections than before, because you can't legislate against our souls. You can't legislate against our feelings. I'll still do gigs in different countries. I'll still tour the world. I'll still go out there and meet people and make connections and encourage them to come to Britain and encourage other people to come where I'm going. So I've looked at I've studied humanity. I said this to my brother. I said, don't say you're a student of humanity, but I am. If you come out as transgender, you have to get pretty good at looking at humanity. And I guessed forward that when I came out when I was 23, I'm now 58, that things could get better if I could make a conversation going, because I didn't have all the words. I didn't know how to articulate how I was feeling, what I was trying to express, but I knew it was real. But I thought if I started doing it, if I start my own sense of the conversation, but if I do stuff, other people may come, younger people say, well, I'm going to express myself too. And so more and more people, LGBT people, can come out. It's still difficult, but that's where my inner strength comes from. If you think back to 1984, 84 was 85 when I came out. It was toxic. If you were trans, TV, TS, these were the terminology has changed over the years, but it was, you are a wrong person, you are a toxic person, you are wrong for this world. And I needed to say, I don't think I am. I'm a member of society, and just live and let live. Please be tolerant, and I got on with my career. I had to be as good a comedian as I could be, good a street performer as I could be, good a comedian, good as an actor, so that people would say, they're not getting a free pass because they're trans, they're just doing good work. So that's been my belief. I know women have to do this, get through the glass ceiling, punch more for higher than their weight. Women should have had equal pay and equal rights from 70,000 years ago, when brain power, we worked out that was the thing that was driving it, not physical muscle power. But women are owed back pay and back rights for 70,000 years.
Yeah. Did you ever think that I was very lucky? My father was from tenement block in Scotland, so a very poor chap, but wanted to do his best for his daughter and his son. I wasn't an academic guy at all. I went down to college down in Sussex called Hurstfield Point. I think you may have gone to Eastbourne. Yeah,
I went to Eastbourne. Granddad born in Eastbourne.
Oh, your dad was granddad in Eastbourne. But I found that those institutes, that was an all-boys school, didn't introduce girls until 12 years after I left.
Right.
And the amount of guys that I knew that were gay within the school, I mean, they were literally hiding behind couches. Some of them were very, very good rugby players. You just never believe someone, one of the prop forwards there who played for Sussex was gay. No one knows, only 3 of us know who it is, even now. But everything was geared towards, you'd have the pornos under the beds, the men only and all the rest of it. But you could definitely tell the guys that were more feminine or, looked at things in a different way. And I found that when I was at university, and I was sharing a house with 4 guys for 2 years. Now my best friend of 30 years. He came out 15 years ago. He went to the pub in the Brown Dog in Barnes, where we used to live, And he said to me, look, I've got to tell you something. And I said, you're gay, aren't you? And he goes, how did you know? And I said, well, A, the first thing is I've downloaded your iPod for the last 2 years, all the songs, and it's the most campus set of music ever. But B, I knew you were different at college, at university. And I think my issue is that the institutions now, that including companies that sort of sneer at these individuals, I think that's where the problem starts. Once we can start opening them up, and schools can be, if a child wants to come to school in a skirt, and my nephew is 5 years old, 6 years old, he wears a dress every day. He's now growing his hair. My aunt, my sister, his mother's probably toe-curling saying this publicly, but we love it. Everyone's saying you might be a ballerina. And I said, well, that may not be the case. You can't just suddenly say he's going to automatically be a ballerina, but he clearly likes wearing.
Well, I would have been very happy to go to school in a dress because I knew from the age of 5. But I would have been a tomboy, tomgirl. That's where I would have been running up, climbing trees, putting on makeup when I was up there. One of my earliest jokes was that. But yeah, schools are getting better. I will say this, Eastbourne College I went to, and Bede School in Eastbourne, they're both private schools, but we went there because Mum died when we were very young, and that wasn't the way we were going. But anyway, these two schools, I've played there in girl mode, as I call it, and the headmaster introduced me, and I did the whole gig, my whole stand-up gig, and you'd assume that their politics, in a general way, would be much more conservative / right wing, and not, they wouldn't want me there, but they were cool about that, and they've always been pretty cool about that at that school since I came out. And at Bede School, they're younger, 13 down, and I gave them a talk. I did a Dickens show, Charles Dickens, Great Expectations. I do a solo version of it. And then the next morning I came and did a talk to the older kids, about 11, 12, 13. And I asked if there's any questions they wanted to answer. And the kids came back, about 15 kids came back to another room, and they asked me individual questions. And one young boy said he was gay, and he'd never said it before. And the head teacher, he said to me, it was a powerful day. And I thought, whoa, that just gets me there, because when you were at school, I mean, you're very younger than me. I mean, these schools, they had, people say, boarding schools, everyone was openly gay, or encouraged people to be gay. Not the case. I think it's genetic, it's inbuilt, and if you said you were gay, and the word was queer, the word has been reclaimed by LGBT people, well done them, but it was a very negative word in those days, and you would get your head kicked in. Basically, it was head kicked in. And I fancy girls, fancy women, so I could always, and I look kind of, very boyish, so no one was thinking, oh, you must be trans. They just couldn't see it. But I knew I was. And it has never moved since I was 5. I haven't gone, oh, this or that. My title, when I came out in 85, that was TV, which was transvestite but abbreviated. And there was TS, which was transsexual. So just the language that we use, just like African American people in America, the language changes over the decades.
Yes, exactly.
But it's so much, it is better now. And I've even taken someone was hurling abuse at me outside my house, just a couple of years ago. And I knew their name, so I reported this name because they were saying very violent things and horrible things to me. I gave as good back, so I do that. If anyone shouts hellish things at me, I will shout hellish things back. But I went to the police, they took it very seriously, and they looked into it, and it's a hate crime to hurl abuse to people. It is a hate crime, and for against women, against people of different coloured skin, LGBT people, and you have to do the day in court. That's the tricky thing, and I think I was very prepared to do my day in court, and they were found guilty of doing a hate crime. So I feel things are getting better.
Yeah, well, people need to be made accountable for their actions, don't they?
Yeah.
And that is 100% unacceptable. But I think with everything in life, it's, people need to learn to be less judgmental and more forgiving and understanding that we're all different. And that's okay.
Yep. Do you think over the years of your life, things that have got any better for women? A little bit better, somewhat better, much better?
Well, I still think there's massive issues within. I mean, my first job I was in advertising, and that's a very male-orientated, industry. And I mean, there's definitely huge issues still within that. I think probably it's getting slightly better, but then, I think women still have to fight for the fact that, you're supposed to work like you're not a mother, work like you don't have children, mother like you don't have a job, be the best parent. I mean, there's so much pressure put on everybody in society, and actually we're all winging it. Everyone's just trying to get on and get by, and I think it's very easy to be judged, and people can be negative much more than positive. I mean, often one of the things I'll often do, just genuinely from my heart, is pay someone a compliment and sort of say, oh, you look great today, or and people kind of look at you like there's something wrong, and it's like, actually, just being kind and being nice to people is so positive and powerful. Yeah. And actually, I think if everyone in society, I know it sounds cheesy, but if everyone in society was a little bit more like that, it would be a much nicer place. And actually, you measure success on what, being, making money, or being, actually there's a huge amount more you can measure success on. And starting with real basics, like, not being judgmental, learning to live all together nicer, in a nicer world, all of those things. Teaching kids to be kind, not judge each other. If you want to wear a skirt, if you want to, whatever, do it, and encourage each other to have confidence. And I mean, I always say to my daughter, wear what you want to wear, you just wear it with confidence and be proud of who you are. Yep.
Eddie, on that positive sentiment, I think we're going to have to wrap, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, guys, I'm getting told we have to go on to a new guest because I keep talking to people. So sorry, but happy birthday again.
It's been a pleasure.
Great talking to you. Thank you.
Love you, Eddie.
Thank you.
Keep going.
I'll carry on fighting. Cheers.
Good luck.
Now, do I have time for a quick break?
Yes, if you need a break, absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to have a quick break. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
have Reese on Zoom ready to talk when you're up.
Yes, Reese. Just hang on one second. Oh, you're here. Hi, Reese. Reese Jones, welcome.
And frankly bonkers. If I can start this by saying well done, it's completely nuts. But yeah, amazing.
Thank you. Now I'm going to just read up, because I got a bit of stuff about work for the Samaritans.
Yes, I volunteer. I do listening volunteering with the Samaritans. Have done for a couple of years now.
Excellent. My dad did that as well, so well done you guys, because that's a very, it's a wonderful thing to do to help people who are in a very tough place.
I think it's quite important as well that people have an outlet to be able to talk about things that, like, they wouldn't normally talk to other people about in a way that they're not worried about any back chat from or anything like that. I think it's super important.
Yeah. Yes. No, that is brilliant. It's just so the Samaritans. Now this is in the UK as opposed to around the world, but I think there are other sister organisations around the world probably. Is the number easy to remember?
Yes, it's 116123 in the UK. It's a free phone number. 116123. That's
okay. So if anyone doesn't know it or knows anyone who needs that number, 116123, good to get it out there. Probably they could just Google that. Google Samaritans.
There's also an email address. It's just jo@samaritans.org.
Right.
So you can email correspond as well.
Oh right, okay. That's it. Yes, I hadn't thought of that. And I hear you're also one half of a magic comedy duo.
Yes, we're called Morgan and West. We've been around for about 10 years now, a little over 10 years. Obviously, we've not been doing quite so many shows in the last 9-10 months. And we've narrowly missed crossing paths with you on a number of occasions, including, I think you were at the Hay on My Book Festival back in 2017 when your autobiography came out. And we were in the tent next door doing 2 shows, so we only caught the last 5 minutes of your show, sadly.
That's a lovely festival, isn't it?
It was amazing. We had, we've only done it once, and it was just absolutely brilliant. Really, the lovely audiences, just really warm and friendly and fun, and it was such enormous fun. And great lunch. They had a really great lunch as well.
Oh, I didn't manage to have the lunch.
We should have the lunch. The lunch
I think
was
I
good.
had a neck problem, or maybe that was I played there twice, but it's on the Wye River, in the Wye Valley, and that's the town of Hay. And it has, it has a lot of bookshops there, doesn't it? Because that's
full of bookshops. I think you can spend weeks there, can't you, if you like books, just wandering around and finding what treasures they've got in them all.
So that's why it's a brilliant thing, and they do that every year. Obviously, everyone in 2020 had to do something weird. But, so you know Matt Ricardo?
Yes, we met Matt first, probably about 10 years ago actually, our first Edinburgh Fringe, and we've been good friends ever since really. Love what he does, always have, love working with Matt whenever we get a chance. We used to do a lot of cabarets with him 5 or 6 years ago now, a lot of fun, lovely guy.
Matt started playing at Covent Garden just as I was, I think in my last year, about, what would that be, 89 I think. So, yes, I know from back in the days, and I feel my street. Did you ever do pure street performing?
No, we've never done street performing because frankly it terrifies us. It's just having to gather the crowd yourself and then keep them there for the length of your pitch and then the build up. Especially because we find, I think I'd be even more worried about it with magic because the thing with magic is that if it goes wrong, you haven't got anything. It's I can't imagine doing 40 minutes of build up just that and then nothing. That would be, I think I'd die of embarrassment.
Well, it was, I must say, street performing is the ninja training of all performance types. It is the hardest thing I've ever done. And because I played on the street, performed on the street for 4 years, that's why I could play Madison Square Garden and Hollywood Bowl. Even though I'm bigging myself up, I do, particularly Hollywood Bowl, because it's 15,000 plus, and it's outdoors. And I seem to be the first solo stand-up to play there, even considering all the American stand-ups. And then I played there twice now, and I still don't think even American stand-ups are going there, because they think it's outdoors, we can't do outdoors. But it's a state of mind. Anyway, I had so much experience of playing outdoors that Hollywood Bowl was just wonderful, because I do remember being at Covent Garden, and You might have seen street shows, even if you haven't done street. Have you done street shows?
Yeah, I've watched so many street shows in my time. I love watching them. I adore watching street shows. I love watching how people do them masterfully. But
good street performance, great to watch. And I remember putting out my props. You'd put out little things beforehand, and then people could sense you doing a show. And some guy just came through and kicked them over. I think either accidentally or slightly on purpose. And I was sort of putting it back in order. And I was singing to myself, "There's no business like show business," kind of under my breath, liking the irony of the fact that I was in show business but barely, and I extrapolate myself up to the Hollywood Bowl, and that's a nice little journey there.
It's an incredible journey. It's an amazing journey.
Now, when you do your magic, are you a manipulator? Are you someone who can do that very dexterous thing?
No, in fact, in the double act, my partner in the double act, Rob, he affectionately calls me Mittens because I am dreadful with the sleight of hand stuff. We do a bit of mind reading. Mostly what we do is sort of very comedic stuff because we like the way we like to think of it is we take the magic seriously, but we don't take ourselves seriously. We like to be silly and have fun because. Why not? There's only so much you can do in life if you can't have fun. I think it's a bit of a shame. So that's the aim really with everything we do.
Because some people take magic very seriously. Don't tell anyone about it. I do know someone who would. I can't tell you how this happens. You have to be in the circle of the magic circle. But when I got to Covent Garden, I was like inside the wire, underneath inside the inner circle, and I would see magicians. I'd see them practicing for one, which is beautiful. Just watching a magician do great manipulation is beautiful.
Oh, there's two types of magic practice. There's the magic practice when you're actually practicing something, and there's the magic practice when you know someone's watching, which is the kind of practice where it's kind of like, oh, I'm going to do this thing that I can definitely do really well to show off. Get that,
Yes.
I think there's
I
two
don't
types
mind
of
that.
magic practice.
I don't mind that. It's because if it's good card manipulation, it's great, or whatever it is. But I've got a question, which I was talking about before, and you might have an opinion on it. Is Tommy Cooper, the great Tommy Cooper, who I take it you know Tommy Cooper, even though a young person.
Born in the same town as he was born. So, born in Caerphilly.
Caerphilly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, hello to everyone in Wales who's watching in Caerphilly. But yes, the great Tommy Cooper. Now he would do these. If you haven't seen it, you look on YouTube, Tommy Cooper, and you can just look it up. Guy very tall, 6'5" in a red fez hat, and he's doing these magic tricks. And I think there are essentially two types of magic tricks. One, a magic thing that the people will learn to manipulate, and this is broadly, there could be more, but in an actual trick sense, you manipulate something, you do sleight of hand, you do something kind of amazing with misdirection. And there's a second thing where you can buy a trick. You can pay money and there's a thing and you pull a lever and it looks pretty impressive. And I think all of Tommy Cooper's were the bought variety. They were all kind of, remember he had bottles going into bottles, coming out of bottles. I think that was just a lever. I mean, it's beautiful because he just did it. I think that's how he took off, because he couldn't really get a magic trick to work, but he was so beautiful accidentally.
That's part of it, isn't it? Because I think to me, it doesn't really matter whether whether magic is a trick, is like you say, like a skill-based trick or a lever-based trick or what have you. It's the performance, it's the bringing it to life for people and making them enjoy it. That's the thing that matters. And Tommy Cooper was amazing at that. He was just phenomenal.
Some people used to say, "Oh, he really can do all the magic stuff anyway," and I think he couldn't. And I don't think that takes anything away from him. But I think Tommy couldn't do them to save his life, but could buy the ones, and probably guys were making stuff for him, and say, look, you do this, you pull this thing off, bottle thing, cup, ball, and if you do that, it'll look good. And then he could just weave his verbal magic around it, and it didn't matter.
What would you want?
Yeah.
What would you want? That's the thing. I mean, if I'm anything to go by, then certainly you can get away with a lot not being very good at doing magic. Certainly.
Yes. Well, I'm not going to say yes. I'm going to say I would believe so. But I mean, can we do that in comedy? No, I suppose all we got is words, really. So, because I used to do knockabout comedy initially with my partner Rob, not your partner Rob, but my partner Rob Ballard.
I mean, if it was my partner Rob, I'd be furious he hasn't told me about it, Frank.
No, that'd be weird. maybe all parts of the ballroom. And we used to just make bowls of cornflakes disappear and buckets of water disappear and stuff like this with the cloths of death. This is what we found. We found on the street, you see, you haven't played it, but you say it's very difficult to get the audiences, and the attention spans drop. So the adults become children, and the children become animals. That's how, that is it. The kids are just running riot. It's like a lot of people are hearing this stuff everywhere. They're not paying a blind bit of attention. And the adults will give you, if you do go longer than 20, 30 seconds without holding them, they go, come on, let's go get a cup of tea. And they're off. And if there's enough of them, like schools would come, a teacher would come along in a school, half term or in a holiday period, probably a half term or a school trip maybe, and they'd turn up with, say, 20 kids, and they'd sit down at the West Piazza Covent Garden, famous West Piazza, where Eliza Doolittle was selling flowers in My Fair Lady, and they'd sit there waiting for the next show, and we knew if they were in that audience, they would be there for 20 minutes. You'd build up quite a nice edge, and your edge is your boundary, is your energy, and then the teacher would go, okay, we're now going on to do something else, and half your show would leave, and it would kill the show because the energy would just disperse. So we'd actually go up to the teacher and say, what we're doing is disgusting. It's a horrible show. You would hate this. The kids will hate it. They will have nightmares. Oh, I wouldn't. If I were you, I would. There's many more interesting things over there, I think, in some.
Did that get rid of them, or did that just encourage them to stay for the whole thing?
They would go on. They would go off. You wouldn't do anything until they went, because it would. Right. I had done it a few times, and you would. It's very difficult to explain, but I feel I'm an expert in the energy of a performance space, because I've been in so many, and including all the street ones. I just know what works, what doesn't work, what could work. I can feel energy. I can stand in a place and feel it. It's very weird, but it's a great attribute to have if you're a performer. But like at the moment, I'm doing shows every evening after the run in Studio 2 here. Can normally seat 500 people. It's got no one in it, just a crew of 2, and Sarah, event manager, just out in the wing. So there's 3 people, and I'm just talking into the ether. But the room feels good. It feels like a room to perform in, so it's okay. It's got to have walls. It's got to be enclosed. No pillars. Pillars are horrible. It makes the energy swirl around them, just like a river. If a river comes down, hits a pillar, the water goes crazy. Same happens with energy in a room. I used to perform in a basement in one club. Had these great big pillars, and they would just cut the audience in about 4 sections. Terrible, horrible.
It's like when you have a room where you have gaps between sections of the audience. I always find it feels like an audience is watching another audience watching you, which I think makes a huge difference.
Yes.
Huge difference.
Exactly right. You must know of this thing. Everyone picks it up after a while, and if you could possibly, there are good venues. We're talking about indoors. There are good venues to play. It's a great venue. It just works here. But outdoors, I found in the street, they would book you and they'd say, "There's a bit of street. There's pavement. There's the cars. Do you show that?" I said, "No, this is." And I had no words. I had no phrases to articulate why this was a nightmare. And I had to say, "This is a terrible street venue. This is not a good street venue. This is just a piece of pavement. The footfall isn't good. People are hurrying through. There's cars. Noise, tension is all over the place. You have sent me to a bad street venue." And then they would go, "Oh, well, we'd better find a better place." But trying to articulate that, I found difficult. Sorry, I'm waffling away. It's interesting.
I think I know what you mean. We've done our fair share of shows where no one's come because no one knows who we are, and that's absolutely fine. People are taking a chance when they buy a ticket on us, but we've done ones especially earlier in our career, where we were accidentally booked into a 500-seat room and 14 people turned up.
Oh wow!
And then you've then got to look at it and go, well, how the hell do we make this work? And what we did was we dropped the curtains and we turned the stage into a tiny theatre for 14 people, because otherwise it's just going to be awful. It's going to be agony for you and for the audience. It's just going to be such. Everyone's very aware of the room's empty.
Exactly. So I was talking about exactly that thing earlier. Admit what's going on. I'll say this, there was one gig, my early stand-up gigs, there were everyone was dying, and people who you could sense that they were probably pretty good, but they were dying and dying. And I looked around and I worked out there was a hen night happening in one group. They were laughing at their own interactions. There was a group of French Canadians in there, I worked out, and then there were the rest of the audience. So French Canadians couldn't really follow what was going on. They probably had pretty good, they could have just been Canadians and some French Canadians, but they couldn't follow our references, 159 Buster Streatham, Curly Whirly, stuff like this. Hen night were having their own party and check it in or check it out as they wanted to, or saying Shirley, well, you know, just some inner reference. And everyone else didn't know what was going on. Why are they silent? Why are they laughing all the time? And why, you know, so I had to tell them what was going on, and then they understood. And then I had an okay show. I was only doing 5 minutes, open spot, but it was the energy in the room trying to explain to the audience what's going on.
You've got to get everyone on board, haven't you? Make sure that everyone knows they're on the same page.
Yeah.
Part of the fun, yeah.
So the Samaritans will do, obviously that's a volunteer work.
Yeah.
And so you make your living as the magic comedy duo, yeah?
Yes, yeah. We have. I used to be a secondary school teacher. Gave that up 9 years ago now. Used to be a maths teacher, and then went full time doing the magic comedy stuff, and been doing it ever since. And it was it's been a lot of fun. We've had a great time. Used to do the Edinburgh Fringe every year. Done a few other fringes across the world, like Adelaide and Perth. Played Magic Castle in LA a few times, and we do a lot of touring in the UK. A lot of touring in the UK, which is great fun.
I know Magic Castle in LA, yes. That's great. And that must be interesting.
It's such a bonkers place. It's such a fun, weird place. I love it.
I must admit I haven't been in, but I just go past it and go, there's the Magic Castle and it's there. And there's a great, well, there's an amazing looking Chinese restaurant just above it, I think, up the hill. Anyway, it's just...
Yes, there is, just behind it. Yes, I've never been to that restaurant. Yeah, but I know the one you mean. You should definitely, if you get a chance, I think the vibe inside the Magic Castle is just bizarre. So there's little things like you have to say open sesame to an owl, a statue of an owl, and then a bookcase slides back and that's how you get in and things like this. It's super fun. It's just delightful. And wonderfully mildly tacky in that kind of only sort of 1970s built America way it can be. It's kind of amazing.
Right, and there can't be many people who are, or maybe there are people who are doing maths teacher secondary school and then go into performing. That can't be the standard thing. I would normally think people go into performing don't have such great time, and then they go, not necessarily into teaching, but into a different job that you might think would be.
Yeah, Rob, who I did the magic with, and I met at university, and we both got science degrees, but we both did a lot of student theatre, loads and loads of student theatre,
right.
This is what we love doing. I've been doing it we've both been doing it since we were in school, in fact, really. And we picked up magic in our early 20s, and then decided to make a bit of a go of it, really. Went to the Edinburgh Fringe in 2009, then started doing our teacher training, and then did a year and a half in the school and left, much to the fury of the head teacher at the time, which is fairly understandable. So, yeah.
Okay, I've got some information about you there, which I hadn't got to. One is that you lost 6 stone recently. Lost a lot of weight.
A few years ago, so I run, not as much as you're running at the moment. I managed one marathon in my life. I did the London Marathon for Samaritans 2 years ago, and vowed never to do another race marathon again.
Right.
But part of that journey was about 4 or 5 years ago. I decided I needed to lose a lot of weight because I wasn't very happy with myself and very healthy, or it's not that there's very much nothing wrong with being healthy and being larger or smaller. I don't think any of that has any bearing on anyone. I think it's about personal happiness, and my personal happiness wasn't there with it at all. So I decided that I needed to lose a bunch of weight, and I did that, and then started running. And
right.
That's my personal happiness.
And
really.
you managed to keep it off since then?
Yes, yeah. Just I completely changed my lifestyle, really, which was hard, but for me worth it. Something I wanted to do.
Yeah, no, very cool. And there's also that you went to St John's in Porthcawl.
I did, yes.
Wow.
I was, and I remember even when I was a pupil there many years ago, the whispers around the corridor that you yourself once went there, and we never knew whether it was true or not. And then when your book came out a few years ago, and I listened to the audiobook after your delightful explanation of the audiobook having so much more in it than the written book itself. But I discovered it was true, so that was very, very exciting.
Have you been back anywhere near there recently, or to there recently? Because it's there, but it's collapsing under its own weight.
It's sadly, there's a bit of a sad story with it all, really.
Yeah.
In that it almost folded 15 years ago, and my father took over as a head teacher. He used to be a head teacher in a comprehensive school, and he was retired, and he took over for a year to help out to try and keep it on its feet. And then a little while, about 4 or 5 years after that, it sadly stopped. And a few of the teachers moved to St Clair's, the school next door, which was the convent school at the time, I think. That's no longer a convent school. It's now owned by a private school conglomerate. And I had a text from my old geography teacher about halfway through the first lockdown. And very sadly, the main school building caught fire about 6 or 7 months ago.
I was there in the summer of 2018. I was filming a film called 6 Minutes to Midnight. It's going to come out soon. And so I managed to sneak in under a wire because it was all sort of roped off.
Yeah, and overgrown and all sorts now. Because I used to live literally a 4-minute walk away from there for quite a lot of my life.
Oh, right, yeah. So I had a look around, and there was a guy who was in charge of... A guy turned up who was in charge of looking after the building. He wouldn't let us in to the headmaster's entrance. Because the roof had fallen in. He said, it's too dangerous, I'm not allowed to let you in. So, it just looked... Yeah, it was all shuttered up and not looking good. But is it all gone now? Is it sort of burnt to the ground, or is it just
the main school building, so the old schoolhouse, which was the old vicarage, wasn't it, I think, out the front, which was the headmaster's building where the boarding house was, that burnt, as far as I'm aware anyway, that caught fire 7 or 8 months ago, I think it was now.
Well, if that was a vicarage, it was in a huge amount of grounds. That must have been, what, for the church?
The grounds are owned by the Church of Wales. The school used to lease it off the Church of Wales. As far as I'm aware, this is again sort of pulling this sort of distant memory. The grounds were leased to the school by the Church of Wales on a 100-year lease back when it started in 22, if I remember the project I did in year 8.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
Well, you have a very Welsh name. And
yes.
And you grew up in that area before that? You were Porthcawl?
Yeah, I was born in Caerphilly. We moved to Porthcawl when I was 7. Went to school there. My parents were both teachers in comprehensives in South Wales.
But you don't sound... I don't hear a hugely Welsh accent coming off you. Because I do
because I moved to Oxford when I was 18 to study physics, and have stayed here really ever since. And as a result, my accent has just flattened over the years. If I go home and chat to my dad, it gets very thick and very Welsh.
Goes back to
very quickly. But if I try and put one on, it sounds inappropriate. It doesn't work.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have to say farewell to you in the moment because I have to go ahead and do a quick break and then talk to someone on the top of the hour. But
well, thank you very much for having me, and best of luck with it all. And I will keep tuning in.
Yeah, not at all. I was just going to finish up by saying, but I lived in Wales. We lived in Skewen between Swansea and Neath, and so when we went to Porthcawl, that was like going to the moon. It was so far away. But I mean, it's only 12 miles away, something like that, 10 miles away.
Yeah.
But I never developed a Welsh accent, but that would have been fun to develop it. But I didn't get there. But I'd still like to play a role in a Welsh accent because I've done Ivor the Engine in a Welsh accent, so there's an episode of me out there doing a voiceover for that, so that was nice. Anyway, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Cheers. Take care.
All the very best. Good luck.
All the best. Thanks. Oh, so now having a quick break. Full stop. Eddie. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. There's the one about the piece of Mozart. There's the one about the cruise. But particularly, we can start with the victors, I think. But this is later on when Tim comes back on in the last hour or half, or 2 hours, somewhere in there. Okay. So Steve coming on, he's going to talk to Stephen Cousins, and he's running with me. And he's done a lot of running on Twitter. He's going to be running at the same time. I'll be running second half today.
Making me live now with Stephen.
Hi there.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well, you?
I'm okay, a bit knackered, but I'm okay.
I think you've escaped from, I think you've got a bit ahead of me now. I've been standing here waiting and you've started again, haven't you?
I'm sorry, yes, I should have just put a message out.
I'll let you off. I'll just jog slowly behind.
I'll slow down so everyone can catch me up.
No, it's fine. I don't want to interrupt your rhythm.
No, well, I'll go to 7.5, but everyone, generally today, everyone's coming on and jumping. Are you going to do the whole chunk, or the whole chunk, or just
I'm
a bit?
going to do till the end with you, yeah.
Oh, wow, great. Well, yeah, now everyone's good, because even if I try and do messages, but you're on Zwift as well. Yes, of course you're on Zwift.
Yes.
But how do you find doing the messages? I find it tricky to put a message.
It can be a bit of a nightmare, especially the main thing is autocorrect, because you're typing quite quickly, trying to get a message out, and you don't check your autocorrect, so you'll press send and then just some gobbledygook comes out. It's ridiculous. It is a bit of a learned art, but there are some people much more skilled at it than I on Zwift, who can do it seemingly at the drop of a hat.
Have you tried?
But not me.
Have you tried using the microphone button and just dictating?
People tell me to do that, but no, I haven't tried that. The other thing I've tried, because years and years ago when Zwift running started, we didn't have, what we've got is these kind of workout things which gives you automatic text to tell you what to do, and what I used to do was pre-program my text messages in, and then I just had to hit one button to send a particular text message, but I don't do that anymore either now.
Well, try the microphone one, because I'm going to send that one now. I'll just show you, it's not that hard. So if I just tap the microphone, and I say, hello everyone. Oh, it's not picking it up. That's not very good. I'll try it once again.
Did it work?
No, nothing happened. All right, here we go. Hello everyone. Full stop. I'm running with Stephen Cousins at the moment. Full stop. And also a lot of other people. Full stop. Thanks for running with us. Full stop. Eddie. Boom. And you can see it's just gone up. Can you see that?
Oh my God! Right. Okay. Yeah. Now that is excellent.
Yeah.
The one problem I have with that is that I am also live streaming at the same time.
Right.
So I'm talking to viewers.
Yeah.
And isn't it odd then to kind of go to your phone, start talking to your phone, because then your viewers will go, what the hell's he doing?
Okay, well, just tell them what you're doing, because people are listening to me on my live stream, and they can sense from what you're saying. If you're doing a big general message, and you just say to your audience, I need to do a quick message for people on Zwift. Who are you talking to live streaming? Other Zwifters or people around the world, or what?
It tends to be a mixture of both, because what I tend to get is a lot of people who follow my stream who run with me at the same time, much like it is happening with you now.
Yeah.
I do a lot of group workouts and races.
Yeah.
And a lot of people find it useful to listen to me talking them through the activity, whether, if we're doing an interval session or kind of a particular workout, talking them through it and giving people encouragement as they go. So a lot of people tend to listen to my stream and do the run at the same time with me.
Right.
But then there's plenty of other people on the stream who are just watching why on earth people want to watch a middle-aged bloke running on a treadmill in his shed in the south of England, I have no idea, but some people do, so.
Well, I've also got this weird thing going on, which I'll show you, which is that I've got a baby iPad with Velcro in the back. So I just whack it on with Velcro, so when I tap inside the message button, my symbol for the microphone is quite large, and then I just talk into the thing, and it becomes like dictation you must have done at school, usually French dictation, point, virgule, and they would do this stuff, and you'd have to copy it down. But yeah, you just get. I've got more and more used to that. Doing it in a car as well. You can, or even on your headphones. I don't know if you have an iPhone, you probably want a Samsung or something like that. But you can hit that button. It's quite useful for car driving, so you're safer. And you go, hi Steve, hi Kenny. Are you a Stephen or a Steve? I take it you're a Stephen.
Well, if I'm honest, I would prefer Stephen. But
Okay.
I've got literally so many people call me Steve. I don't really care.
Yeah, I think. Let me tell. Steve Cousins sounds like you're a runner. Stephen Cousins sounds like you get tired going through all the syllables of Stephen.
Yeah, but I have delusions of grandeur. I like to think I'm far posher than I really am.
Oh, there you go.
So Stephen sounds posher, you see.
And you're Stephen with a PH, of course.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, they should have a silly fight, like a British Bulldogs or something, or some sort of thing with tennis balls between the Stephens and the Steves. You know, in a certain area.
Yeah, but I don't know who it was. Some comedian. I don't think it was you. I'm pretty sure it wasn't you. Did a hilarious video or hilarious skit of people with different names all meeting up. So Geoff and Jeff, you know, people like that.
Oh yeah.
Step Hen and Stephen, all meeting up and having conversation. It's very good.
Yes. Well, I'm slightly adjusting my speed as I talk to you, but just so that doesn't annoy you or whatever.
I can't actually see you at all, because if I bring you onto my screen, I will be showing you to my stream viewers,
right?
And you'll be doubling back. We'll be doubling back on streams, so it'd be a bit weird.
Oh, I see. Oh, crazy.
How are you feeling anyway?
Well, the body is okay. The mind is getting stronger. The legs would like to go to bed, but
yes,
they're hanging in there. What am I? I'm over 3 hours. I'm over half the distance, 21k down, and so it's a downhill slope in my mind of kilometers. When you get to 4, it's even better. When you get to 5, so I have to grab hold of that. But when I'm talking to someone like yourself, or if you're asking me questions, I'm asking you questions. It takes me right out of the lethargy, the tiredness of my legs and body.
I heard you saying that it's when you get to 10 marathons that you kind of feel you're into the swing of it.
Yeah.
When I started the first marathon with you, the last bit of the marathon, you were very tired.
Yeah.
And I was saying to the guys on my stream, look, it's going to take him at least 4 or 5 marathons before he starts to settle into it, before he kind of feels like he's in a groove. But for you reckon it's about 10, do you?
It's a psychological thing. It could be 4 or 5, it could be quicker this time, but I allow myself 10. The first one I did around the UK in 2009, it was 10. But certain things happened on the 10. I'd just been back to where we used to live, in Skewen, Swansea.
Yes.
It's where my mum died. I sort of made peace with myself there, and
Did you go to Northern Ireland as well?
Yes, went to everywhere that I used to live.
Yeah.
And that was good to go back in such a positive and uplifting way in a way. And I think when I ran to Skewen in Swansea, the family who used to live in the house, they came back and they welcomed me and they knew I was coming, and so we had a chat, and I stopped for a bit, then I ran on. That's the thing I really like from my old marathons, which I've lost a bit here, is the ability to stop and have a chat. So if I met you, I'd quite like to stop and we could run along a bit, but if I met someone in a field or something, what are you doing? I remember, and I've said this thing a few times, you might have heard me say, do you love the running? I love the stopping, is what I say. And I remember...
I like stopping as well. You should do more trail marathons. Trail marathons are where it's at. Because you're climbing big hills, got beautiful views.
Yes.
You can take as long as you want, and the aid stations are absolutely packed with every kind of delight you can imagine, apart from ice cream, perhaps, which won't keep. But yeah, trail marathons are where it's at, you see.
Now, hang on. So let's examine that a bit more, because I immediately think, oh, there's uphills there, and I love the fact that a lot of marathons are on the flat. But you can take as long as you want. You mean there's no cut-off in trail marathons?
Well, no, there are cut-offs, but they generally tend to be pretty generous, unless you're taking part in a kind of an elite race, you know, where they are wanting the best runners to participate. But you know, a lot of the race companies in the UK, I mean, trail running has absolutely exploded in the past 10 years, certainly over here in the UK, but all around the world. And there are a lot of new trail running companies, and they set up for beginners, they set up for people who've maybe done a marathon or two and want to go a little bit further. And so the cut-off times, either there aren't any at all, or they're very generous. They have to have some cut-off, because they can't have volunteers standing out in the dark till all hours, completely and freezing cold or whatever it might be. But yeah, I mean, it's a lovely life to be a trail runner, especially if you're travelling off to, you know, France and running in the Alps or whatever it might be. Beautiful.
I must say the views that one can see when I've been in the Lake District, I was running through Lake District, and that was wonderful. But the weird thing is I always run on my own, and I find myself, well, somewhat pressurized, or if I feel the pressure if I run in an organized event, even though people are being supportive. They tend to think, oh, it's that fast guy, whereas I'm that endless guy. So they say, come on, Eddie, faster, catch up. They say things, and I can't. I like going off on my own, just measuring a distance, measuring half a marathon, run to a point and then come back. I like doing that, or just taking a taxi, a train somewhere, and running back a marathon. That I like.
So are you finding that running on the treadmill in that room there, you can wave to some people out of the window, can't you? But essentially, you're basically on your own in a room. And how are you coping with that?
Not brilliant. Sarah Johnson, my event manager, is here as well. We're both in the same bubble, safety bubble. But I can't really talk to her unless it's part of a thing. But people at the windows, that's great if a group turn up and they can donate through the window. But, sorry, I'm eating. But this is easier. The talking to someone like yourself in a Zoom call is easier. Because I have to formulate my sentences, and the energy in doing that, whatever's going on, it just takes me out of my body. So, even though I start panting because I'm running out of breath. But
have you got any sense yet of whether, from a physical point of view, running on the treadmill is harder or easier than running outdoors?
Physically easier, mentally harder.
Okay. I mean, the thing is, when you're running outdoors, there's so much more to distract you, isn't there?
Yeah.
And you will, I mean, you must have had, well, I know, because I watched the documentaries, you have had people running alongside you and chatting with you, and you could stop and do interviews with people on the way.
Yeah.
Whereas this is just a constant grind, isn't it?
It is, and you know, I'm running with people here. They're very nice. I suddenly hit the button and I'm stopping, and everyone, or a lot of people are waiting around for me, which is nice. But I feel a pressure, like I gotta keep going for them. And
yeah, I mean, you know, I think the thing about Zwift is Zwift running is really growing a lot, but it's not as big as cycling on Zwift at the moment.
Yeah.
And so actually, a lot of the people we run with, it's like being in a little running club, and I'm on first name terms with loads of the people who I run with. So it's like being with people, even though, you know, I've got people I would describe as almost close friends who live in Argentina, Australia, who I run with on Zwift almost every day.
Yeah.
So if you can get that into your head that you are still running with people, and those people are there supporting you.
But this is the slight problem. running with someone doesn't actually help me. Talking to someone does. And I have found with Sarah or Tim, my physio, what I'll do when I'm out running and training is I just put the headphone on and I say, can I call you and can we have a chat about something? And it's actually the talking and putting my mind into, let's talk about humanity, cats, dogs, helicopters, whatever it is, any new ideas going, that takes me out of myself. Whereas if I'm running along with people but not talking to them, and I, I can do texting, but that's quite tricky, as we've discussed. It's the talking.
What about texting? So would it feel the same if you were texting people on the screen and they messaged back? Would that feel like talking, or is it different?
No, it's talking. It's real-time talking. I mean, if I could just go bang, like I tap that and I go, yeah, I thought about that comment, but I don't know. But I could get into dictating quite. I'm getting faster. You saw me do that one. I can do it quite fast. And I can make a conversation like that, even just what we're doing here, I could be dictating this, and if that was the only way. But it's more engaging, I would say, to have an image of a person there. I can see your face. I know you're doing the same as me, so we're both, a lot of our motor actions are sort of just repeating over and over. But when I'm talking to people sitting down, I can see them struggling to articulate things exactly how they want, or they're leaning back, or they're laughing, or they're funny. No, they're talking about a rough time in their life, and so I can be with them and feel their emotions, and that it just lifts me out of my body. That's the.
So, see, what we're both getting at, a lot of comments actually about how can you talk and run at the same time?
Yeah.
Don't you get a breath? How much do you think because we've been listening to your story, you do talk constantly.
Yeah.
How much do you think that is impacting your ability to run efficiently?
Well, interesting. I think I'm losing a bit of ability to run, but I'm gaining a lot of that kind of out of body feeling, so I'm not worrying, not thinking about my legs. So I'm losing a bit, but gaining a lot. That's what I'd say.
I think that's right. I think the kind of physical ability that you lose by chatting away is kind of counteracted by the mental lift that you're getting from having that conversation, and especially if the conversation is taking you away from the pain of the running, or the thought, oh my God, I've still got 20k to go, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, it's the grind. It's the grind. That's what it takes us out of. We go away from the grind, and it happened on the first day. Actually, no, it happened when I was training for this on a different. I was working in Toronto during tier 3 time, but I had a job of work out there, so I went through a lot of COVID-safe things to go and do that job of work, and I was self-isolating for 14 days, and so I started training on the treadmill they'd put in the hotel room, and I was talking to people from MHG, Make Humanity Great, who were helping get everything together. And I talked to them for an hour, I think, and I just found that hour boom, just went. And I thought, well, this is interesting. It tied in the fact that when I talked to Sarah on a headphone when I'm running down the Thames River, time could just breeze by, and it makes it so much easier.
Do you listen to music?
No, not music. I do podcasts. I thought I would. Before I did in 2009, which it turned out I didn't have any marathons. It was 43 in the end. I had a set list. It was going to be all these power songs, power ballads, and in the end I thought
You're just an 80s guy, aren't you? Power ballads.
Well, I don't know.
I
don't know how to define them. There's a song that might get you going, including Chariots of Fire, which doesn't really work as an audio, but I did watch Chariots of Fire, the film, every other night for like 43, 50 days. But I found it's too dangerous on the A roads and B roads of the UK.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe anyway. I need to be, and I wanted to be aware. Sometimes I was running down a country lane, because I did that in the summer. We started in July, I think. July, August, going to September, what was it? Oh, August, anyway, it was somewhere in there, even though it rained a lot, it was sort of more summery months. And sometimes I was going down, one of those B roads in the UK countryside where you've got or they can happen anywhere in Europe actually, where the trees go
Yeah.
at the top and you have the sun coming through in a dappled way, and I would stop and I'd walk and I go, this is great. Even when I was coming down, I remember coming through forests in Cumbria, and I knew that the support group were 10 miles away, and there was no one there, just me, and I thought, this is great. I know that to get out of this, I have to run.
What was more dangerous, running on the A roads and the B roads in Scotland, or running in the dark in South Africa?
Well, when you say Scotland, I've got to say the whole of the UK, because everywhere was equally dangerous.
Really?
Yeah, no, South Africa was fine. South Africa was great, but they talked about carjackings do happen, and because economically they're having a tough time, and they still haven't got things to the perfect place that Nelson Mandela would have liked to have got them. But, so carjacking stuff.
And you met him, didn't you?
I did meet him. So, but I just want to finish that point. So I run in the Eastern Cape, very rural. It was all black South African citizens there, and they were very suspicious of me. But I would say molo, which is kosa for hello. And as soon as I said hello in their own language, they were hello. And so some white guy with painted nails holding the South African flag, they thought I was okay after that. And I met just wonderful people who questioned me, what is going on here? Why are you running for Mandela? Well, that is an excellent thing. And I saw little kids in the back of a taxi, anything that was a car was a taxi. So I generally had wonderful times. I had one dangerous moment where a car came towards me at about 10 miles an hour, 10 kilometers an hour, very slow, maybe 5, so really slow. It's coming up, I'm running along the edge of the road, he's coming towards me, because you have to run into traffic if anyone's watching. If you're running on roads, always run into traffic so they can see you, you can see them. And I had a flag, and I was waving the flag, and he wouldn't move, but he kept on at this ridiculously slow speed. And the security people went a bit, heavy on him. And I realized he was just stoned. He was stoned. He was a rural guy. He'd gotten, he's taken something, and he's having a bit of a tough time. And so if you can have a drink or have a thing or take some substance, but I think he was stoned, and he continued on at 5 miles an hour down the road. So it wasn't dangerous. It was just a weird thing. So I felt, they encouraged me to be very careful in South Africa, but I felt very positive in South Africa. I don't know. I just thought, I don't know. I thought I could talk him out of it, but probably that was me being naive. But everywhere I've run.
Well, without wanting to say you can just go anywhere and do anything, a lot of places, certainly, people say, oh, you shouldn't go there, it's dangerous. And when you get there, actually, it's nowhere near as dangerous and nowhere near as bad as people have made out. I remember going to Kenya on holiday, and we went to a little village, and people were saying, oh, don't go there, they'll steal all your stuff. And they couldn't have been more happy and delighted to see us and be more welcoming, And my wife went to Russia, to St. Petersburg, at the turn of the fall of the communist government, and the oligarchs were starting to take over. And everyone said, oh, you're going on there on your own, 19-year-old girl going to St. Petersburg by herself. And she was fine.
Yeah, I would say anyone listening might think we're being naive here, but we're not. Do listen to your instincts, though. Trust your instincts, and if it feels dodgy, then it probably is dodgy. But generally, there's more goodwill than ill will in the world, and if you go in with an open mind, an open face, an open hand, I think people will generally help you rather than block you. So
I think I tend to try and go through life with an attitude of nothing is ever going to be as bad as you think it might be, apart from maybe running a marathon.
Yeah, there is a rule of thumb, which is bad, and you might, someone listening might immediately block this and say, no, disagree with that, but bad news is never as bad as it seems to be in the first place. Now, if you take some World War II Holocaust situation, you say, no, it bloody well is. But in the end, maybe the point is you have to take positives out of the negatives. Some negatives are really horrendous, but you've got to find something. You have to train yourself to find a positive in the negatives, and that's what I do. I mean, being transgender,
Yeah.
I've trained myself since back in '85. Find the positives in the negatives and work on them. Everything is an opportunity to move forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel exactly the same way. I'd much rather try and look at the positive and the good things that you can find in a situation than wallow in the bad things that make everything feel worse for yourself and for the people around you as well.
Yeah, and it's, I think some people are lucky enough because I think depression happens, and I could be medically way wrong on this, but I believe it's when the synapses in the brain, they're firing negatively. And if you say, the sun is shining today, oh no, the sun is shining, I'm going to get sunburned. And you hit the negatives, but it's a thing that I think people suffer from. It could be medical, and probably the whole thing is medical, whether it's clinical depression or defined as something else. But it's the synapses firing negatively. I've trained my synapses to fire positively. Sometimes I get really pissed off, but I just relentlessly go in and find the opportunity, the positive opportunity out of the negative. And here we are. I mean, make humanity great again. There was a certain person who's just about to be history who came up with a different saying, and I wanted to include more people in my make humanity great again. So humanity is all 7.8 billion of us, and that seems more inclusive. So not nationalism, but reaching out across the world. So there's finding the positive out of the negative.
And just at that moment, I've managed to catch you up.
Oh wow, brilliant!
So I'm now running alongside. I had slowed down because I thought the sound of my footsteps on the treadmill was a bit loud, and I couldn't hear you very well. So I went slowly. But now I've got used to working out what you're saying, so I sped up a bit.
Very
so
good.
I've now caught you all up.
Now, what are you wearing? Because with a lot of people around, it's difficult to work out. What's your top colour?
Okay, so you're right next to me in pink shorts and a blue t-shirt.
Yes, that's
and, I've got a 2020 Zwift top on and a white headband.
Gotcha. Ah, that's you. Okay.
That's And and Clive Finnemore is running with us. So Clive did
Clive's
the first
back.
trip.
Yeah, because Clive was in the morning, and he went away to work, and he's come back.
So he's worked today, and now he's skiving off.
Right.
I bet he's supposed to be at work, and he's skiving off, and he's running another half marathon with you.
Well, David Little is doing.
Is it David? Okay, Dave. Right, I didn't know David's name, but David Little's done the whole thing with you. Yeah.
Yeah, David Little is matching me today. So, and Clive Finnemore, he had to go to work, so he said he would come back. So he must be back. I can't see him on the list.
Who was that? Sorry.
Oh, Clive, he's just above me, isn't he? He's got on 3.5, but he did some this morning. He said he would come back later. And,
okay. I was probably still in bed then.
Right. You see, this is an interesting thing. I don't know if you've ever done multiple marathons, but when I first did it in the UK, I said I'll take a day off a week. So one day a week I took a day off. And I looked forward to that day off like crazy, like, gotta have this day off. And
you haven't got a day off in this one, have you?
Well, no, ever since that one. South Africa didn't have day off. Europe in February didn't have day off. And here the virtual ones around the world. And
the most I've ever done is 3 in a row. So I've done one called the Jurassic Coast Challenge, which was 3 marathons in a row around the south of Cornwall and Devon.
Right.
And then I've done the Atlantic Coast Challenge, which is the north coast of Cornwall and Devon. 3 marathons in a row. So
when you say in a row, 3 in 3 days, was that?
3 in 3 days, yes.
Right, gotcha.
But I did think to myself when all this was organised, I thought, shall I try and do all of them with Eddie? And certainly after the first one, I thought, blimey, that is tough going. I'm not sure I could do that. So hats off, absolutely hats off to you. But the other thing is, you do know what you're doing now, don't you?
Yeah, I didn't know what it was like on a treadmill, but as soon as we started, about half an hour in on the first day, I was going, get me people to talk to. I need to talk to people. That's what I want to say. But I want to finish this thing off about the days off.
Yeah, go.
I look forward, and it was like my safety net was, mental safety net was, there's a day off coming just down the road. And then when I went to South Africa, and I started that, and I thought, there are no days off here. What the hell do I hold on to? And I just had to shift it and go, okay, at the end of each day, you will stop, you will have a meal, you can have a glass of wine, you can sleep, you can have a hot bath, and then you can get up the next morning. So that's what you look forward to. So now I just look forward to every evening, because as soon as I stop this, it's easier, and then the show is easier than the running, because I'm kind of warbling all over my mind in the show. I can talk about anything, even if I'm not. There's no audience there, so.
Is it scripted at all?
Nope. I mean, the first night I did.
See, you're so. One thing that you're so good at that. You're one of the very few comedians that I know who could literally walk onto a stage and pretty much make the show up as you go, and it would be funny. 80-90% of it would be funny.
Well, I'm not sure of that, because we have no audience here. So I know I can talk for an hour, because that first night was literally a 1 hour ad-lib.
Well, I can talk for an hour.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be funny.
No, I'm not sure if mine was funny. And if I'd had a live audience there, I would have tailored things to pull. I'm sort of trained to pull the laughter out of people. Not out of the mainstream audience. The mainstream audiences will walk away from my shows going, what is going on? But out of a more hip and switched on audience, the last gig I sort of died at was a big televised gig. It was in London, big audience. They'd been laughing all evening. I came on, I think that audience went, oh, we've heard of this person, but haven't seen them live. And I started talking about Julius Caesar. I said, Julius Caesar, did he ever think he would end up as a salad? And I said, no. And then I went on to chicken. Now chicken Caesar, Caesar salad. After all that, what he did, Caesar salad, now chicken Caesar. Why is that? It's because he was advised by chickens in his military battles. And I had Mark Antony, he was going, Mark Antony, what should I do? So you got this chicken advisor, and the audience were they were politely laughing, but they weren't getting it. And I didn't know whether were they thinking, who's Julius Caesar? What's going on? Mark Antony, do they mean the singer Mark Antony? No, I mean the Roman general Mark Antony. And I was professional enough to leave gaps for laughter that didn't happen. And then afterwards I went, no, it was good. Because what happened
was it?
Yeah, because what happens if you're failing in front of any audience, you speed up. You speed up and you cut your punchlines. You keep thinking, oh, this one's dying. Oh, forget about it. Let's talk about the next one.
And that makes it worse.
Makes it way worse. Then you're just saying words.
Okay.
So I kept the punchlines in. I just killed in Reykjavik in Iceland the night before. I'd played 26 countries at that point. I knew this stuff was good. And it's a beautiful idea. I did the Battle of Alesia with Vercingetorix, and there's the Caesar there, and there's Mark Antony, who's a chicken, and he's advising how to do the actual battle that are going through military tactics of creating 2 fortified walls, which is actually what he did. So it's a beautifully stupid but accurate idea. And if they don't get it, well, you're wrong. I know that I'm right. It's silly and kind of beautiful. And I said to my agent, can you just tell the producers to drop someone else's laughter on top of that? And that's what they do. They just pick up laughter from another bit of the show, because it sounds the same in the room, and they fit it to it, and boom. And I know that Sarah watched it, my event manager, Sarah, she said, oh, it seemed pretty good to me. Yeah.
Do you ever, you know that thing that Stuart Lee does? Do you ever do where you half break character and you tell the audience that this is a good joke, you wait for this joke, this is the best joke of the set, or something like that? Do you ever do that?
I think Stuart's very good at that. He's got a very individual way. I did it. I don't tend to do that in particular. I do other things, but I did do that. I did do that in Los Angeles, the first time I was playing LA. Now, the great Robin Williams, he was there. He'd bought what you do in LA. If you're a high-profile person, you buy a night of tickets and invite your friends. So
You've gone really quiet, Eddie.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay. So in LA, if you're a high profile person. He was actually producer on my show when I got to LA, and he'd bought a whole lot. It was in a small, about 200 seat theater. He bought 200 seats and he invited his friends. So it's a great entree into, LA. Here's all these famous people sitting in front of you. And then who else? Well, Eric Idle also bought a night. So I had 2 nights like this with people like Steve Martin turning up and David Hockney.
Oh, wow.
I think Madonna was the one. Anyway, lots of crazy people, but no one was really laughing in the whole thing. And I'd already done 4 months in New York and 5 weeks in San Francisco. I knew this stuff was good, and they weren't laughing.
Yeah.
So I would say, these are the jokes, guys. I'm going to wave when I get to a joke. And I think what was happening, I think they were looking at each other. Because when a lot of famous people get together, they tend to look at each other and go, oh, look, are they laughing at this? And also, the guy with the makeup on, is this what's now funny? And I was doing this very Python-esque stuff, and I had to tell them when it was funny. But then the show that I did won 2 Emmy Awards for writing and performing, so I knew it was good. Yeah.
I'm just going to interrupt you 1 second. Your David Liddell is about to leave you because the battery's about to die on his device, I think. So he's just said goodbye to everybody.
All right. Thanks, David. I'm going to just put a message out there. Let's do it.
Well, how much, you just mentioned Python then, and it sometimes confuses me about the American audience.
Yeah.
Because you're big in the States as well. But I always, and I don't know if this is a popular thought, that American public in general don't really get silliness and don't really get kind of
that's not
odd
true.
humour.
Stephen, let me tell you what it is. Every country has, because they talk about the British sense of humour, but then if you take Jim Davidson's British, Monty Python British, they are miles apart. So in fact, it doesn't work out. It's in fact, it's like saying rock and roll. You can have pop in any country. You can have more hard rock in any country, alternative rock in any country, and the alternative rock groups will play to the alternative rock audiences all around the world.
Yes.
If they play to a mainstream audience, like the Monkees were supported by Jimi Hendrix in his very early days, and the kids watching the Monkees hated Jimi Hendrix, whereas Jimi Hendrix was a genius, and these children were fools. So that's it. If I get in front of the wrong audience, I just have to look out for the alternative audience. So Robin Williams' audience, they would dig my stuff. Any of the alternative, anyone, Ben Stiller didn't do stand-up, but any one of those guys who do great comedy, any of the Saturday Night Live. The Saturday Night Live audience, big program, been going for decades in America. Any of the audience that gets that stuff, they get my stuff. But the mainstream audience, mainstream Britain, as I just proved, doesn't get me. Mainstream Russia won't get me. Mainstream America, China, Venezuela, they just won't, because they want jokes which are much more, hey, look at these pop stars, or look at this politician, or what's going on this TV program. And when you get
You're mainstream UK, come on.
No, I am alternative, but I'm sort of crossover. I have a high profile, but if you check my audience out, you'll find it is not mainstream. They won't put my stuff on BBC One or ITV1.
Everyone is going to laugh at Keiko Budef.
No, but
everyone is going to laugh at Control P print.
No, come on, Stephen. I just told you about the one when I told you about the thing about chicken Caesar salad. They did not laugh.
Yeah.
Well,
they need their heads looking at them. There's something wrong with people.
But you must admit, you can see where I'm going. I'm going to this weird place where I'm talking about a battle, and if you're a mainstream audience, you're going, is that a real battle? Who's versing Getrix? Have you read Asterix? No, he was a great Gaulish chieftain. Mark Antony, the singer? No, the general. If they don't get the references, and I'm not going to slow down for them, then I leave some people behind.
Ryan Perring, who's running with us, just texted Death Star Canteen.
Yes, Death Star Canteen was very nice, and that's what I'm trying to do in my evening gigs. I'm trying to remix it, but it was a number of my pieces are performance pieces. They're ones that I find every night. I had one about the fundamentalists, Church of England fundamentalists. I said, we can't do it. In the old days, we did. The Protestant guys who became Church of England, they were burning Catholics at the stake, and the Catholic people were burning Protestants at the stake. So that was the equivalent of the hellishness, that medieval period that sometimes still exists in the world. But modern Church of England, they're just kind of sweet people who try to help, And if you say Church of England fundamentalists, what would that be?
Yeah.
And I had this guy going, yeah, cake or death? It's all about, having cake and tea and stuff and village parties, village fetes. Would you like cake or death? And everyone was going, cake, please. Cake, okay, have a piece of cake. This is your choice. You want cake or death? I'll go for cake as well. Yes. Okay. Cake, then the third person. Okay, yep, cake. We're gonna run out of cake at this point. And then there's no cake, and then someone has to choose or death. And he said, that's not a choice. And it all went,
I saw the Control P print thing live. I've seen you a couple of times. One was many years ago, and that was the Control P print.
Yes.
Well, that was hilarious. And another time I saw you in London about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, and you kind of messaged on Twitter to say you're doing this pop-up gig in about like a day, 24 hours away, in this little tiny place. And I shouted at you, and you shouted back, I think. I can't remember what we said though.
What we shouted on Twitter or on the
because it was a tiny place. You were warming up material for a tour, I think, or something.
Right.
And you did this little pop-up gig. We managed to get tickets.
Yeah, I do love doing pop-up gigs. That is a lot of fun. I love playing.
Somebody's asking. Sorry, carry on.
No, I love playing Hollywood Bowl, and I love playing, 50 to 100 seaters. But yeah, tell me the question.
Somebody on my stream is asking, have you ever thought, would you ever like to do 50 marathons in 50 states in the US?
Nope.
No. Have you any? Because you're
hang on. I better fill this in. I've already played 50 performances in 50 states. But
oh, have you?
Yes. I've played every single state in America, including Mississippi and Alabama, who you think, well, they're not going to be into you. But But there's groovy people in every state. That's the interesting thing. Even in the southern states, where you think they might be slightly more, leaning a different way. But it's not. I try and tailor things. I'm very positive on Europe. I know that half the country says, "Oh, let's go away," and half the country is, and I'm very positive and proud British citizen, European citizen. I'm not leaving. It's our continent. I want it back. And
I'm still confused by that. It's been 4 years and I'm confused.
Well, 10% more people in the most recent poll wanted to stay rather than leave. So anyway, it's going to go on as an argument. But I'm going to fight.
It is what it is.
But I'm looking for making even stronger connections. So that's why running Europe now, honouring to run Europe virtually, and running Rome today with all the pictures of Rome behind me. I choose them that way. There's a human political thing underneath what I do. When I ran around the UK, that was saying we are 3 countries and 1 province, but we are all United Kingdom. So that's why I ran with different flags. In South Africa, it was a salute to Nelson Mandela, 27 years, comes out without bitterness.
Yeah.
And everyone in the world saluted him except for a few right-wing politicians.
I always like to think of myself as a citizen of the world, and I hate this kind of shrinking of where are my people, Yeah. Should we put? I live in Sussex.
Yeah.
So should we put a border around Sussex and say you can only come in if you're Sussex born and bred, and Sussex jobs for Sussex people?
I know this.
Where do you draw the line?
Well,
where do you draw the line where you say this is where I live and you're not allowed in? It's the whole world is where you're allowed in, surely.
That is the mindset. I'm a world citizen as well, and that is why I'm encouraging, and I think you're encouraging people to make the connections around the world. You're running with people from all around the world every day on Zwift. It's a beautiful thing. I think Zwift has a banner headline which is "One Zwift for All" or something like that.
Yes.
Which is great, and I'm from Sussex. Eastbourne and Bexhill. My grandma.
That's right. Of course you are. Yes, of course.
Grandma born in one and granddad born in the other one, but we've got to. We were 20,000 people 200,000 years ago. We're now 7.8 billion. If we don't make it work between all of us, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Human beings are not guaranteed an endless life on this planet, and that's why I want to make it work, and that's what I'm constantly pushing for. So I'll just keep fighting. I'm a fighter, And I think you're a fighter. You wouldn't be doing what you're doing if you weren't a fighter.
I think that, I love running outside.
Yeah,
but running on Zwift means that I am meeting people. You know, we've got Kay Jordan from India.
Oh, wow.
We've got Drax from Spain, from France. We've got Chris Loskis from Greece there. Usher from Scotland. Pantelis from Greece. Pezzo from Italy. All on the screen, and I'm running with them now.
Yeah.
And I can chat to those people and say hi and talk about things and find common ground, you know?
Yes, there's so many. Yeah, what you got on your Zwifters nearby, I must have the same people there. And there's so many flags,
Yes,
so many countries.
yeah, well, I've just got it on the screen. I've just put it up now. There you go.
Yeah, yeah, it's great.
I was going to say, yes, so your project is about raising money for, you've got a variety of charities you're going to donate to. But from a running perspective, do you have any running goals?
No, not really. I want to do things. Well, there's a health thing that I get back, a kickback for myself. That if I do this, I want to be match fit for life. That's my motto. Well, I have a few mottos probably, but match fit for life is one of them. All wild animals are match fit for life, so that's what I'm
running. Do you enjoy running?
At times. If I can run it in my own way.
Why are you doing this, Eddie? Why are you doing this? Well, stop now!
No, Stephen, it's got to be a struggle. It's got to be a struggle, otherwise people don't give a monkeys. And if people give a monkeys, then they go, well, if that idiot's going to do that and keep going, and they can see that I'm out of breath, and they know, you said yourself, you're a great runner, an experienced runner, and you said, shall I do every marathon that Eddie's going to do? And you decided no.
No, thank you. Well, I mean, I know that because I started running marathons 10 years ago or so, and I started raising money for charity and, going around asking for donations and stuff. But the thing is, you do one marathon, then you do another and another and another, and eventually people go, well, why should I donate money? Because you do a marathon every week. How is that a challenge?
But I always adjust mine.
Of course, you've got to up your game then, you see.
Yeah, I'm always upping my game. So even though I only did 27 in South Africa, rather than 43, I took no days off, and it was in temperatures up to 41 degrees centigrade.
It was hot, wasn't it?
Yeah. So that was I was just staggering through the first 10. But then, and I had to go to hospital on day 5 and day 6. But we got it done, double marathon on the last day. And that was beautiful. And you mentioned you'd do another marathon. Well, in the end, I dropped a marathon. And I thought, well, I could do bit by bit, a little bit of a marathon, add it on. No, let's just do a double marathon the last day. Go all in, like on the poker table. Go all in, see if I can run at 7.5 kilometers an hour for 11 hours. And that's how long it took me, 11 hours, 5 minutes.
Were you, so when you were running around the UK and when you were in South Africa, you have Tim with you, and you've got his physio expertise.
Yeah.
I presume you're not seeing him now.
No, he comes on
the stream.
He's coming on the stream, yeah. But he does. Sarah, who is road manager, tour manager, and event manager here, she can take instructions from Tim. Tim says, "Give him this. Give her this. Him, her this." Yes, pronouns. I'm loose with my pronouns now. Yeah, and so I get the food coming in, and we get sponsors for hydration, and then I do water, mix it with water, and sometimes I eat water. So we get there in the end, and I have sports doctor.
Talking about that, we should do a little snack break in a minute as well.
Yes. So in 5 minutes, Stephen, I'm going to stop for a break, and then I could talk to a new guest at 4 o'clock. They're piling up the guests now, which is great. But it's been wonderful talking to you, and it's great. Everyone, as you say, the people for the different flags here that are coming along.
Yes.
It is just a wonderful thing, and this thing. I just feel we're all. If you've travelled, I've travelled. I know that you tend to think, well, this country, it's only a developing country, so they're not very clever there. That's just bullshit. Because there's some very smart people there, very progressive people, there's some very negative people, there are smart, bad people. There's the complete panoply in every country, and it's sort of handed out equally in percentages. So it doesn't matter how big or small in population. It sort of seems to be equally handed out, the progressives and the regressives, and then there's a lot of people in the middle who will float around. So,
well, listen, Eddie, keep doing what you're doing. You know it's a mental battle. Still a little way to go, but me and the rest of the gang at Zwift, we will be with you pretty much every day, everyone through it.
Thank you.
And as much as we can.
And
are you getting, you and I have a mutual friend, Martin Yelling, you know that, don't you?
Yes, well, Martin's almost my twin, because he was born 7th of February 1972, and I was born 7th of February 1962, so we're date twins kind of thing. It's like we're exactly 10 years apart.
It's kind of, it's our fault. See, he heard from you saying this crazy idea.
Yeah.
And he said, I know somebody who runs on Zwift. Let me just message Stephen. So off he pops with a message to me. And then you were on your way to running these 31 on Zwift.
Well, this is the beautiful thing. Linking up around the world. And you know that more and more of this is going to happen. In the end, we're going to have little holograms of people running alongside you, next to you. Yeah. And that will be great. Such positive things can come out of communications.
Absolutely.
So it's beautiful. And do tell everyone on the 31st, that'll be the big day. So we'll try and get a massive...
We will have a ton of people joining you, Eddie, for the last one.
That'd be great. Going over the finish line. It'd be nice if one thing, I don't know how plugged into Zwift you are. We're fairly plugged in, obviously, to get it going. But it'd be nice at the end of the marathon to be able to pull a lever and have something go off. You know, just sort of, like because they have that confetti thing.
Well, the guys at Zwift HQ have got 29 days to program something in.
Yes, for a big finish thing. Because I'm not sure, when I finish my goal, do I get confetti, or how does confetti happen on?
Well, you would have, confetti is if you set yourself a goal for the day or for the week.
Yeah.
So you could set yourself a daily target.
I do.
And that could be a marathon for the day. So when you click up 42.2 on the last day, you'll get a load of confetti.
All right, so today I've had 42.2 up, and it's up on my screen. You probably can't see it, but...
Yes, so that's your target. So just next to your heart rate there, on the right-hand side of your heart rate, is that plus sign that says add a target. So you've added 42.2 kilometres there.
Yeah.
That counts down, and when it gets to the end, you get your confetti.
Yeah, and I should say to anyone watching on Zwift, you can't get to 42.2k. You have to go actually to 26.2 miles.
I know.
And then you have to hit the rocker button, because you'll see miles or kilometres. You rock it up to kilometres, come back, it'll still say miles. And when you look at it, as long as you're in kilometres, it'll show kilometres. So
do you like counting down or not?
Yes, I love it. It's my mantra.
Okay,
I got it wrong.
I've been putting a lot of texts on the screen saying only 10k to go, 9k to go, park run to go.
But they're so small on my screen, and I'm talking to people here, I unfortunately miss a lot of messages.
I know, we're fully aware of that. We are waffling on text on the screen quite a lot of the time.
Excellent.
But we know that you're chatting to people, so you can't see it, but we forgive you that. It's absolutely fine.
Excellent. All righty. Well, you've got to try that thing, either gaffer tape or something on your phone to the machine so that you can do it, or just do it there and hit that microphone button. Try doing it, a dictated text. Tell the audience you're going to do one, and then it comes up much easier.
Okay.
Try one.
I will. Okay. We're learning all the time.
Learning all the time. That's the way. That's the way forward. All righty. Thanks so much, Stephen.
Okay, Eddie.
I'll no doubt see you again. I will probably see you again, and we'll talk more.
Yes. Well, we should have a joint chat with Martin on the stream at some point towards the end.
Alrighty, take care.
Take care, Eddie. Bye-bye.
Ciao. As they say in Italy, ciao. Alrighty, slowing down. Hang on. I've got another look. Having a quick break, full stop. Eddie. I will have Penne alla arrabbiata. Yeah, well, you want to try? Do you know who I am? All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. yes, do back running, full stop, Eddie. Oh.
Hi Eddie, we're going to bring you Gabby now.
Okay. Hi Gabby.
Hi Eddie, how are you?
I'm knackered. I am knackered and rather cold. We have to have the windows open here, so it's cold and sweat comes off, and I don't know, it's a bit weird, but you just feel cold all the time.
Is that to replicate whatever the temperature in Rome is right now?
No, it's I think it's nicer in Rome than it is here, but it's for COVID safety reasons. You know, open windows, get the COVID going out.
And in front of you there, can you see the streets of Rome? Are you seeing where you're running?
Well, I can see that they're back there. These are selfies and videos. Hopefully, we've got some. Ian, do we have videos today? For people?
There are.
So people are sending you theirs?
Yes, we're asking them to send them in. Selfies, pictures, whatever, of Rome. And then we have Rome, by the way. I was there on this day, what are we, the 4th? 4th of February. 4th of February last year, and now the 4th of January. We're virtually there.
Amazing.
Oh,
and how are you?
I'm tired. I'd like this to be over, but it's okay. You know, it's good talking to someone like yourself. I put myself up to 8 kilometers an hour, which is a bit too fast now. So 7.5, and the ability to talk while running is tricky. But but if I'm talking, at least I'm
distracted.
Yes, exactly, distracted. So tell me and the world that you're plugged into about yourself and everything you do, and then I'll ask you questions back on that. How about that?
Okay, so you and I have met through Spotty, I think primarily, Sports Personality of the Year, because you have been involved with doing the Unsung Hero Award many times, haven't you?
Yes,
so I'm a sports presenter in the UK, primarily.
Can I interrupt you very quickly there, because otherwise I'll miss it. Why don't they put an R in Spotty? Even a baby R in the logo, like S-P-O-T-Y with a tiny R, you know, like a lowercase R next to, and it would be sporty. You could call yourself, I mean, it's the whole thing is about sport. It's called Spotty. It just seems like the mnemonic.
It seems like an obvious miss.
Can you put it up the food chain, please? Because otherwise no one will ever change things. I have these ideas, as you may know. I think I have 1 or 2 good ideas, and that one is one for me. Without having to change everything, you put a little R in there, baby R, and you've got Sporty. Call it Sporty, and I bet you what they'll say to you is no. That's what they'll say, but I think it's a good idea, because you should be sporty, because it's all about sports. Anyway, carry on.
It is all about sport, but as you know as well, the thing I love about Spotty, and anybody who is watching this who hasn't seen a Sports Personality of the Year awards, it's a big celebration of sport that's happened the previous 12 months, but it actually goes deeper than the kind of international superstars and national superstars that we all idolise and love their performances. So the people who run sport from grassroots are recognised, people who make sport happen for kids, grassroots sport where you do it for the love of it, you don't get paid, you do it because you want to give an opportunity to young people, and then people who have used sport in really powerful ways, yourself, you know, that how you have used marathons to raise awareness and funds. And this year we had similarly, kind of in terms of running consecutive marathons, Kevin Simfield came and did some presenting of awards for us, who ran 7 marathons in 7 days, which I know sounds a bit pathetic compared to you, but he was doing that for his very good friend who has motor neurone disease, and motor neurone disease is, you know, a horrible disease that seems to affect a lot of hypertrophy.
My grandfather had it. So I know it's horrible, and you lose bodily functions as you go on.
Yeah, and so those kinds of people are recognised. But anyway, so we've met over the years, I think, at quite a lot of Sports Personality of the Year awards.
Yes.
And which is the kind of Christmas it's a sign that Christmas is coming for a lot of people. It always happens the weekend before Christmas, as it did this year. But generally across the year, I host a load of sports from athletics, rugby, football, Olympic Games, Commonwealth Games, that kind of thing. Been doing it for a long time and been involved in sport and promoting the benefits of sport for most of my life. So I was a gymnast when I was a kid, so I spent 35 hours a week combining school with my training.
You were a rhythmic gymnast, it says in front of me on the screen.
Yes, I was.
What does that mean? What's the
rhythmic gymnastics is, you've probably seen people with ribbons and hoops and balls and clubs. It's very balletic and it's very athletic, but it's also it kind of originated in China hundreds of years ago, and then the modern version of the sport it's female only as well, which is unusual because there aren't many sports in the Olympic Games that pertain only to one gender, and so it's a very
why is it women only? Would men say
that was the historical origins of it, and I don't know whether that will change. Because I think, if I'm right, synchronized swimming now, I think, is changing. So
you have ballet dancers, male ballet dancers. I don't see why you can't have
You do. I mean, male ballet dancers are used for their kind of. They don't do the same roles as the women, do they? They play the roles in classical ballet. They play the kind of, the masculine role that picks the woman up and kind of throws her across the course.
Are you saying they're basically transportation? They're just. The shopping trolley equivalent of a ballet dancer.
Yeah, so rhythmic, I kind of fell into rhythmic by accident. I didn't grow up wanting to be a rhythmic gymnast. I wanted to be a tennis player, Eddie. And, but then we went to live in Vancouver when I was 9, and there was loads of tennis. I played tennis all the time. Came back to Coventry in the UK when I was 10 or 11, and there was there was tennis in Coventry, but then we moved to Leeds. There was no tennis at all in the winter. So I just started following my sister, to gymnastics, and she was into rhythmic, and it kind of went from there, really. I found it by accident. So it was a happy accident, but I probably wasn't really built for it. I probably should have done something like tennis.
Okay, well, I want to also say, I think being a commentator must be, because you'll know this, most athletes, be they sports or footballers, whatever, horse riders, whatever, it's a young career, it has a cut-off around about 30, 35, but if you can get to commentating, or being a pundit in football, that's a joyous place to go, isn't it? Was that an easy route? Did you spy that and think, I've got to go for this? Could you sense it? No,
because there weren't many women doing what I do when I was a student. And the thing about gymnastics is it's a very young career. I finished when I was not even 18. You don't go into your 20s generally.
Oh, wow.
Now buck that trend, and I think better conditioning and physios and the National Lottery giving gymnasts money to spend on those kinds of things has helped prolong careers. So I always knew I was never going to make a penny out of doing sport, but I went to university and studied law and worked in local radio in Newcastle because I wanted to work in broadcasting. And then I got offered, for a long story short, I got offered a job at Sky Sports, and I went there thinking, it's an opportunity to live in London, but not thinking it was an opportunity to work in sports broadcasting, because I didn't see any women really doing what I now do. So I suppose I went into the profession at a good time because things were opening up a little bit more. But it is a joyous place to work, as you say, because you get to sit right in the heart of the action, talk to the people who make us all so emotional about what they do. You get to kind of see these incredible events up close. So it's not as good as competing, obviously. It's not as good as coaching, but it's quite close by. I think probably 3rd place.
But you could
on the rostrum.
You could probably be a commentator for longer, even than coaching. Probably maybe you match it, but you could also sit in the warm and have a sandwich.
No, but that's the thing, you can't. It's on the surface, it always looks very glamorous, doesn't it, TV? We both know that's not the case. And so sports broadcasting is probably the bottom of the heap in terms of glamour, because you tend to get changed in public toilets and have your makeup kind of applied to the back of a car in a car park. And then you're kind of inside a stadium for 6 hours before an event. And if it's -2, it's -2. You're in there for the whole day. So I have a drawer full of things like electric vests, which I have battery-operated vests which heat up, and electric big socks and things like that. So I try on the outside to retain an element of glamour, but inside I'm kind of like RoboCop. I'm kind of all batteried up with heated. At the moment, I seem to be doing loads of outside broadcasting. The indoor events are a treat. When you can actually sit inside, it's nice to have a studio. But at the moment, the trend seems to be in TV to be in the heart of the action. They want you kind of out there. In fact, where you are right now in Rome, one of my coldest days of broadcasting ever happened there. It never snows in Rome, right?
Right.
And it never snows in Rome when we have the Six Nations. Only it did. And it caught everybody by surprise. We woke up, we arrived, probably 14 degrees sunshine, and we woke up and it was 2 degrees and snowing. And nobody had the right clothes, and it was quite joyous seeing all these Italian groundsmen trying to cope with snow, getting snow off the pitch, not knowing kind of what to do. And in the end, the game went ahead, but you couldn't see any of the lines. They were using hairdryers to try and blow the snow off the pitch. Yeah, Rome in the snow I mean, I love Rome. It's one of my favourite cities in Europe, but Rome in the snow is something else.
It's bonkers.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I've interrupted you because I was asking questions. So there's things that I see in front of me. I have words and stuff, so you'd like to talk about. And you were beginning talking about, my name is Doddy. Doddy Wim.
Yeah, so I know you have some amazing charities that you're raising money for. And one of the charities that I'm heavily involved in through personal association is My Name is Doddy. And Doddy Weir was a Scottish rugby player of great repute, played for the British and Irish Lions.
Oh, this is the motor neuron disease.
Yeah, so 4 years ago,
yes,
he announced that he had motor neuron disease, and my husband and him played rugby together for many years. So his campaign so far has raised close to £8 million, and it's all going into research, and he has a fund as well to help make people's lives better if they have motor neuron disease, but mainly he wants to find a cure. That's his reason for being at the moment, and it's just an awful disease because there is no cure, there's no treatment to make it better. Your rate of deterioration is completely random depending on what kind of motor neuron disease you have. Some people will find out they have it and within a year they won't be here. Some people will last a lot longer, but your use of your limbs deteriorates to the point where you can't anymore, you can't speak, you can't feed yourself. So you're trapped inside. Your brain stays exactly how it was at the start of your diagnosis, but everything else goes. And so it's a horrible disease to live with because you know what's coming. And of course, a lot of people, Doddy's got 3 young sons who are teenagers, and so his passion and dedication and the way he has kind of set about and attacked the fundraising and also the awareness has been really powerful and something as a family that we've got heavily involved in. So it's one of the charities that I think through your life you kind of associate with different charities for different reasons, don't you? And this has definitely taken up a lot of the last few years for us.
Right. Yeah, I've done this. I've copied what Sport Relief do, which is the Make Humanity Great Again fund takes money in, and then we can charities will pitch to us and say, hey, we're a really good charity, we could really need this, and we're in a good position to help and whatever. So that's how that works, and we can keep putting money in different places in this way.
So what's you have your personal charities that you bring to the table, do you?
Well, there are certain charities that I want to. Every 5 years in Caen, in Normandy, I do the 333 gigs because it's a commemoration of the fallen in World War II and celebration of the peace we've had by working together since then. And so I perform in English, French, and Spanish. Sorry, English, French, and German.
Amazing.
Brain going. English, French, and German. And of course the Germans, since 45, they've tried to be an exemplary country. And so I raise money for that. And there's a German charity, I'm going to mention it. It's called Stolperstein. And if you Google it, Stolperstein, tripping stones. And this artist called Günther Demnig, puts a brass stone with the name of a person that the Nazis took and murdered, or tortured, or forced into exile in front of the house where they were living, where they were extracted, where they were taken away. And he's done this all over Europe, not just in Germany, all over Europe. And it's a wonderful thing. Stolpersteine. Stein means stone, and Stolper means tripping. And it's just a wonderful thing. He's a quiet, unassuming guy. He goes around, he does this, and lest we forget what hell we've been through when people said, hey, let's separate into my country is better than your country and all that nationalism stuff, which is just so horrific. And I don't want us to go there again. So that's one that I always like to give to and do those gigs. And then I'm doing this, which is sort of separate, more broad. And, you know, we have people in Care International, Walking with the Wounded, Combat to Unite Against neglected tropical diseases. Elephantitis, still going. Elephantitis. And what was the other? Leprosy is still going. And you would have thought they'd gone, but they're not. So it's horrific.
Eddie, can I ask you, because I know, I mean, one of the things when I first found out about your ability to not just, you know, be incredibly proficient and communicative in other languages, but to gig in other languages, that kind of blew my mind a bit. And your love of Europe, you know, is obviously one of the reasons, you know, you're doing this, how you're doing this now. And tell me where that came from and your kind of passion for the continent.
Well, it's not. If you analyse it, it's not really a passion for the continent. I'm passionate for people. And you know, I was born in Yemen, the city of Aden, country of Yemen. My parents met there. My older brother Mark was born there, and I was born there.
But are they British? Your parents were British by birth?
We Britons, as you'll know, we used to do this thing called colonies, where we'd go around taking lands, taking India. This is ours now. Have you got a flag? All that kind of stuff. And we took in the country of Yemen, there was a South Yemen and a North Yemen, and there were a lot of tribes, and it was kind of split up. But there was the port city of Aden. It's a bit like taking Southampton or something, or Guantanamo Bay maybe for the Americans, which is, you know, if you don't know Guantanamo Bay, it is actually the island of Cuba, but the Americans are sitting on it. And I mean, it's not their country. But we took that one because we needed a deep sea port, a deep water port, to get boats from India back down the Red Sea, Suez Canal, back home by the quicker route. And so Dad was working as an accountant with BP Oil in the refinery there, and Mum was a nurse there, and that's how they met. But the international start that me and my brother had, he loves languages, he's better than I am, and I've just decided to put my money where my mouth is about 20 years ago and start reaching out and try performing in French. Initially French because it's my best language, and now I'm improvising in French. That's the weird thing. I bound on stage like I improvise in English, and you might think, and you would be true to think, that's tricky enough. But just to go out there and go, bonsoir Paris, je suis ici, improviser, oui. Anglais, improviser en français, transgenre, transgender, mais pourquoi pas? And I just go off on tangents. I ask them if I don't know words. It's as scary as hell when you first start doing it. But of course, as you know, like first time you did commentating must have been scary as hell. And then the more you do it, the easier it gets. It's one of those things.
And do you think your audiences around Europe and wherever else, you know, you gig outside of the UK, in their language, I mean, to go to somebody's country and to gig in their language, they must have enormous love. That must kind of break down the first wall almost of suspicion about you. You kind of go into their hearts quicker.
Nelson Mandela did say that. If you talk to people in their own language, it goes into their heart rather than their mind. I think the French are appreciative of what I do, but my comedy is quite alternative. I do have General Mark Antony advising Julius Caesar, and Mark Antony is being played by a chicken, and that explains why chicken Caesar salad took off so well. You know, so that's very silly, but we go through the Battle of Elisa, so it's kind of complexly crazy stuff. Well, not complex really, but the references are kind of weird and out there. So the alternative comedy audience in France, they really get it. The alternative audience in Germany, they really get it. In Russia, they get it. Anyone who gets it, but they've got to be kind of alternative minded. They've got to be into...
We don't have too many the other way, do we? I'm thinking Henning Berg is German, obviously, and works in the UK, but we don't have many
No, we do. We have lots and lots more. Henning Venn, you're talking about. Henning Venn, sorry.
Henning Berg's a footballer.
Yeah, his comedy is He's getting there. But no, heading then, because he was working for Wycombe Wanderers as their marketing guy. And if you look at his website, you can see he loves his marketing, and he made his position as the German comedy ambassador to Britain. And who would have thought that would have happened? But he's made a whole career of that. But he's not known in Germany. But no. Michael Mittermeier is huge in Germany, and he plays over here now. And there's a lot of people which people may not necessarily know, but I'm just talking to Francesco De Carlo from Italy, playing in Britain. So the Italians are playing in Britain, the French are playing in Britain, or playing in English, I should say, because they play America as well. Michael Mittermeier, Igor Mearson from Russia. There's lots and lots of guys now coming in. You may not know of them, but we broke that wall. We broke that glass ceiling about 10 years ago. And there are Scandinavians playing all over Britain. And you'll see their specials on Netflix, and you won't necessarily know that they're Scandinavian unless they mention it. You can hear a slight accent. But the trick is not to talk about national comedy. So in Britain we do this, in Germany we do this, in China, just talk about haircuts. Because everyone knows haircuts, or babies, or bicycles, or banjo, or tea, or flags, or monkeys, you know, because so much stuff is universal. It's the universal comedy. That's the link. Human sacrifice. That was a big breakthrough for me. You go to Moscow, you say it in German, you say it in French, Spanish. Sacrifice humain. C'est fou. Pourquoi? Why did someone say the weather is bad, the crops have failed? The gods obviously hate us, so we're going to kill Steve, and then it's going to be all better, because Steve will rip his guts out, and then crops next year will be peachy. And someone obviously said that thousands of years ago, and the whole group of people sitting around said, I think that sounds like a wonderful idea. It's just wrong. But we did it all around the world. And obviously they were doing political control from whatever religion the head guy with the big hat on was doing. It was mind control, it was religious control, political control. So it's interesting looking into that, and there's so much stuff you could talk about that is completely universal. And so you can play all around the world like that.
When did you first know that this is what you wanted to do?
Which this out of all the...
Well, the gigging, the going on stage on your own without support.
Oh, well, that's a slightly long... I have all these long stories. I was 7, I saw a play. My mum had died when I was 6, and I did a play playing a raven just before Mum died, and I wasn't that bothered about being the raven, but intrigued, but not bothered. And then I was 7, I saw a play, and I thought, this is it. I think I substituted the applause from the audience from the disappearance of Mum's love. I swapped those over, and then I desperately tried to get into plays at school. I was a distinct failure at that. Not tall enough, not naturally good enough. Discovered comedy in my teenage years, Python, The Goons, and I thought sketch comedy, that is it. And Python shows you can do sketch comedy, you can get on television. So that was my career route. Dump. I did accounting and financial management at Sheffield Uni, but I was dropped out after 1 year. I was always going to do that. And it was comedy. And I thought I'd get a comedy career on television. 2-3 years, off we go. About 5 or 6 years later, nothing had happened. I'd done all these Edinburgh festivals, and I lost confidence. I took 1 year, 1984, but bizarrely into 85. I came out, which was a positive thing to do, but didn't do anything for careers. And then I started street performing, and then that took me to a certain place. I learned a lot on the street, but I realized stand-up I had to do. So I'd wanted to perform, but stand-up I was quite sure was not the thing I was going to do. Not. It had to be group. I needed all the other people. But in the end, I thought, I have to do this. It is the way through. It is the buzzy way. I've got to get into it. And I did workshops. I did things. I tried. I failed. I tried again. I walked around Streatham Common in the middle of the night, ad-libbing into a tape deck to try and get this stuff that I could sort of ad-lib, but I couldn't write. And slowly, gradually, it got a little bit better. Then I hit my stride. And once I hit my stride, my third medium of comedy, I pushed like I was like an oil tanker, because I just went on and on. And probably I've been doing that ever since. I felt I was 10 years behind on the career. So I'm going to push like crazy from now on. And I pushed, and then started doing drama. Forgot about doing comedy on television, put a block there, got a separate agent. So I kept changing plans, but going on to trying to do this broad sweep of things. It's not loads of things, it's running, so endurance events, comedy, drama, and political activism. It's only 4 things, and I happen to be transgender, that's maybe a 5th.
I think we could still call you a polymath. I think that's enough.
Polymath is okay. Polyglot, I hate it. The multiple language, that's a terrible word. I just think, you know, jack of all trades, master of none. I try to be master of a few trades. That's what I'm trying to do. And people used to complain, I remember journalists writing, why are you trying to be a so-so actor when you're a really good comedian? And my response was, I used to be a so-so comedian. So everything I start, I'm really so-so at. Very medium at. But if you keep pushing, determined, a bit like this, on and on and on, then it's quite good now. My brother went off to learn Spanish in Spain, came back a year later, and he said, something has happened. You're doing it now. And he'd watched me for 10 years, not really doing it. And I just worked out the material has to be good enough. Try and get somewhere not as fast as possible, but as good as possible. That was the difference.
Your brother, he also obviously is a good linguist, very good linguist.
He's an expert.
He said that again?
He's an expert. He's got a diploma of translation for French into English. And 60%, that's, if you imagine if you're taking a diploma of translation, you've got to be pretty good to start off with. And it's got a 60% fail rate. So he's got that. So he's very good.
And is that what he does? Is that
yes, that's his job, and he's very good at Spanish. He taught himself Spanish, and he's very good at German, and he's done picking up Russian as well. So he sort of he paves the way.
Are you guys close? Are you guys close then?
Yeah, we're 50% exactly the same, and 50% totally different. So we've both been through hell after Mum died. It was obviously a hellish time. So we're family, you know, and same sense of comedy. And with our dad, it was almost a triple act at times. I remember having a phone call. There's 3 of us, because Dad would say something, then Mark, and I'd say something, then Mark, then Dad, and then I had to take a phone call. Went upstairs, and I said, downstairs there's a double act going on, and then when I go back and join it, it'll be a triple act again. It was interesting. Similar dry sense of humour.
And I imagine also after your mum died, the 3 of you was, that changes the dynamic of any family, doesn't it?
Dad had to be Mum and Dad, and it was, I think he kind of left it in a kind of 1950s way, left it to Mum, and she had been a nurse as well. When he met her, she was a nurse, so Mum was taking care of the kids. That was fine by him, and he got his career going. First time anyone in either family had got a career. So when this all happened, no one was ready for it. And
where did they come from in the UK, Eddie?
It's Dad's born in Eastbourne, East Sussex, and Mum was Ashford in Kent, born Ashford, Kent.
They're Southerners.
Yes.
But you went to a northern university though.
That was deliberate. Yes, I chose that deliberately. I have to be out of the south. I have to go north. And people further north in Sheffield say that's not very north. But
well, I'm from Leeds, so that's the south.
Well, exactly. That's what you say. Anyone said. So there's people up in Orkney are going bloody southern.
Exactly. Well, I'm married to a Scotsman.
Well,
and they, anywhere is down. Anywhere over the border is down south. Whereas my Leeds family consider everybody in the M25 and maybe even up to Northampton to be a Cockney. They call everybody Cockneys who lives in. So they're just as bad the other way. They'll say, that Cockney friend of yours, and I go, he's from Brighton. And they kind of, anybody south is just kind of grouped together. But I have so many friends in the south who, I kind of wince a bit when they go, I've never been north of Northampton, or I've never been to Newcastle. Have you ever been to Edinburgh? No, I haven't been there either. And it's Brits are quite bad at that sometimes, I think.
Yeah,
not going and seeing our country.
When you were a kid, you grew up in Leeds, yeah?
Yeah, but my dad was a footballer, so we moved all the time.
All
so
right.
I lived in Coventry. He played
I want to hear your Yorkshire accent. I want to hear what that sounds like.
Because it's very much still there.
Is it there? All right.
My mum actually nearly interrupted us. She just rang, and she's very Leeds, and so you're all right. And then my kids hear my accent. They go, "Oh, mum's gone to Yorkshire. She's gone to," because my kids are southern.
Oh right.
So
well, that's it. I love the Yorkshire. I got to Sheffield Uni. And all the people in the Students' Union, the porters, the guys who ran it, They go, all right, love. All right, put it here, love. It should be all right. And all the men were calling men love. And I thought, does that work? How does that work? And but I love different accents. You know, the full Monty is set in the Sheffield that I was in. When that happened, when there was massive unemployment, that's when I was there, 81, 82, 83. And great film, great that it took off.
There was Leeds is it's funny, you don't think you think especially Southerners think that there's a kind of generic northern accent, you know, there's a Yorkshire accent maybe, but actually, you know, even Leeds to Sheffield is very different.
Yeah.
You know, and then don't even go across the Pennines because then it's a completely different northern accent. Newcastle, obviously, and the whole of the northeast, you know, that accent is apparently descended from Vikings.
Yes.
A lot of the language comes from there.
Well, Leeds will still be got Viking in there. I mean, you know, Bern is a Norwegian word.
Yeah.
And there's a number of things in there. And I played up in Shetland, and I remember we were being driven around in Shetland, and they had that, you know, official sign for don't throw litter. And, you know, with that red triangle, and it said dinner chuck brook, and you know that dinner chuck is obviously don't throw, and chuck was obviously an official word, therefore it must be a dialect, therefore probably Norwegian and Viking, and brook must be the word for rubbish, garbage in Shetland. So it's I love making the connections. This is the thing. That's the way forward for us. Is not this. Well, I don't know. Some people are very into separation at the moment, and the rest of us have got to keep making as many connections as we can, because the ship will turn around. Humanity will go back forwards, and I'm going to fight for that as hard as I can.
Well, you're doing amazingly already, but this is another incredible feat, and I'm in awe of your attempts and you're not an attempt, you'll succeed, but it's just such a
well, hopefully we will succeed.
I hope you've got a really good team of physios and people giving you the right nutrition and looking after you.
Tim Cruz-Drew is the physio, Olympic level physio, and he really knows his stuff. He helps. And Sarah Johnson here is event manager, and when I'm out running, she's road manager. When I'm touring, she's tour manager, and so
she's got a good job.
She makes it all happen, get me to the right place. We're in a support bubble at the moment, so we have to not get pissed off with each other for another, 27 days or something, and we're spending all our time together. We just have to, but I think we've spent a lot of time together. Now, I'm looking at because I'm looking down a bit, because beneath there's I want to mention something. You would like to talk about Change the Game campaign, the BBC campaign?
Well, I was just discussing things with your lovely team about potential topics, and Change the Game was a campaign that the BBC started last year about women's sport, because it was a particularly unusual, I say last year, it was 2019, obviously, we're now a few days into 2021, and it was an unusual year because we had the Women's World Cup took place in France, and then there was the Women's Netball Championships in England, and then there was we had the usual kind of great women's sport, from the Open to the golf the Wimbledon going on, so it was, and the World Athletics Championships, where British women in particular were doing very well. So the whole summer was kind of fronting women's sport right at the centre of the sporting calendar. And it really did amazing things. The Women's Football World Cup, we got record audiences of 12 million watching England play. And for women's sport, obviously, it's one thing to provide the platform and to provide the facilities, but you need people to enjoy and watch it for the sports to grow, because it goes hand in hand with brands and marketing and everything else. So it was an enormous success, and off the back of it, England and the Women's FA got the biggest sponsorship deal they've ever had. So that was a really powerful campaign, because it's not, for me, a women's sport is not about it's not just about giving, not every woman is going to play football for England. It's not about that. It's about showing women the possibility of what they can achieve in areas that they potentially didn't think were available to them, So showing a little girl that women playing football may open her eyes to another career that she thought was just for men, or that she'd only seen men do. So for me, women's sport has always been about more than just what goes on the field of play, and that applies then across the board in society to every group, whether it's ethnic diversity within sport, whatever it is, it's about showing possibility. So I think that's why women's sport can be so powerful for change.
Yeah, and I think it's brilliant. I loved playing football as a kid, and but I know I grew up in an environment where girls are not supposed to play football. It wasn't said; it just wasn't even considered. But I played in mixed teams, and I've said this before. Where a particular one in LA, and there was a woman on the team. She was just the best striker that we had. Get the ball to Shirley, she's going to kick it in the net, and just
because in America, soccer was
Yeah.
was never kind of like a women's sport and a men's sport.
Yeah.
All can play together to a certain age, and because it kind of grew up in America at the same rate, whereas women's football was banned for 40 years in the UK.
Really
So,
banned?
yeah.
Who banned it?
After the it was banned after the war. During the war years, women's football was huge. 50,000 people went to watch a women's football match in the during the war on Boxing Day, and then after that, the men came back from war. And the women had been working obviously in the munitions factories and had been doing a lot of things that the men were, had been doing before, and they went back into their domestic roles but wanted to carry on playing football. And then there was this feeling that they shouldn't be playing football, and one of the reasons given was because if the ball hit a woman on the chest or in her stomach, it might damage her ability to have children. I mean, there was some very unmedically sound reasons given, and then it was banned. Women's football was banned for a long time until the 70s. And if you imagine anything in society, sport or a profession, having that block of 40 years to get people up to the same level is going to take a long time, So it obviously you talked about tankers earlier. It is a tanker that's turning, but it takes time, doesn't it, to get people along. So there was clearly no problem with men going to watch women play football when Dick Kerr ladies, who were this incredible team during the war, when they were playing, men liked to go watch them play. But then suddenly, when it was banned, obviously, the standards dropped. So they had to then kind of get back to professionalism. So it's, I can't believe there hasn't been a film made about Dick Kerr ladies, actually. It's such an incredible story. And some amazing women that played in that team. They used to work in the munition factories by day, and then they were out playing football and traveling around the country.
Spell out the name so that anyone listening, and me myself.
So Dick Kerr, so D-I-C-K and K-E-R-R, Dick Kerr ladies. It's worth just Googling.
But why Dick Kerr? Who's Dick Kerr?
Dick Kerr was a character who was he was the coach from the munitions factory.
Right.
And so he was the person that kind of was the head of the team, So it was his team. But they played then against teams from Preston, and they were all in that kind of...
he was the coach, but he wasn't... It's a bloke. Was a bloke not paying? It wasn't a woman called Dick Kerr. It was a bloke.
No, there was a woman called... one of the most famous players was Lily Parr, whose story is brilliant. They said Lily Parr she could take a corner and swing a ball in, kind of right in and beat anybody from the corner flag. She had this amazing in-swinging corner kick, and apparently she liked a cigar as well. And there's all these kind of stories about her that she sounds like a kind of almost Calamity Jane type figure, And I've read about her. She's got a really interesting story, but then it all stopped because of what went on with the FA and women's football being banned. So you just think these women, if they had carried on playing football, where would women's football be now? Because obviously the sport wasn't banned in America, it wasn't banned in Germany, it wasn't banned in Norway, and these countries had really strong traditions of women's football. So, and I did play football as a kid because, you just alluded to it there. When we were at school, we weren't given an opportunity to play football.
Well, I went to it. I didn't only play until I was 12. I was in the first team when I was 11 and 12, and I went to a school that didn't play it at all, and until very much later as an option. And I just thought field hockey has its place, but football, soccer. Didn't we invent the thing? Shouldn't we be trying to get all our kids to play it? And I lost all my abilities. I played it again at university, and I was so awful. And I thought, what has gone wrong? I was in the first team for 2 years. I mean, I'm a good player. I hadn't played for 5 years. That's what went wrong. I never even considered that until I analysed it. I thought, of course, you're not going to play for 5 years. They're going to increase their ability, and yours is going to go back.
Yeah. But you're right, because football, and the reason why it is the global sport is because it's so easy to do. You know, you need a ball and people, and you can use anything for your goal. So you go, I travel around the world for my job. Well, I did before last March, and you go all over. It's Africa, you know, South America, and it doesn't matter what the village that you go to hasn't got in the way of facilities. There will be somewhere that's been marked out as a football pitch.
Yeah.
And the kids, they might have 12 on one team and 8 on the other. You know, they might have, you know, some kids look like they're, you know, should be at work with a mortgage. The other kids look like they're kind of, you know, 5 years old, but they're all crashing into each other playing. And it is the beautiful game in that respect, that you can just do it so easily.
I've said this, and you don't even need a pitch, you can do it in a street. And it could be tall, short, wide or thin. This is why for America, I say to all my American friends out there, I know you're getting to like soccer, football much more. It is designed almost as an American game. America's about anyone in America can do anything. And anyone in America can be a great soccer player. Whereas if you're going to do American football, you have to be huge. If you're not the quarterback, you've got to be huge. And if you're going to be a basketball player, you've got to be thinner and huge. It's very genetically specific.
Yeah.
And whereas soccer is the most inclusive, there's baseball as well, which anyone, whatever size I think, can play, but they've got this running in there. But you're so fit, probably the fittest people in the world could well be soccer people. Or athletes.
The American team, obviously, who the women have won the last few World Cups and were incredible in France, and their fitness is amazing.
And also, as a person who is part of LGBT, myself being trans, I'm interested in that. We're talking about it more. That if you're a gay woman, you can be a great footballer. If you're a straight woman, you can be a great footballer. It doesn't matter. And some women, I think I was looking at the American team, were wearing a bit of eyeliner, waterproof mascara, like I've got on, and maybe some lipstick if they wanted to, and if they didn't want to, they weren't wearing it at all, and they could dye their hair. It's up to them, and we need to grab that. In men's sports, it's still hard if you're gay and you're a great footballer. It's still probably on, or rugby player. It's all kept quiet, but we've got to get beyond that. So I'm very fascinated. Well, it's great to see. I mean, I saw in the games I saw in the Women's World Cup, just very strong players.
You know what's interesting as well about women's football, which I've presented a bit of in the last few years? In France, these sell-out stadiums, big stadiums, sold out, and I look around the crowd, and there is everybody there. You know, so you've got families, you've got a couple of blokes together, you've got a bloke and his girlfriend, or you've got a guy come along with his stepdaughter. I met people and I'd ask them, I can see people in hotels and stuff, and I say, so you two, tell me about your story. And one of the ones that nearly made me cry was this, he was a Geordie actually, he was quite a tough bloke, and he had his little 11-year-old girl with him. And I wrongly assumed at first that it was him kind of going, come on, we'll go to a football tournament. And apparently she'd begged him for her birthday that she could go to the Women's World Cup. And so he'd kind of begrudgingly, I think because he thought, oh, Women's World Cup, I'm not sure I'm going to enjoy that. And he'd had the most amazing week with his daughter, and you could see their relationship, having that week together, going to watch the football. And they kind of brought me to tears slightly when she was telling me, because she's a Newcastle fan and I'm a Newcastle fan, and we were talking about Newcastle. And I just thought, how special, because it's so hard, I think, for a lot of dads to connect their daughters in lots of ways. Where do we connect? How is our relationship? What's it based on? What's it predicated on?
I have to put my hand up here and say, so you're from Leeds, but you are a Newcastle supporter. Tell me that story. How did that happen?
So, my dad was a footballer, and so when you're the child of a footballer, you just automatically look out for that team's results every week, and maybe for 2 years or however long they're there. My dad played for Leeds United, but left when I was 4. And the team he played for at Leeds was a very famous team, and everybody assumes that would be my team. But we then moved to Coventry, then he moved to Tottenham, then we moved to Vancouver, and then we came back to Leeds. And then anyway, by the time I was 18, I went off to Durham University, and my mum, at this point, he's managing Wales, so I haven't got a weekly team that I'm looking out for. And so my mum had a sports management business, and she signed a player up from Cyprus who was signed for Newcastle United, and she said to me, I'm not going to be able to get up to watch every game, so I'll pay you £10 to pick up his wife every week and take her to the matches for me. So I started going to watch Newcastle United with this player's wife, and they ended up leaving the club quite quickly, but I stayed, and I ended up just kind of becoming a Newcastle United fan by accident. And then I was obviously in Durham for a few years, and then I worked in Newcastle, went out with a Geordie, and it was the Kevin Keegan era. So if you lived in Newcastle at that point and you went there as a neutral football fan, you wouldn't leave without being a fan of Newcastle United. You'd have a heart of stone. You know, it was just, the city was just black and white, and it was all about the team. And when you work in local radio, obviously, and I started doing interviews at the St James's Park every week, and you know, so and then I left to go south, and I honestly thought that I would be back within 2 years, because when you live in a city like Newcastle, you can't imagine living. It's got such an incredible spirit, and you know, it's such a brilliant place to live. I never thought I'd live anywhere else. But Newcastle United is still my team, which has been a rocky road. But sadly, I've not gone back to live in the city.
Well, would you agree that if once you start supporting a team, once in, never out, you can't change teams?
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, Leeds United have been so exciting this season at points, and I thought, oh, it would be really exciting to be a Leeds United fan. You know, you win 5-0 one week, you lose 5-2 the next. You know, it's that kind of roller coaster. But you can't change. You know, it's and especially when you have, like I did, have this really emotional kind of, you know, relationship in the early years, being in the Keegan era where it was just such a ride with them. So yeah, there's no going back.
Well, 1969, my dad was Arsenal supporter, but 1969, my auntie B, my mum's older sister, who had really sort of kind of brought her up because she was about 10 years older. So we go and see her. Mum had passed away, and Uncle John says, "Come on, we'll go and see Crystal Palace. They're just in the first division." And there's a guy called Don Rogers in that team, and he was our kind of Georgie Best. And if he got it, anyone who's one of the dribbling strikers, we now say for Wolf, when he gets it, anyone. And so if he gets the ball, if they've got the ball, you just scream. I remember screaming, "Go on, Don, go on!" You go kind of bonkers. Run! He sometimes take the ball, take it all the way from the halfway line, and
it's a lovely club.
Well, no, Crystal Palace, yes, it's great. We've got ambitions, and our academy is now Tier 1, which is beautiful. Steve Parish is every move he's done, and Roy Hodgson are doing. It's great. I know we've just had some setbacks, but that happens in football, as you're saying with Leeds. And Leeds were, you know, they were so high, and they've been lower for a long time. And about Manchester City, just not considered, and then suddenly massive amount of money came up. That's great for Manchester. It's yeah, there's the big six, and then there's the rest of us. And
yeah, and sometimes I think as well, if you're never going to be in that big, or you don't feel like you'll ever be in that big six, I think it's interesting. You can watch that as that's a whole different thing that goes on.
Yeah, let's just forget about that. Yeah. That's how I did it in the Olympics. I'd say America, yeah, they got a lot of money and they're highly trained. So, and then Russia used to be up there, and then wherever we go, we're kind of first in our group. That's how I like to work it. But I think Steve Parish has ambitions to go. We want to be thinking in our team, maybe any team that's not the Big Six, we want to get up there and trying to get into Europe.
I think people have seen what Leicester did as well.
Leicester.
Yeah, Leicester have given people hope, haven't they? That you could do it, and if you run the club well, if you get the right personnel in, and it's obviously a very, it's a club with history, obviously, but to do what they did 4 years ago, 5 years ago, was phenomenal, wasn't it?
And I thought they were going to just disappear down. It was just one weird thing, but no, they've stayed up there. And Sheffield United, interesting, because they were so high last season, having a very tough time this season.
Doesn't it show you, I think with a team like Sheffield United, it does show you, first of all, there's that whole second season syndrome where people figure you out, but also they needed their home fans. That was a real kind of, for them, that home advantage really worked last season. And it is very strange going to football games without crowds, no doubt. It feels, you know, I can't get used to it. I've done it now since June, and I think if you're a team that isn't blessed with multi-million kind of pound signings, and you're about togetherness, and you need that extra man almost driving it up.
Yes, indeed. Now I'm going to cut off from you at 5 to the hour, but I want to just say the BBC campaign is shining a light on women's sport. The Change the Game. what actively is happening about that? What can people do if they're women, they want to help, but is there a thing? Is there a website?
I think the focus last year was to kind of push those events into people's consciousness and make people kind of aware of these big events. And now I think what the BBC and other broadcasters are doing is there is the kind of integration of female pundits with male pundits on men's football, on women's football, and normalising that conversation, you know, and keeping women's football and other high-profile women's sport, you know, up there, so that the hours that are devoted to in live sport increase. Because after the Olympics in 2012, there were a lot of surveys done, and nationally, on a national press, written press, women's sport got something like 4% of coverage, which is not good. And on television it was around 12%. So the idea was to try and push those figures so that there's more parity, obviously. And so I think it's an ongoing campaign now that we're all very much aware of, and wouldn't allow, you know, that to slip back, I think. And to keep, for me, as I said before, the most important thing is that young girls see sport as a place that is safe for them, and it is enjoyable for them, and that they can, as kids, feel is inclusive. So
yes. And I'm going to finish, well, I don't want to finish on my words if I can, but as someone who is trans, I went back and tried to define what is masculinity, the definition of masculinity and definition of femininity. I want to see what you think about this. Because if you go down it, there is nothing that essentially describes something that is masculine, or an attribute for a person of a man that is masculine, or an attribute for a woman that's feminine, except if you've got more testosterone in your body, you can build muscle mass easier. That is it. You take determination, determined women, determined men, intelligence, intelligent women, men, great athletes or women, great men, football players, great men or women. There's just nothing. Scientists and the inventors of these recent vaccines, 2 out of 3 of them were women. Women in science wasn't there. There's just nothing in there. There's that. What do you think of that? It's. I think that should be said again and again and again. All women can do, all girls, young women can do anything they want. It's all out there.
Absolutely, and there's no reason why, you know, there would be an argument against women, for me, doing anything. I know, you know, somebody will be listening to this going, oh well, you know, only women can give birth, and you know, so take away the biological kind of, you know, what you're born with. We're talking now about your possibility, right?
Yes,
so we're talking about expectation. We're not going into kind of
genetic gifts. Not going to genetic gifts. Yeah.
No, it's about what is possible, and for me, the world over, and you know, we're very blessed, aren't we? We live in a society which is much more inclusive. We're talking, if we look outside of our borders and we look into the world, there are a lot of places in the world where women don't have those opportunities, and I think, you know, that's for me is where sport can show and shine a light, you know, on those women. It's really important that they can then, as I said before, be seen as, you know, something that you break barriers, don't you? You look back at how important sport was, whether you go back to Jesse Owens, you know, and kind of how sport can break barriers and break down boundaries. And I think that's why women's sport is important, because as you say, it's about science, it's about technology, it's about politics, you know, it's other areas that have been perceived traditionally to be male strangleholds.
Yeah,
so.
And now there should be, from now on, I'd say the cognitive revolution, which is described in the book Sapiens, was 70,000 years ago, and since then women should have been on equal pay and equal rights, and they're owed a lot of back pay and back rights. That's what I say. All
well,
right.
That seems like a good place to end the chat.
Thank you very much, and keep doing what you're doing. I'll keep doing what I'm doing.
Thank you, Eddie, you're amazing, and it's great to see you looking so well. Hopefully you haven't got too long.
No, only an hour left.
Okay, well, have a great week tonight. See you later. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Just having a 5-minute break, full stop. Eddie. I will have penne alla arrabbiata. Yeah, well, you want to try? Do you know who I am? All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Sarah, am I running off kilter? I just look like I'm
Let me
leaning.
have a look. I'll just stand on centre and look, okay?
Just gonna look at the camera. The camera makes me look like I'm going that way.
Okay, I'm gonna look physically now.
It's not physical. Look physically and then look at what the camera feed is saying. I don't mind if you move around.
Hi Eddie, I'm going to bring Tim in now for you.
Okay.
Hi Eddie.
Hi there. Hi Tim.
You've had a busy day. You've had a busier day than me.
Yeah. Chatting away. Talking, trying to keep my mind off things.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. And how is it all feeling today?
Say again?
How's it all feeling today?
Legs are tired. Not too bad, just... I keep trying to run faster so that I can take a break and not destroy my time, but I'm now... If I run at 8 kilometers an hour, which is faster than I want to run, I will get there. Yeah. I'll finish at 6:05, which is slower than I was yesterday, which is annoying. So...
Okay. Is that because you've had more breaks, or
probably
you started later?
No, we start bang on 12, so it must be the breaks. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you're seeing the benefit of all the training that you've done now.
Yeah. Hopefully that's just Sarah. Am I off kilter? Do I look like to you, Tim? I feel like I'm running that way. That I'm leaning that way.
It looks like you're leaning to your left.
To that way. No, that way. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. It does. So I don't know what is happening. Why do I? It feels like I have to run like this. That looks straight, doesn't it? And I feel I'm really leaning over. Sarah, can you look at me from the front?
Yeah, I did have a look. It does look like that in here as well.
I need you to look from the front, please.
Yes, I looked from the front. It does look
I'll
the
tell
same.
you one reason that might be is because when
Hang
you're
on
using your right hand,
could you just
you're
look?
using the right hand to use the phone and everything.
Do you want me to look again?
Yeah, I want you to be there when I'm doing it. I just want to adjust things. Hang on, Tim.
All right.
So this is what I'm doing all the time. This feels normal to me, but this looks wrong on the screen. Does this look lopsided? This shot, like I'm going that way, yeah. I feel I've got to do this, which feels odd, but that looks straighter in the screen. Tim, does that... Sorry? I can't hear you, sir.
You know what? I think part of it, Eddie, is that the camera is set slightly to your right-hand side, so you're being filmed very slightly obliquely.
Obliquely or at an angle? Because oblique shouldn't matter.
Well, at an angle. That for me is the same thing. But anyway, yeah, from an angle. So the camera is closer to you on the right side than it is on the left. So I think that's giving a little bit of an altered perspective.
But you said if you're just looking, I look like I'm off centre.
Yeah, Tim, it seems to just be sinking within the room. That's not Eddie's gait, is it? That means, because I know we're all slightly off, you know.
I mean, I feel like I've got
we are also, the other thing I would say as well is that you're using your right hand to use the phone.
Right,
and you're holding on to the handle with your
I'm
left
not touching the phone. Tim, I'm not touching the phone. The phone just sits there occasionally.
Oh, okay. But when you're doing stuff, you're doing it with the right hand, aren't you?
Well, occasionally I do this, but if every 20, 30 minutes I do that, that can't make me to fall over.
Yeah. I wouldn't. I mean, honestly, Steve Way, who you were talking to the other day on Saturday, has got the most extraordinary gait. He's completely lopsided. So.
Oh, okay.
It's probably just that we've never had you filmed to this extent before.
Yeah, maybe it's that.
You always swapped hands with the flags as well, didn't you, when you were carrying flags? It's not like you suddenly have weighted one side with carrying flags.
No.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a much bigger arm swing on the right than the left.
Much bigger arm swing?
Yeah, your right arm seems to move more than the left. But again, these are not things to worry about. We all have curiosity. I mean, look at Paula Radcliffe, the way that she nodded her head.
Right.
So yeah, don't aim for symmetrical perfection. It very rarely exists in runners.
Oh, okay. No, I just kind of want to look in the screen. Every time I look up, I think I look lopsided, and that kind of throws me.
Yeah.
Makes me unhappy.
And all the nutrition and everything's going okay?
Yeah. Everything's going okay. Hang on a second. I'm gonna Ian up in the roof.
Hello.
Hello. So that camera must be bang on, yeah?
Yes.
Floor's bang on. Everything is bang on.
I can zoom out to give you some more references of bang onness if you like.
Because I must say that the top of this bit here looks lower than that bit to me. Does it to you?
It does look slightly, yes, but if I zoom out a bit, you can see some more.
No, I totally understand what you're saying. I just a bit weird. I feel like I'm.
If you like, after today, I can send up a spirit level, because you can level the treadmill just to make sure it is actually.
Let's do that.
I know it moves it a couple of times just to make sure it's actually level.
Let's try that, because it just, I don't know, I'm a bit OCD on this. Every time I look at the camera, I just think I'm leaning over.
Actually, Eddie, I think I've got a spirit level on my phone.
Okay.
I'll give it a try. It might not be great, but I'll give it a try.
It's a curved top, so it's difficult to make happen.
Things you never thought you'd hear Sarah Johnson say. I've got a spirit level on my phone.
Of course I have to. Of course
no,
I
she
have.
would say.
Excellent. But, so is everything else going okay, Eddie? All the nutrition and everything, that's all fine?
Yeah, the chocolate ones I'm going down easy. The other one, the baked ones, I find harder to get down me.
Oh, a bit dry?
Yeah, it's kind of dry. Yeah.
Okay.
But,
cool. Well, excellent. Well, I've got a couple of little facts for you. You know, you were talking to Steve Cousins the other day, or today, I mean.
Stephen Cousins, he prefers.
Stephen Cousins, yes. Stephen Cousins. So he not only is being, Mr. Swift and running on Swift.
Swift.
He knows Martin Swift. Yeah. He knows Martin very well. And apparently he wrote the John Kettleton as a Weatherman song.
No, you told me about this. I'm afraid I don't know it. So you have mentioned this before, and I've kind of blanked you before. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Stephen. But I may know if I heard it. But yeah. So that's something crazy.
Yeah. So anyway, as someone to have a little chat with you today, to get a younger person's perspective on the discussion you were having with Gabby, I've got Georgia, who you know well from having run across the South Downs, a Cambridge University student.
Hello, you right?
Yes, indeed. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. Congratulations, well done on your incredible running situation.
Thank you.
Very inspiring.
Are you in a different room in the house, or are you in a different house?
No, I'm in the same house, different room, so I'm, right next door to Dad, so I can slightly hear myself through the wall, which is a bit odd. Yeah.
So I've got a little thing that says, I'm not sure if this is how you articulate it, you would like to talk about female empowerment, gender resolution, and climate issues. Is that?
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't say that, but that's what someone who tucked things down on a piece of paper has said. But I'm happy to talk about all those things. So
yeah, definitely.
Or anything and everything. So fire away if you want. I'm a bit knackered, so I can't think of where to start.
No worries. I mean, I think Dad's just supplied that because that's all the stuff I'm really interested in.
Can you define gender resolution? Define that. What does that quite mean? Because I'm not sure how the resolution goes.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, a couple of minutes ago you were talking about sapiens and this whole revolution in thinking that happened several thousand years ago.
Yes, the cognitive revolution in 70,000 years ago.
Yeah, there's a slight thinking that there might be a kind of gender revolution that's going on, I think especially this year, but has been going on over a period of a few years, involving kind of getting rid of the kind of binary structure of gender, male, female, and then them being kind of opposites with opposite sets of characteristics.
Yep.
And I think that, especially over lockdown, where people have been able to have time with themselves and been able to identify in a way that isn't performing for other people, potentially, gender is becoming more of a fluid thing. Like, it's kind of just a discussion that's going on at the moment. And this whole thing of you identify with a gender rather than you're born with a gender, and this whole, this argument. But yeah, I'm really interested in whether you think that the idea of gender, have you seen it change? Like, do you think that we're still very stuck in our ways, or have you noticed a change over the last couple of years, or what are your opinions on that?
I feel I'm going to have to ask you this question after that, because I feel I'm a little bit in a, what's the word for it? Not necessarily the eye of the storm, but something like the eye of a something that's not quite a storm, or maybe it's a storm. But seeing as I am trans, I definitely think things are better for transgender people, even though I know a lot of transgender people have a tough time once they come out. I think it's easier to come out than ever before, but then I think there's a 10-year fight to recreate your life in your own way, on your own terms, and knit yourself into society. So you've got a job, you've got relationships, whatever's going on, and there's no real guidebook to that. So I think a lot of people find it really tricky. They get to stage 1, and then stage 2 seems really tricky. But I felt when I came out in 85, it was toxic if you're trans. 90, it was toxic. 95, 2000, 2005, 10, 2014, there was a tipping point in America. 3 things happened. A TV series called Transparent started winning awards, Golden Globes. Laverne Cox, a black trans activist, was in a series called Orange is the New Black. She got Person of the Year, I think it was, in Life. And then there was Caitlyn Jenner getting front page of Vanity Fair. So it suddenly shifted in a certain way. The word diversity became more out. And I found, from my own perspective, that things got easier. I saw adverts on the television that said, if you are behaving horribly towards people, or threatening violence, or being violent towards, and they had, people, if you're a person of colour, LGBT, if you're a woman, anyone, then you, these are now hate crimes, and they can be prosecuted against. And someone did this to me, and at the same time this was going on, this campaign, and I reported them, and this was actioned on, and they were found guilty of a hate crime. So,
my God,
it does feel that times are different. I was attacked years ago, and I don't think that was considered a hate crime. But more recently, slowly, hopefully but surely, things get a little better. How do you feel from your perspective things are?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think, like you say, once somebody comes out as trans, I think society, or the kind of general feeling, is that that's it, that's the end, like, well done. That's kind of the end of it. But it isn't. Again, like you say, it's a process, and once you still have to self-actualize into your ideal, your best self, and your comfortable self. And a lot of people struggle with dysphoria, and it's a complex issue, and it's a disrespect to say, like, oh, that's it, you're done, you've come out now. Like it's a much more complicated issue than that. And again, like, I think that it's not as if the hate has stopped. It's just, I think it's now being recognised as hate, which is a step forward. But again, like, the systems and the social structures and the ideas we have about trans people are still very present. But I think that maybe it's like being more recognised now, which is good. But a long way to go, definitely.
And as a woman, do you feel things are better, more open, more opportunities for women? Glass ceilings are coming down. Can you feel?
I think so. It's interesting because there's this whole, as a white woman, I've obviously got a lot of privilege. So again, it's odd experiencing enormous amounts of privilege and then also still, like, misogyny. It's just an interesting thing, especially within the university. The university environment still is quite present. As an LGBT woman as well, it's just interesting the kind of the experience that you have. But I don't know. I think there are definitely still limitations, but now, especially, I think feminism is becoming intersectional. We're having to include what we want to include, trans women, black women, like everyone. I think that it's beginning to change in that sense. I think especially beginning of lockdown, there was a big push for the BLM movement, and I think that was Black Lives Matter movement. And I think that was a big job for a lot of people in including everyone in your feminism and including everyone in your discussion. So I think that, yeah, there has, especially this year, been massive changes with the experience of being a woman, all of that kind of thing. But yeah.
And do you do sporting things like your dad? Do you run the marathons he runs and things like that?
Absolutely not. No, I do lots of sport, but I've not run a marathon yet. We've been thinking about doing the Jamaica Marathon for a while.
Oh wow!
But we've not quite gone around to it yet. Hopefully that's on the cards soon.
Which sports are your sports?
Just tell Eddie what you'd like doing.
Yeah, so I do like aerial circus, so that's one of my favourite ones.
Aerial circus or circuits?
Circus, so like if you see Cirque du Soleil, there's like a hoop and there's silks, so I do that.
Wow.
I like rock climbing, I do a lot of surfing, getting outside, lots of like cold water swimming as well, everything, all of it.
Wow.
I like it a lot.
Well, you're brave than I am. I can't. Cold water.
I feel like marathon's pretty impressive. I feel like that's.
But at this point, I'd rather be doing something else. But it's good. It's good having a chat. But I think you're the one that made your dad go to South Africa.
I think so. I think.
Did you tell the story well? Or does Tim have to tell the story, or can you tell it better, because it's kind of a good story.
Oh, bless, I don't know.
Tim?
Yeah, so to put a bit of feedback, is that Eddie, for people who might be listening or watching, is Eddie came into my room for what I thought was just a review, and announced that we were going to South Africa. This was in end of January 2016. And so I assumed, okay, great, when September, October. And I said, so when are we going? He said, we're leaving in 3 weeks. And at that time, my clinic was fully busy. I was due to go away for a ski holiday with Kath on her own, which is the first time we've been away without the kids for a week. And also my business partner at the time, I'd arranged a 40th birthday party with 20 guys down to Exeter. So I was really kind of not sure whether I could actually ditch all of that to then launch into South Africa. And so I came home and discussed it with Kath in the kitchen. And Georgia, as you can work out, is able to assimilate information in multiple levels in multiple ways. So she was sitting at we have this sort of like an island, I suppose you call it, in the kitchen, with an iMac on one side. So Georgia was like writing homework at one point. She was watching something on the iMac and listening to something on her headphones at the same time. So I thought I was having a private conversation with Kath and saying, I don't know, we've got a holiday to do, I've got Nick's thing to do, and Kath was like, look, if you want to go, I'm behind you 100%, it's not a problem, we can rearrange all the kind of appointments and blah, blah, blah. So now Kath and I were running it backwards and forwards, and then Georgia just took an earphone and she said, for God's sake, Dad, she said, you spent your life looking after other people, just do something for yourself for once. And I was like, all right, George, calm down.
And so you changed your plans.
And I have to say, one of the best things, definitely one of the best things that's ever happened to me in terms of my work, my career for sure.
In what way? Because it was just very different, or because it helped your work, or it informed your work, or what?
It was, I love Africa. I've been to Africa multiple times before we went. Clearly in South Africa, and I love it. I love the vista, I love the sunsets, I love the people. I think I said to you when we did the trip, I really resonate with Africa. When I run in the heat, it feels completely natural to me to run in the heat rather than running in the cold. So I relate to Africa. Maybe it's primitive, that's where we all came from, I don't know. But the experience, it was a brand new experience for me. For you kind of lived that world for years and years and years, and it is your world. But for me to suddenly be launched into that, for being a clinician for 26 years or whatever it was, to that point to be thrown into a thing where there was like, a whole film crew and we were staying in different hotels every day and being fed and looked after. That was a whole completely crazy new experience for me, but fantastic. And then of course, as I said to you yesterday, we went to places like Kailicha, which I would never, I couldn't go into that on the basis that we were in there together.
I say again, for people listening, the township in Cape Town. Township in Cape Town, yeah, Kailicha?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wanted to tell people what it is because I know we told everyone yesterday, but new people are listening, so just so they know.
Yeah, and Kailicha as a township, and what's amazing is it's about 3 times the surface area of Cape Town itself. But it has 10 times the population of Cape Town. I mean, it's incredible. It's an extraordinary place.
Yep, and people really struggling in there. So the townships, there's a lot of them still in South Africa, and even though
I have no idea what must be going in there in terms of COVID. I mean, imagine what that must be like with COVID.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It must be kind of hellish. But
George, yeah.
Carry on, Tim.
No, I was saying George is very fun. I think you're very drawn to Africa as well, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure, definitely. It's insane, but especially South Africa and Cape Town. I think we've spent a bit of time in Durban, and that was beautiful. It's just such a place of extremes, isn't it? It's just fascinating in every way. But yeah,
we took you when you were quite young. Did that affect you in terms of seeing how people were living in terms of the villages and the deprivation?
In a sense, I think on one hand it's so what a privilege to go travelling when I would have been maybe 8 or 10. What an amazing thing to see. And I think it does bring into focus a lot of the real world, like a lot of how people are living. We consider those necessities which they just don't have, and I think that is a very prominent issue in Africa is absolute poverty. But again, you just see the other side, it's just the beautiful wildlife and the incredible culture. There's so much richness that goes along with it, and it's you do see such two sides of the country. But it's gorgeous. It's a lovely place.
And when we were running it back in 2016, George, did you see the videos coming through?
Yeah, when you did the 27, that was... Yeah, no, I saw them coming through. That was cool as well. I think we were watching pretty avidly on, it was BBC 3, wasn't it? We were watching all the videos on there. That was really cool to see.
Yeah, no, it was nice. Really nice. Well, we've got one of them that we could watch now.
Yeah.
Now, I want to get this scenario right. I ran 4 marathons in 4 days, and then on the 4th day, today's the 4th day, Dr. Gary took my blood work, and then he put it into a hospital system, and then he flew home, and when he got the email, it said we had to stop. Something looked really odd. My K reading, I think it was. You know what the K reading is, Tim? What's the K reading?
The K reading?
Yeah, something like K. The K, something to do with something. Do you know what was wrong with my bloods when they came back when Gary saw them on?
Oh, sorry. It was I think it was protein levels in the urine was the first thing that came back, and then I think it was your creatinine levels.
Creatinine, that begins with a K, doesn't it?
Creatinine. It does if you spell it with a K, yeah. I think it actually begins with a C.
Oh, right, by C levels then. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Dr. Gary said, don't run tomorrow. So we had a whole day off, which is beautiful. Always nice to have a day off, but it means that you've got an extra marathon to do. Then he said I could carry on running on day 6 and do the 5th marathon, but I was struggling, wasn't I? After 2/3 of a marathon, I was sweating all over the place. It was very hot.
Yeah.
Is that why you took me out? It's because I seemed like I was going to drop down.
Yeah, it was just the pace. Your pace was slowing. It was getting slower and slower, and I was getting concerned about the fact that that the pace was dropping off. I think the point where I really kind of questioned it was when Sarah was running alongside you. She was struggling to actually go as slowly as you were going. That was kind of when I made the call.
I have decided since then, you did this and that's good, and I was very against it. But I think that was me hitting my psychological, what they might call the wall. It was 5 marathons in, but it was, I don't want to play this game anymore. That's my brain saying it. So, and I find that I speed up at the end. So at that point, it was still about two hours to go, and I just thought, oh God, this is going on. And I think I was only walking, but anyway, yeah, I was taken out, that was good. And yes, and so basically I'd done 4 2/3 marathons after 6 days. Now, I'm going to talk about the mathematics because I found it really problematic in my head. Then I was told to put 3 litres of liquid into my body at a doctor in East London, which is a bigger town, big city in Eastern Cape. And then we started on day 7, running the end of, what was it, finishing the 4th and 2/3 marathon, trying to finish the 5th marathon. And so all the mathematics was just behind. If you day 4, you've done 4 marathons, that's fine. Even 1 behind, I realized I had to catch up. So about 2 marathons later, I said, where were we? We were in Hogsback, wasn't it Hogsback? We got up early morning. Hogsback's a wonderful area in South Africa. Got up at
Marathon of Snakes.
Say that? Yes. The
Marathon of Snakes.
Marathon of Snakes. There was, what was his name? The gentleman who was...
Was it Nils or something?
Yeah, Nils.
Yeah.
And Nils was great. He was a dreadlocked young South African guy. Him and his partner, they did trail biking places all around Hogsback, wonderful area. And I said, and he said he'd got this track worked out where you go through the forest, and I said, I don't need this, I need flat, and I got to get this done. And he said, there are snakes and they're poisonous, and do we have an anti-venom? No, we don't. And I got very focused on it. Hang on. So how many snakes are there? So I didn't know the snakes per minute ratio, so I went on and on about this. And then there's an interview with Nils you can see on my website on the South African Marathon bit, where Nils is going, he's very worried about the snakes. I don't know why he's so worried about it. I was worried because I didn't know their speed or he said they never attacked the first person, just the second. I was the second person because he was out ahead. So anyway, we got this marathon done, and then we went off to run in Somerset East, as we talked about yesterday, and we went up onto a trail on the side of the mountain. Was that it?
Yeah.
Tim?
In the sunset.
The sun was going down. You and me running along. We had 1/3 of a marathon to do. Then I could catch up, and then everybody, day 8, and I'd done 7 marathons, something like that, just 1 behind. But I had this mania about doing it. And we did this, and I think you'll see this in this video.
We finished in pitch black, didn't we?
Pitch black when we finished. And Steve had put together a video about the Invictus poem. And the Invictus poem was a poem written by Mr. Henley, I believe it is, who was a great poet and journalist and editor in Britain. And it meant a lot to Nelson Mandela. He used this poem to keep himself going when he was on Robben Island in the 27 years that he was in prison. And so I read it out, and then they put together this film. And so we shall now see if Ian is ready. You're going to run VT.
This is the poem Invictus by William Ernest Henley. It is a poem that meant a lot to Nelson Mandela, particularly when he was in prison for 27 years. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds me and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. I am the captain of my soul, as we all are, I believe. And so, if I just keep it in here and drive forward, I can get this done. I can get all 27 marathons done in 27 days. We're now at Somerset East. I ran a whole marathon this morning. I'm now trying to run, walk, crawl another third of a marathon. South Africa laid out in front of me. I've got the wind in my face, the sun's going down. If you ever do running, this is kind of beautiful. I am the master of my fate and the captain of my soul. We are all the masters of our fate, the captains of our soul. And if we choose it, we can do good and positive things. So that's 35 miles. But I feel good in here.
Whew. Yeah, that's quite a video.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's how you feel when you finish, Eddie.
I know. I've got 25 minutes to go now. Ooh.
Have you really?
No, it says 34 minutes on my thing. 25 minutes to 6, but it's 34 minutes until I finish this, which is...
Yeah, then you're going to finish it. But...
Oh, God. I'm going to try and speed up when I get to the last quarter of an hour. But it was...
George, does this inspire you to run a marathon, George?
Yeah. No, it does, definitely. I think I'd like to do it at some point. Definitely not fit enough yet, but like you say, it's mindset, isn't it? Surely.
It is. It's a mindset. You don't have to do it. I'm not encouraging. I mean...
No, I'd love to.
But you're doing a lot of stuff already. But match fit for life, that's my motto. If you don't use this thing, it will. I think the more I work this body, the healthier it is, and the less I work it, the more illnesses I get. It breaks down if I don't use it. That's what I find.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's what, again, similar, but I think if you keep doing sport, for me, if I keep swimming, I think it's getting in the sea, swimming and dancing. If I keep doing those two, I'll be super happy.
Yeah, swimming and dancing.
But marathons are to come, for sure. I'd love to do a marathon.
Now, surfing, you do surfing. I've always found that...
Sorry?
I've always found that rather scary. Can't you just get dumped on by a big wave and then it holds you down?
Yeah, well, I think so. That does definitely happen, but I think in a slightly weird way, that's part of the fun, in that that's part of the bit that makes the draws into it. I think the fear is quite fun in a weird way. Dangerous aspect.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have time. That's too weird.
Yeah.
It's too much scary for me. I've never been great in the water.
Yeah.
But
it's a bizarre place. Yeah.
You like it? Do you swim in your area where you live?
Yeah, we've got a beautiful beach. We're down in Bournemouth, so there's a big bay, and I go swimming there pretty much once a day, every couple of days. It's gorgeous. I think that's my running. I think is swimming, getting in the sea.
Yeah, well, that's a good all over upper body as well as lower body. And even in these temperatures, you go out there.
Yeah, no wetsuit, got to get in. There's a guy called Wim Hof who does, he kind of encourages you to get into cold water, and you do kind of breathing techniques and stuff like that. And that's something that me and my brother have been getting into, a bit of Wim Hof, and kind of trying to force ourselves into freezing cold water. But it's all good fun. We do enjoy it.
Yeah. What are the breathing techniques? What does that mean?
So you basically hyperventilate, so you do kind of 30 breaths, really deep breaths in, and then relax, and then let the breath out, and you do that 30 times, and then you let all your breath out, and then stay with your lungs empty for as long as possible. That's one of the exercises that he does, and you get this bizarre kind of tingling, warm sensation all over your body. So you make yourself hyperventilate and go into fight or flight, that you get all of the magic chemicals that flood your body when you are in a fight or flight response, and then that allows you to do crazy stuff. Like he's hikes up Mount Everest in base camp in shorts and stays in ice cold water for ridiculous amounts of time.
Ah.
And it's kind of incredible what you can do when you put yourself in that state.
Well, that sounds fascinating. I'm still I'm probably going to stick to this stuff.
Yeah. I think it's, same. I think it's all in the mind. Again, like it's incredible what the body can do when you just put your mind to it, which I think is similar to what you've been doing with the endurance. But
well, Tim, I'm going to hand the host over to you. You're just going to ask both of us questions from now on, or yourself.
Yeah, so Georgie talking about that, Wim Hof is a fascinating guy. I mean, he's slightly crazy. You know, probably, mind you, people might say that about running 31 marathons, but he has been researched to quite an extraordinary amount because he believed that he hadn't had a cold for years, hadn't had a significant illness for years, and so it was actually, I think it was Oxford University, starting to actually study him and showed that his breathing techniques and his like cold water immersion techniques changed his system to more of an alkaline basis.
Oh wow!
And they reckon that might be the secret behind why the physiology of his system is so resilient to things, and it basically stimulates your immune system. But interestingly, I can't remember her name, George. The Giovanni, there's a lady, I think she's Italian lady working at Cambridge University in one of their colleges up there. And she's just been researching mice. So she was cold water immersing mice and showing that they can actually reverse the effects of dementia and actually prevent the effects of dementia by cold water immersion. And it's believed, what she showed, that there was a protein released, which is released when you go into hibernation, which protects the synapses of the brain. So she's now actually extending that into a load of cold water swimmers in London. She's already found out that they produce the same protein. She's still just trying to work out whether the same effect could be seen in human beings.
Wow. Wow, that sounds...
So yes, there could be hope for me, certainly.
Yeah. Yeah, you're the host. You're the host now. You've got to ask.
Remember to go swimming.
Yes. Yes. So.
Yeah. So George, I was just thinking earlier on when you were talking to Eddie about the sort of like the gender fluidity and the discussions and where it sits in society, and certainly, well, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but would you say that in the younger population, so in your kind of age group and Finn's age group, that we're now talking on the basis that it's almost, I don't want you to get this the wrong way, but it's almost like an unnecessary conversation as far as you guys are concerned. It's like, do you kind of feel like, well, why are we still having this conversation? You know, we need to move on from this point. Is that kind of how you guys feel?
Not entirely. I think that the conversation needs to happen. I think that the conversation still is happening. I think that the discussion's just developing. So I think in terms of, I don't know. I don't think we ever should abandon the kind of conversations that we're having, especially about gender. I think they're still very relevant. But it's just, I don't know. It's a bit like, I think what we were discussing the other day was in terms of when somebody says they identify as something, you just kind of go, yeah, cool, that's great. And there's no skepticism. I think there's less skepticism about people who are like non-binary and trans, but
less ridicule. I think is the thing as well. It's the ridicule that used to come in, and people have permission. People have permission to behave in a very negative way, and that permission has been withdrawn, as it should be, because we're trying to normalize in a positive way if you are trans, as opposed to normalize in the negative. You can do negative normalizations as well, but this is the, when it's always been normalized that you could completely ridicule a person if they felt they were trans, and now that has changed, which is good.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I think that the common belief is that you just can't say the kind of things that you used to be able to say, and that's a good thing. Or you can't say it without coming up against criticism at least. So it's not like,
it becomes a hate crime. Actually, it actually becomes a hate crime. So that's interesting. It's actually prosecutable. I said this to some guy in the street who was going off on a thing, and I said, "Be careful. This is becoming a hate crime," and then he turned into a pumpkin.
Right.
Yeah. That.
And you guys, you're supportive of each other?
Who's you?
So you find So at university, would you say you're much more supportive of each other when somebody expresses whatever, like it doesn't need to be gender or race or whatever, or attitude towards anything, any kind of like group? Would you say you guys are supportive of all of that within this sort of university situation?
I think that's quite a. I would say yes on the whole. People at least try, and the kind of expectation is that you should use the right pronouns, that you should be respectful, that you should. There's this whole thing against like microaggressions. You shouldn't. Should be really supportive of other people and make sure that you're educated and all this. I think that is definitely part of university culture, part of the culture that's going on now. But again, like it's not perfect. Like lots of people have like big biases, like lots of unconscious bias going on. Like there's still a long way to go. I'm not saying that we fixed it in the younger generation, but yeah, there's still a lot of transphobia going around. But yeah, I think
that's an interesting term, microaggression. What do you mean by microaggression?
It's just kind of like, I think again, like you have to excuse me, I'm not massively educated, but it's kind of just a general comment, just a small comment that kind of, it isn't like outwardly, really obviously like bigoted, but it just, you can tell it's based off of something, like based off of a internalized or based off a belief that is bigoted. So it's kind of like a little repercussion, and a lot of people, it's just a nightmare for a lot of people because it happens all the time. So like just little comments, just little like annoying things that happen all the time, like being misgendered, using wrong pronouns, like little comments, like I think it could be quite patronising. It can kind of happen sometimes. I mean, everyone's experience is different, so I'm not going to speak on behalf of everyone, but.
And almost like active aggressive attitudes as well, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but again, everyone's different. Everyone's got different perspective on how they experience the different kinds of situations.
Yeah, I used to call that casual Nazi banter.
That's a very, very good term. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to call it that from now on.
Casual Nazi banter, when people just casually say a thing.
Nazi banter.
CNB. So I know when Kath did her masters at King's, there were like gender neutral toilets and things. How's Cambridge moved on that front? Does it have things like that?
Yeah, there are certain, because of the college system, it's things progress at different rates in different colleges. So there's in Emma, there's a few gender neutral toilets. Most of them are gender neutral, but there are a few that aren't. The student union I know at the moment is trying to work towards getting all of them kind of made gender neutral. But you've got other colleges which have none, and then you've got other colleges where all their toilets are gender neutral. So it's moving in a kind of net movement. So yeah, it is happening, and these discussions are being held, and stuff is changing within Cambridge. But again, it's one of the oldest institutions in England, and it's very set in its ways. So there is a lot wrong with it as well. There is a lot of kind of bias going on as well.
It's kind of interesting, isn't it? Is that you could almost say like the Cambridge toilet situation is mirroring society. Some bits are moving forward very quickly, other bits are taking a bit longer. And it never seems to amaze me because we surround ourselves in a group of people, and you tend to be drawn to the people that have the same belief as yourself. Is that you can easily get fooled into thinking that we've moved forward a lot better in terms of gender and also female situations in society. Like Eddie was talking to Gabby just before we came on, and it's very easy to kind of think, we've moved on a lot. But then in my world, I will get clients that come in and they just shock me with their incredibly outdated, bigoted attitudes, and it really kind of bends you back because. In that situation, they're actually a paying guest, so I almost have to, you can't end up in a confrontational situation with somebody who's come to actually have treatment with you, but I just have to find myself listening and just quietly kind of not agreeing rather than actually openly verbalising my beliefs because, you end up having a punch on the clinic. So, but yeah, so it's...
Yeah, it's all, I think that's especially the case like it's a, I mean, I sound like a broken record, but it's social media where stuff is targeted towards you. I think that what you consume is so targeted towards you. So we're, again, like, we're stuck in a bit of a bubble. Sometimes thinking that we've progressed maybe further than we actually have. So there is a lot of, we're still kind of targeting the same issues that we were in like the 70s. Like there's still very much, the UK is still very racist and very, you know, homophobic, transphobic. So it's again, it's an interesting thing. We're not fantastic at this point in time. We're not good. We need to do some proper groundwork. But yeah.
Still lots to work to do.
Well,
yeah,
it's getting there. It's yeah, we just got to keep plowing on. And I don't want to burden average people with, you know, being worried, people asking me about my pronouns, and I'm just saying, if it's tricky, just call me Eddie. That's what I said. In the Telegraph it said I prefer Eddie, but no, I say if it's tricky, call me Eddie. And there's a lovely hotel where I stay down at Eastport, and I can see certain generations, they're very polite, so they say Mr. or Ms, and they very nicely call me Ms. Izzard. But I'd say, guys, if you've got a problem with it, you've got concierge people saying hello, I just say, call me Eddie, it's all fine. And that's how I steer it, but I don't want to make it a huge burden.
Yeah.
I mean, Eddie, on the male pronoun, I mean, is that generally when you're acting?
Well, yeah. I do stand up now in girl mode. I have girl mode and boy mode, so if people don't know about it, I could say woman mode and man mode. That sounds horrible, lumpy. So it's the best thing I've come up with. I'm happy to take suggestions for other things when I make up my own language. And I am gender fluid. I do have, I think if I, you know, I express, I'm based now in girl mode, that's what I say. But so stand-up, activism, running, all in girl mode. My life in girl mode. But when I'm acting, that's in boy mode. And if people go, interesting, I say, well, it's the 21st century, get on board. And, because that's what's going on. And, you know, I will, those are the roles I would get. And people are giving me nice dramatic roles now, so, and I wouldn't do, well, that's how we're doing it at the moment, but I'm just trying to be as open as positive as I can be, and some people have endless problems with that, but I haven't got a magic wand to make everything easy, but I did come out 35 years ago, and there was a recent thing about pronouns about me, and it was as if people were going all around the world, oh, you're serious about being trans. Even though you came out 35 years ago, we didn't think you were serious. Yes, serious, hello. So, it just seemed like the world caught up. But it was generally positive and some people were negative. But now I'm tired.
Yeah. And so what have you got on your distance, Eddie?
40k done. 2k to go.
Excellent. Perfect. Good stuff. Again, best in the park run.
Yeah, now a bit of stuff has come off one of my shoes.
A bit of stuff?
Yeah, you've been sent a photo.
I'll send you a photo.
You've got a photo on your phone if you can look at it.
Oh, all right, okay. Carry on, George.
Yeah.
Entertain us, George, with a song.
Now, you won't be able to answer this, George, but basically running on this, a piece has come off one of my shoes. And I wonder if that is bad. So I have to change the shoes because I like these blue ones. I'm not sure if I do have to change or not. Oh.
Eddie, I was going to ask you, how many languages do you speak now?
Well, I speak a pretty good French. I call myself about 70%, 75% fluent on a good day. About 30% fluent in German. Basic Spanish, that's what I got.
Wow.
My brother's very good in all three, but my French is my strongest. I have done an hour and a half interviews in French on radio, in those round table interviews, which we have, you sometimes have, where I had to interject. Et maintenant, Elisa, qu'est-ce que vous pensez de cette situation? And then you have to you have to prove that you've been listening in your second language to be able to jump in and say, well, it's, you know, and make a comment. I think I got a laugh. I got a laugh out of the comment that I made, which made me feel good. But no one was listening at home. My brother wasn't listening. Everyone I knew who spoke French was not listening in. It was just me on the top. So, and my brother said, who was the expert, my brother said, I think the French like you more, not necessarily because they like your comedy more, they like your French more. So my French has got better. I can do radio and television interviews. And it's your confidence, self-confidence is the key thing. And my German, I was doing a lot of improvisation in German. And I was doing this improvisation, and that helped my Selbstvertrauen, my self-confidence. If you can muck about, because I just dumped all the endings: masculine, feminine, neuter, nominative, genitive, ablative, dative or genitive, nominative, accusative, dative, genitive. And I just dumped all the endings and said, I'll estimate the endings. And assume the audience could work out what we were saying, which was good.
That's funny that. I think that's, I mean, I kind of speak Spanish, but it's funny, isn't it? I think when you improvise it comes out a bit more easy, or in conversation it comes out a bit more easy. If I sit down and think about
if you get drunk,
doing it right, I do it wrong.
If you get drunk, it comes out easier because you're not worried about the humiliation.
I talk fluent Spanish in a bar when I've had a few pints, but
that's it. It's your humiliation guard which drops, and you're not worried about endings, masculine, feminine. And Spanish is quite grabbable. English and Spanish, I think, are the easiest ones to learn in the world. And
English and Spanish.
Yeah, English and Spanish because, as you know, the accents in Spanish are just which letter to put the emphasis on. It doesn't change the sound, and it's just, I don't know, it's just grabbable. I just feel it's more grabbable. French is a little harder. German's somewhat harder. Russian is very hard.
I think it depends on your brain as well. Like I found German when I was learning that briefly to be quite easy, but Spanish a little bit more difficult. So I think it changes.
Yeah, I found German quite logical. They love putting words together. Buchhandlung, bookhandler, bookshop. And you know, I think it's about 15,000 of our words come from German and 15,000 come from French. So you can see the similarities once you get into it.
So, Eddie, you're always talking about how if you want to learn the language, take yourself to the place and speak it. George, just tell Eddie a little bit about what happened in Peru.
Oh, yes.
Peru. Tell him about Peru.
So, there was a thing me and my mates went to Peru. We went on this expedition to Peru when I was 17. We went there for about a month.
Right.
But that was, I think the first language for a lot of people in Peru, especially the bits that we were in, a lot of South Peru, is Quechua, which is the native language, which thank God it survived and a lot of people still speak it. And then a lot of people's second language is Spanish. So the English-speaking population is not everywhere you go, the person speaks English, and that was really cool to experience because I just had to speak Spanish to everyone you meet, and it's very quick. It's very quick Spanish as well. So you're on the phone to somebody trying to book a hostel, and they're going at 1,000 miles an hour. That you just understand, or you're kind of a bit comfortable. But I couldn't agree more. You just seem to get words out of nowhere when you're speaking to natives, and when you're in the country.
It's immersion. The word we use is immersion. You've got to be immersed, because then you're hearing the television, the radio, taxi drivers, everyone in the shop, they keep hitting you with Spanish, German, whatever the language is, and so it's got to start sticking to you. And it's all motivation. People say it's you have a facility for languages. No, I am motivated to learn them, and my argument is that anyone can learn any language. And if you don't believe me, I say to that person, just pick up a bag of heroin and go through customs into the country where you'd like to learn the language, and they'll get you for heroin smuggling, and then you'll be in prison for 5 to 10 years, and you will learn that language. You just won't.
Come up perfect Spanish.
You'll come up with brilliant Spanish, but also you'll get Spanish within, or German, or Mandarin Chinese. You'd get basic sentences within a few weeks. Otherwise, you'd be dead. You wouldn't eat. Someone would get you with a shiv. It's motivation, survival motivation, very important, and people learn languages. That's the thing.
So I missed that bit. Was that so? We need to smuggle drugs to learn a language. Was that?
Yeah.
No. That shows. I take you through a logic. I have logic arguments. If you did happen to, someone put a bag of heroin into your bag, and you went through, or erroneously you got taken and put in prison in a country, bizarrely the country you like to learn the language of, and if you were in prison for just a year, in a year you'd get sentences going pretty quickly, especially if it was a heavy-duty prison. If it was a light prison, you might just sit there. I'm only in for a short time. I'm not going to learn anything. But heavy-duty prison, you will, and you'd have a resistance. I know someone, Helen Murphy, who works for me. She went to France, and I think 6 months. She got by on basic lines and stuff and kept resisting. Then she got a gig in the film industry. She was a makeup artist, and they needed her French and her English because there were Americans working on it as well. She needed to translate, and within about a 6 month period, something like that, she went from nothing, and then 6 months later she was correcting me. And I'd been learning the language for 35 years or something. So that was it. Just shows you it's immersion. It's that's it. That's how to learn.
And it's interesting. You talk about immersion in terms of language, because I think comedy's interesting as well, because obviously George is at Cambridge, which had a lot of like Monty Python influence. Cambridge, because when they were the footlights. And we walked into the cheese shop, which is like a very traditional cheese shop, which is in Cambridge. And you can't help yourself but just sort of immediately fall into the Monty Python cheese shop sketches. And you can see where they got a lot of their ideas from.
Yeah, well, that didn't come from that. I know how the cheese shop came up.
Yeah.
It was, that was Graham Chapman and John Cleese. John Cleese essentially wrote it about someone needing emergency cheese initially, and it turned into the cheese shop, which is one joke repeated about 40 times. Do you have this cheese? No. You have that cheese? No. You have other cheese? No. It's just that. You just can't believe they're going to do it. It's going to go on and on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right. Almost there, Eddie. You're doing great.
Yeah.
And the great thing about this fourth marathon is we haven't had to go to the hospital.
No, that's true.
Whereas we could just go straight through to the 5 this time, which would be splendid.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So, George, any words of inspiration?
Sorry? Say again?
I was asking George, you got any words of inspiration for you to take you through your next marathon?
That's too difficult a question, Tim. You can't do that. You just need to say,
George. Inspires me.
What do you think about this? What do you think about cheese? You can ask her that, but you can't say words of inspiration, because then you've got to reach into your back and creative mind. It's too tough a question.
Yeah. I've never run a marathon, so I don't feel qualified.
No, well, I have words of inspiration for anyone. And that is, it's this thing of motivation. If I'm not motivated, I did do the washing up for about 2 weeks, and now, because we have to have it, and me and Sarah are cohabiting and trying to sort out everything so we stay in the same bubble, that I think, well, that washing up needs to be done. So I got it done. If motivated, you will do things. If not motivated, you won't do anything. That's what happens in adulthood. When you're a kid, there are parents that say do things. But it's about setting up artificial motivation. And I can do that because I came out as trans. that I didn't have to come out in 85. I just decided I had to. And that was the artificial emergency. And so I can create these ones. I now have to run 31 marathons. And I'm not enjoying it. I enjoy it when it's done. But,
yeah, the motivation is stopping.
Yeah, well, no. Yeah, motivation is the break at the end. So once it stops, that's good. And then I can relax a bit. And then there's a show which is a bit of pressure, somewhat pressure, because I haven't really got it in a good shape yet. And then after that, that's great, because then we eat food. Oh, it's so good when the show's finished, so good. Eating food is such relaxing, and then go home, relax a bit more, sleep. All that's good.
So actually, I didn't see the gig last night, Eddie, but do I take it from the clips that you managed to step in the Darth Vader sketch?
Yeah, I've been doing the Death Star Canteen a couple of days. It comes out a bit weird because I'm trying to remix it, but without an audience there, I find it difficult to remix it.
Yeah, I mean, it must be so bizarre to do comedy to no one.
It's not too bizarre. It's what's the word for it? It's just unusual. I'm getting more used to it. But it's like a podcast. It's like a podcast itself, or a radio show to yourself.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
that's the thing.
It must be like playing music as well. Because Georgia, you play music, don't you? So playing music to a crowd is completely different from playing it in their bedroom on your toes.
Yeah, I can enjoy stuff on my own that you play it to your friends and they're like, what is going on? So yeah, no, definitely. But I mean, so impressive to go off, finish a marathon and then do a gig. It's like, oh, that's incredibly inspiring.
Well, there will be a point further down the line after I've done the 10 marathons where it could get quite interesting. I can do a good gig after all this.
Yeah. Well, the one I always said to the kids that I would do their first marathon with them, and so Finn and I did Chicago in 2016 as our first one. I have to say, Finn had as interesting training regime as your attitude to your marathon training regime, because he was hungover most of the time when we did our training runs. But I asked Georgia which one she wanted to do, and that's why we're looking at the reggae marathon in Jamaica, because she said, I want to do one based around music. Oh. So that's the basis of why we're going to go and do them.
Because you could do the Medoc one with wine. Do you know about that?
Good.
Could do that. Yeah.
Tim, tell her about that.
What are you doing?
Tell her about
the wine.
Tell her about it, Tim. Tell her what happened.
Yeah, so I think they're aware of the. I think you're aware of the Medoc, George, where you stop every mile and have a drink of wine on the way through. So most people end up, I think a lot of people do it in fancy dress nowadays as well, but you end up blasted at the end of it from drinking too much wine. But I hadn't suggested that one here because that would probably be taken up with both hands if I offered that one as a marathon.
Well, you've got to try. I want to do it at some point. Very slow version.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think most people are now doing it in fancy dress.
Well, stuff that, but...
Excellent. But we'll see. But I think Georgia will probably have to get through her studies first, because it's actually on December. It's the first Monday or Sunday in December that the reggae marathon occurs. So that might have to be a few years yet.
Yeah.
But be a good...
Oh.
Good work, Eddie. Just keep plugging away.
I am. It's going to be slower than yesterday, but...
Right. But let's set campaigns today. Is it more just knackered?
Yeah, more just knackered. 42k, guys. Just hit 42.
Just as a matter of interest, how much sleep did you get last night?
Not much, but I woke up very fresh as a daisy at 4 in the morning.
Of course.
I took a homeopathic Nitol pill just to see if it could knock me out, but I had a decent sleep, but I felt fresh as a daisy at 4 a.m.
Okay.
I think I was ready to run in South Africa again or something.
Yeah,
I like doing
mean,
it.
that will,
Dawn starts.
yeah, and that'll make a big difference if you can actually get some decent sleep. That'll make you feel a lot more full of energy.
Don't sit up and stop watching videos. Just go back to bed. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, that takes me back to that memorable time in South Africa where Apollo 13.
Yeah, I watched Apollo 13 because it's
failure
is not an option. It's a very inspiring film. Thank you, Tina Beard. Thank you, everyone who's been running with me on. And if you go to eddieizzard.com, you can donate, and you can donate in American dollars, or euros, or pounds now. So that's great. You can send text if you're in the UK. We've got 0.02 of a K to go. 0.01. That officially is a marathon. I am done, guys. I am done.
All right. George, go with that bit. Good work, Gabby.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
From every day, they've come every day.
Hello, everyday supporters. How are you? Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone watching. Oh God, I gotta collapse. Thanks, guys. Cheers. Nice, will do.